All right. It's Sunday, y'all. Y'all come on in, hit them likes and share. Share, hit them like, share, gift. Get this thing moving. Comment. FYP hashtag FYP. I said it backwards. Let's get down to the nitty gritty, man. Why can't black people get along with nobody? Not even themselves. What's the point of separating if we can't even unite? We don't even unite with one another. Who we supposed to unite with? A corner? Look at ourselves? A mirror? Maybe we gotta unite with that first, man. We don't like each other. We don't like nobody else. Sure, we don't even like ourselves. That's why we always gotta put masks on and cover ups, hide ourselves under jury and surgery. It's nothing we like. Why is that, man? What can we do to start liking ourselves more? How can we build ourselves? How can we build? Said only black people make a whole podcast dedicated to talking about their own community. True. Somebody I think brought to my attention yesterday. Said that everybody do it. Everybody do it, but we just do it out loud in front of everybody. We believe that's true. Cause that do seem like that's what stands out. That's why these movies be like that. You know, we quit to degrade each other in movies. I think about Tyler Perry over as soon as I hear that. The dramas and all the other stuff, we do that. You know, there's the most dramatic type movies usually be us, black people. And we addicted to it too, man. We don't shake our head till we just addicted to it. But then again, like that stuff, it put effect on us, and we don't even realize it though. It might be entertainment though, but the stuff be real. And we talk about stereotypes and then get mad when somebody point out the stereotype, but we can talk about our own stereotype. Like, make that make sense. Then what are we doing to make sure we not like the stereotype? What are we doing to change from the so-called stereotype? Only people that I notice that get mad about is if they are that stereotype. So that means it is true. So you getting mad about what's true. Make that make sense. So that means you are not comfortable at what you're doing. And you don't like that it's put out because, like I said, we live in always thinking we are hiding or cover-ups, you know. It's better off not saying it at all and act like it ain't nobody else seeing it. Everybody see it though. I mean, shoot, you can not talk about it, but everybody see it. So if you don't talk about it yourselves and even be aware of it or confess, somebody gonna do it for you. You can't get mad because some things you just can't hide. People, you can't hide bitterness. That jump be coming out eventually. You can't hide that you hurt, traumatized. All that stuff will eventually come out. You think because you don't talk about it or you sweep it under the rug that it does something for you. That it does nothing. That's right. Somebody gonna talk about it though. So eventually you gotta address it. Gotta address it. You gotta own up to it and change it. Change it and change it. I understand it ain't easy, but you can't. That's the only way to it. Is actually um being open to address own up to the problem and change from it. All right. We can't take the past back. Everybody do have a past. That's one thing I usually mention. We all have a past. It's just what we gonna do with it with our future. How we gonna handle it and redirect it. How we gonna make sure that the next person don't do what we do or do what we did, or make sure we didn't do what we did again. But a lot of us we keep prolonging it. We rather embrace in the negatives than change it. We rather say, "Oh no, it's good." You know, being angry is good. or having an attitude problem is good. You know, it just depend on how you adjust, depend on how you wear it. You know, it's never been. It's not. You know, it ain't good when they somebody do it towards you. You're not about to be willing to sit there and show compassion and all that stuff to people that do it towards you. You're gonna try to put that in check. That's why you need to put yours in check. You don't want nobody sitting there taking their or bleeding out on you. I'm pretty sure of that, right? A lot of people be hypocrites of what they speak on. If it's wrong when it's done to you, don't have an excuse when you do it to somebody else, and that's one of our biggest things. That's how you figure out what is right and wrong. Since everybody be trying to say that it's subjective. It's so subjective when right and wrong is subjective. Yeah, it ain't subjective when it's done to you. When your little feelings get hurt, nah, it ain't subjective. If it ain't subjective, your feelings wouldn't have got hurt. Everybody be knowing what right or wrong is, man. We just play it silly. You know, things may change. Things may change per person, but it's some objective ones that we know that's wrong, especially in the conditions that we are in. We already know. But yeah, we gonna get to the thing of this. We are one of the main ones that can't get along. We don't like nobody. We don't. We just say we say the same thing in the next voice saying, uh, we gotta take up for our kind and stand up for this. Do you even know what you're standing up for? People just like to say things, and this is what I learned today. People just like to say things to look and feel and have a good image in front of them, so they can get that little feeling that I'm sounding like I'm progressing, but they don't. That's the deal on that. Everybody like to sound like they're progressing. And then when you ask them or check in on them if they're progressing, they quiet or they get angry at it. So how you doing? How you doing with that? Have you stopped that smoking habit yet? Have you stopped eating so much? Why you worried about that? Man, your business. But you just got done saying that you trying to make change. So just because somebody care about you or checking in on you and making sure you're keeping up to your word, nah, it's a problem. People just they funny, man. But yeah, this is one of the biggest, I think one of our biggest issues that it just need to be addressed. This is something that we dang near got to talk about every day. You know, it's getting so bad that we can't even hold each other accountable. We hold each other accountable. That's a trigger word. We tell each other that, and the same people that be saying that they don't like control or come on the other end to try to protect somebody's feelings. These the same ones that want to control everybody else. It make no sense though. But I swear it'd be like little kids with a lot of information. That's what that be, man. Little kids that get a lot of information, read up some stuff on Google and stuff and sound like they smart, get some degrees, and still act like a child when it comes to their emotions. Like you could tell a lot about a person how they control their emotions and how they have a conversation. If a person get triggered and can't really, get past the way they feel, you could tell a lot. A lot of people been going through things. That's what it is. And then the people you would think a traumatic person or a person that went through trauma would be one of the main ones that's listening. But no, they always want to express themselves. You can express yourself all day. But it's like, dang, now it's getting to a point that you just embracing your toxicness or the way that you treating others, I guess. That's what it is. But then again, they want people to put up with them. But then they the first ones to run their mouth. Well, what I'm not gonna do and what I'm not gonna put up with. But you want people to put up with you though. That's what I said, hypocrites. It's one of the biggest things. We quick to do stuff like that. We quick for that, man. We quick to put somebody else in check, but we don't even check ourselves. But if somebody check us or put us in check, then it's a problem. Like that's where people just be needing to shut up sometimes. It's either you stand on something, you stand on what you stand on, you don't. You can't switch it up based off of how you feel. It don't work like that. Man, imagine a world where you have to adjust to every last person's feelings because of the way they feel today. Well, I'm not feeling. I'm not in the mood today. Okay, who cares about what you in the mood for? There's other people around here. Why yo and not in the mood self in front of my face? What the heck? It makes no sense. You came over here to say you not in the mood. If you're not in the mood, then get on. Come back when you in the mood. That'd be crazy. We don't like people because we're not obligated to like people. That's why. That don't make sense. No, if that's the case, then people wouldn't like people if that was the case. But it's always a root to different things, though. That's just that sounds like the obvious choice or obvious choices in life. We cannot. But it's always roots to why we do and do not like. What's the reason why we like people, and it's a reason why we don't like people. It's like me saying I didn't make that choice because I'm obligated to not make that choice. That's kind of obvious. But overall, it's like I think that's one of the things is that we believe, but it's like we the same ones that be wanting to make changes, but we want changes based off of how we feel, and that just don't work. Change ain't never gonna happen. If you ever notice that anything that's trying to put something in check or that's trying to regulate something, it's gonna go against, just again, it's gonna go against the way how you feel, how you want to operate, or your nature. Everybody like to say, "What's the deal, Mister Anonymous?" Sometimes you got to state the obvious. Yeah, obvious, but the obvious will never bring awareness to anything. I could just say words was made of letters. Now that's kind of obvious, but what's that? What else? Where else we gonna get with that one? But but the whole point is like it's always you got to bring first to any solution, right? Because a lot of things is people don't realize where they yeah, I know, I feel it. It's bad analogy, but the ones that understood, they understood. Um, but with anything, you have to address an issue first, right? Because every day we're gonna have some type of issue. That's even like when you have awareness within self, you're gonna have things uh where you're gonna slack at. That's what that's gonna be. So that you have to address that first and realize that okay, I am slacking at that. So with any solution to something, especially the things we complain about, you have to address the problem first, right? Or put it out, make it aware. Because a lot of people do things and not really aware of what they're doing. They might know what they're doing, but they're not aware of how it's affecting them or the people around them. So you have to address that first. That's with anything, awareness first. Then you have to find out the different solutions of how, or because there's multiple solutions to different things, whatever. I guess you'd say the goal. So it's multiple routes to the same goal. It's just some people have to um get basically attacked from dick. I don't want to say that word. They have to get maybe hit from different angles to understand, right? Because a lot of things like I said, we know, but we truly just not, I guess, understanding of it. Because like when you use different angles to get to something, I didn't think about it that way, and then you basically say things for people to resonate with them or for them to basically okay, cool, dang, I didn't realize it was affecting that way. I didn't know it was that. So you have to, that's why when we have a lot of topics, a lot of these topics do be the same though, right? But it's just like sometimes you might have to hit things from different angles, like I was mentioning, and then people will be like, okay, or nah, I truly understand it. I didn't never think about it that way. And then that's when, people try to make changes within themselves. Like, dang, I didn't realize I was doing that to the kids, or I didn't realize that was how it was affecting me. That's why I'm waking up angry all the time, and that's why I need coffee. That's why I got to smoke every day. I didn't realize I was over here coping this whole entire time. I thought I was dealing with the problem. That's why I can't keep a smile on my face, or why every time somebody say something to me, I get so, and that even happened with me because like I always tell people that I didn't even know I needed help. I felt like I was fine, but it was just so many different things that I had to, I guess, for me to be aware of or notice about myself. So I had to I was listening to, and it take other people. That's why people do need people. Everybody need each other to a certain extent because like not one person's gonna know everything. Even the information that we got now came from multiple other people. And then we just studied it and then we act like we the smartest of it all. It still came from everybody else. You know, we learned these studies. Studies says, where you think studies came from? Not thin air. It came from other people that put in and invested time to figure these things out. That's why they got books and all that stuff for. So we always gonna need everybody. Everybody needs somebody. We need people for different things. Either we gonna need people to learn what to do or what not to do. You know, that's why it's good and bad is necessary. You know, because like if it's always good all the time, then how we gonna ever be able to embrace? You know, if we don't have no bad, how we gonna embrace what's good or be thankful or grateful to it? What's the deal with the Django?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. How you feeling, man?
I'm alright, blessed, man. It's Sunday. I made it through another week, man.
There we go. There we go.
Right. Now, I requested up because I honestly, I don't know. Like, we on the same page with a lot of things. Well, as far as your prompt, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm a person who like to learn. Like, I know two other different languages, Spanish and Portuguese. So,
Okay.
I mean, I like to learn from other cultures. Um, just see how other people live, how other people, adapt to certain things in life. But then again, I'm kind of like conflicted in a way because, like, I read the first prompt says why black people don't like nobody, even other black people.
Mhm.
It's like I don't not like other black people, but there's certain things that other black people do that'll make you like, yo, you messing it up for all of us, man. You know what I
I
mean?
feel it. Yeah, I feel it.
So like that's like
Good
I don't
afternoon,
know
Joe.
like everybody is I mean everybody raised in different environments. You know what I mean? So that's why I say I'm kind of conflicted on it because I was raised in two different environments, but I still see like damn yo y'all really messing it up. Y'all don't know what y'all doing.
Hmm.
Um, what makes a black person? I don't know. What makes a black person a coon? I don't even know. I don't know the origin of that word or where it came from. I know a lot of people have been saying it because
Yeah.
I know it came from the South, but because of your political beliefs, you know, or if you hang around. Like I was called that before because I was hanging around a bunch of YT people, but
Hmm.
that's just my people. Like like I couldn't um,
Come on up, Jose. Let's go ahead and get this party started, man. But yeah, for sure, right. You see, that was one of them, right? Say that it comes based off of how they feel from what I noticed. Like, oh dang, I don't like that. I don't mess with YT people. How the heck you're around that? You must be a coon. You know what I'm saying? They get us come with some
exactly.
stuff. Uh, but it's
Yeah,
the people like we literally got to like kind of pray for, man, because they just they learn a few things from back then. Because I can understand, right? It was some traders back then. There was some people that was actually working with the YT people and all that. Okay, for sure, it's cool. It was actually, if y'all can, it's like four of y'all in here. If y'all can share to some more people and stuff, get these likes up. Try to get me to like at least like 2K for a look. 2K, then get my stuff going. Oh yeah, she already on the shares. I already seen a couple hashtag FYP just to keep it active. But also dang, what was I getting to? I was saying it was actually some people that was like traders, right? That was just selling us out, the sellout and all that stuff. But we think that everybody, because people don't really, I guess they don't understand what the sellout is. I'm scared of that little picture, man. I don't think I want to let that person up. That picture like is a troll. Uh, um, I was gonna but yeah, yeah. So they mix that in. So they look at it like what I noticed is like if you don't talk how you talk, if you sound like you successful, they got this new thing now talking about why you sound why you sound white. That don't make sense because I'm talking. Just because I'm talking, they say it's the Muppet. I try it up, man. I'm just be scared, man. I be scared. So if you are talking proper or not, I guess I can't even say proper. I guess well in a way, right? If you saying proper English, like they call it being white, it's like, dang, what the heck? Why you just can't? I understand the
It
slang.
is
That's how we is. But
yeah.
don't say that we acting white. Don't get them that much power and say that's acting white. No, that's
No,
just
you
being
know what's
talking
Exactly.
proper.
Yeah.
you know what's
Why is it?
funny is that
Why isn't it just talking proper English? Sorry. Go ahead.
no, you know what's funny is that's literally anti-black in itself. Like them trying to be like, oh, well,
Right.
why you talk like that? It's like you're literally doing that same thing you're accusing me of
Exactly.
right now. Like, bruh,
Yeah, that don't make sense, man. I guess that's what I said. But a lot of people don't understand what they doing though. Like, and that's what I say. We gotta kind of me myself. I don't be trying to be angry with them. I just want them to understand because like a lot of people I do realize you gotta pray for them. I ain't gonna even lie. You just gotta pray for them because it's like it's they so trapped. They trapped and some people mix their own personal traumas with the situation, so they have now a crush to be like, okay, this is the way I am, and I'm gonna continue being this way. And it probably start off from them simply losing a family member or something like that. Then they're gonna blame the YT person for that. But it's just, I don't know. It's
no.
not deep. It's get deep. Get
You
deep.
know what's funny is like about the whole what do we need to learn from other cultures on how to
Hmm.
get along thing is what's really tea is that all the other cultures they don't get along with each other neither. It just looks like they do, but they really don't.
Yeah.
Especially
Facts.
like so one of my aunt is Korean, right? And so she's literally always telling me about how like Asians all have beef with each other. Like if you're a Korean or like if you're East Asian, the way that they beef with South Asians is crazy. You would have think
Mm.
you it's basically how we beef with white people. It's crazy. Or like
Oh
the
wow.
or how white people beef with us, like how they see us is pretty much the same thing. Or and
But
don't
it's
let you be poor. Don't let you be poor if you're Asian. They hate that. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
dang, that's deep. That's
Yeah,
deep.
they're super.
the
Yeah,
crazy.
they have a crazy history of like classism, and like they're also still super like they still have a huge issue with like people here be talking about misogyny, but if you go to Asia, it's real. The misogyny is real there. Like it's
Mm.
like the hatred of women is not just like a oh, it's not just not something like, oh, well, you made fun of me or something like that. No, over there, it's crazy. Like there's literally this thing in Japanese culture where like there are men who, when they're like angry or something like that, or they're just upset, they will purposely seek out smaller, like usually smaller, specifically women, and like shoulder check them like mad hard. Like that's
Dang.
like a thing. Yes, like if you're walking around in Japan and you're a woman and you're smaller, like that's a thing. Like it's I forgot what the name of it is, but like I see that all the time. Like that's like they have a whole bunch of issues in terms of like like classism and like
Mm.
misogyny, like how they view women. They have a huge like wage gap, like bigger than ours
What's
is.
up,
Like
Teeny?
it's a whole thing. And the way that they be beefing with each other, or like Hispanic people be beefing with each other too, you just gotta look hard enough. So I
Mm.
and honestly, the thing that really gets me is that the diaspora wars need to stop, but only when people actually choose to listen. There's something about the it's something about the like like not Nigerian necessarily, but specifically the ones from the UK, Africans that live in the UK, the way that they basically think that African Americans have zero culture and that we're just like this, we just like don't know where we came from. It's like, man, we've been here for the past like what, since like the 1700s. Like, what do you want from me? Yes, I'm gonna say that's where I'm from. Like, and then they're like, oh well, you don't know where you're from in Africa. And it's like, well, that's not our fault. The people who shipped us here decided that they were going to be lazy and not actually document where everybody came from. And then they literally went willy-nilly and sending us all over the place, breaking up the families. So how do you expect us to know? Everybody got to do a 23andMe, which, mind you, y'all, if you're black or brown, don't go and do a 23andMe, because all the people, the CEOs, like a whole bunch of CEOs and stuff, that people who worked for 23andMe recently stepped down. Now, I don't know what that's about, but it's very suspicious. They got your DNA. Yeah, just be careful. But that's just
I was
yeah.
gonna say it's crazy because I don't know like how
Real
often you
quick
travel
before
out the
y'all go, I just
country.
want to get
Oh,
Goddess in, and then we can go back open again. What you got for me,
sorry.
Goddess? No, you cool.
Oh, I was just like looking at the prompts. Like I was listening to what Tired was saying about, the culture. A lot of different cultures do not like each other, which is very, very true. Like I know in Japan, they have on a certain island, the people are darker than most people in Japan. And in Asia, period.
Okinawa.
Yeah, Okinawa, there it is. And in Japan, period, and like a lot of the times in Asian culture, the paler you are, the more favored you are. So, like, I don't want to learn from any other culture that, especially because they spew hate to people that are darker than them, and there's no unity there either. So I don't think we really have anything to learn from any other culture when it comes to being, a unit. I think for me, I think more Black people are more of a unit than some other races are, because a lot of times they're divided on like oh, this one's too dark, this one's too poor, and we have those problems as well. But at least for us, our people, we're more so like we're just Black, and we vibe off of that. And with a lot of different cultures, they don't vibe off of that. If you're Asian but you're also Black, they're like, then you're Black.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, you're not Asian. Yeah, that happens all the
Exactly.
time.
Also, I do want to touch on what makes a Black person that, I honestly, I think it's just pandering to other people and bringing down your culture, because you think that if you're closer to the YT people or like whatever, you're gonna have more opportunities. I honestly don't like that. I do think that makes you a raccoon, because why are you so heavily like downing your people for the enjoyment of other people that don't really want nothing to do with you? So that's just my take on those two
So
things.
I got a question for that, since you say we can't learn from other cultures. I know number one we can, because isn't we like one of the lowest ones when it comes to marriages, us Black people?
Yeah, we don't have a lot of marriages, but you have to understand that, like, for example, specifically, I guess I'm just gonna go off of what I know, but like Asian people have tons of marriages, but they also have an extremely high DV rate. So I'm not really sure if that's a great thing. I don't
Is everything negative from every other culture?
Yes, a lot of
No, that's
really
true.
not that.
A lot of things are
Okay,
very
let me put it
negative.
this way: then, since we saying we can't learn nothing, then what can we learn from ourselves? Because it don't seem like we doing a great job either ourselves.
I mean, if I'm gonna keep
I
it
think we got
above,
more baby mamas and baby daddies in this thing.
But
We got.
do you know?
Look,
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but do you know historically the government has put us in this situation, like taking the Black dad out of the homes? Like,
yeah, that's
it's
cool. That
not
was
like
back then though, but we can't use that excuse now. Like we
no,
done
it's
knew
not
that
like
for
we
years
can.
now.
It's
Yeah,
y'all gotta
right
understand.
now
It
it's
is
people literally clubbing right now and getting pregnant, so we can't blame the YT guy on that. We can't blame the government on that now. People busting it open. They saying hot girl summer and all this stuff. So they're encouraging it now. So we can't. From this point, we cannot keep on putting on the YT man.
I don't think that it's necessarily like the YT man's fault,
The
but
government, if you want to call it
or
that,
the
we can't blame
government.
that.
Yeah, no,
That's
I don't think. I think that the issue is, and y'all probably gonna drag me, but one thing I feel like we can learn from other cultures is, or at least I just think that we need to listen to. I feel like we need to listen to each other a little bit more and like stop prioritizing like things that might work for other cultures and other parts of society might work for us, but it might not. And I feel like some other things that are important is like, while you might particularly not like a woman who is not traditional in that kind of lifestyle, I think instead of focusing the energy of trying to tell people, hey, y'all need to stop being, acting this way and acting not traditional, I think you need to just like direct your energy somewhere else, and there would just be way more couples, because I think a lot of men are just like directing their energy to the wrong spaces. Like, if like, I think it's just the weirdest thing where if you know that this woman is a 304, or she's like that, why are you trying to be Captain Save-Ho? I don't get it.
True. I get that.
It's
That'd
not
be crazy. Or why you even investing your time in them? That's crazy.
It's like just leave them.
We don't like the 304s, but I'm sleeping with them last night. That don't make sense. I never got that though.
Yeah, so I feel like if we
So I
had,
would say it's a lot of men that contribute to the BS. That's why they getting confused. The 304s are actually getting confused. They're like, well, I just
yeah,
had one in my inbox last night.
and
That's not a
some
good thing.
and
So yeah,
something
they confusion.
and something else that is really funny is like we have to I feel like we need to recognize that if you are going to be a person who holds traditional values, like if you're going more specifically, if you are looking for a partner that lives off of traditional values, you yourself also have to run off of the same value system. Because if you like running around, if you're a traditional man running around trying to look for a 304, that don't make no sense. But you know what else doesn't
I
make
don't
no
think he's a
sense?
traditional man. Then that
Yeah,
don't make
exactly.
sense.
It don't make sense. And then if you're like if you're allegedly like no traditional woman is looking for a man that is not traditional either. So like they'll be like, oh, I don't want to provide and protect and lead, but I'm looking for a woman who's going to stay at home all the time and take care of kids. Like that, those two things don't mix. I just don't understand why there's so much riffraff when it's like you're literally speaking to the people who do not want to live in that way. It's literally going through one ear and out the other. You might as well put more into your focus your time and attention on the women who genuinely enjoy living within those value systems. Like we literally would be there'd be so many more married couples. I promise you.
All right, so let me get poetic in, and I'm gonna do totem after that. Before we do that though, let's keep on getting these lights up. People need to be up in here for sure. I ain't gonna lie, cause we gotta address this and bring awareness to the situation. But if y'all can real quick, go ahead. If y'all just came or new in here, go ahead and share it out. If y'all don't know how to share it out, go where my face is at or the prompt. You can hold your finger on it for maybe about 2 seconds. You'll see a list of friends pop up. Go ahead and just share it to all of them. And then also just keep hitting them likes. You can be in the box and hit the likes too. And I know they be having that little myth like it's going to shut down the thing. Nah, y'all can hit the likes too. Let's try to get to at least 5K. I'm pretty sure we can do it. That's free. If you want to send a gift, that'll keep the stuff moving too. That's if y'all want to. I'm not big on I just want the motion moving and stuff. I said motion. I don't know if I just made that one up, but yeah, just keep it active because it'll keep me on that For You page and all that though. But go ahead, poetic, and then we're gonna get totem after that.
Okay, I'm poetic. I'm in California, and I'm over 18. I don't know which prompt you're on. I see the first one. Why Black people don't like nobody, even other Black people. So I was gonna chime in on that one. I
Yeah.
believe that. Yeah, I believe Black people, are conditioned not to like, each other. And then on the flip side, they're conditioned that, everybody's kind of against them also. But with that being said, from listening and observing, whether it's podcasts, different panels, social media, it sounds like a lot of Black men are trying to be like white tea men, and they don't like Black women as much as they prefer.
Explain that.
For instance, Black men, they have a lot of panels that are dragging Black women, whether it be, they're all single moms, they're all wear weaves.
Is that not true?
They're combative, they're angry.
You don't believe it's true?
No, I don't. I
You don't
believe
think you've
that
never seen a combative woman or a woman wearing a weave or you never seen it or something? You don't never seen a Black woman be like that? Or they just saying it for no reason?
So again, my goalpost was this, that I believe a lot of
Yes
Black
or no?
women.
It's yes or no. It's no goalpost. It's yes or no. You think that they lying or not? That's
I
the thing.
already said no. And so now
Okay.
I'm summarizing so we don't get
Wow.
lost. That I brought that up because I believe Black men a lot of times don't like Black women, and they're dragging them through the mud all over
Gotcha.
online and podcasts. And when you said, do I believe that that's true? No, I don't. I believe there's a small percentage, but they put this on the face of the majority of Black women.
Gotcha. If you not, then why you feel Why you feel so bad about it then if it's not true? That might be what they experience.
Can I like actually
So
like?
I'm not so
Hold on,
mad
Rico, I just
about
want.
it. The situation is when you have, like I said, all these podcasts, social media, putting this on the face of black women, and like black men are oppressing them like white tea people did. It seems like they hate their own people and their own women.
How is that happening? Like, how do black men oppress women? I'm trying to see how did that happen.
I
Can
just
I
gave you an example. I just said how they're dragging them
So
online.
dragging somebody or talking junk about them, like you act like women don't talk about men, because I see it on both ends. I guess you just got a one track vision or something, but that's oppressing them.
I don't
Can I?
have one track vision. I literally told you.
Yeah, because
why
somehow
I'm
you say you only
talking.
see one end of things, and I guess you don't see the
No,
other, so you only just
no.
pay
I
attention to
told
podcasts.
because you talked about why black people, and I just gave you several different instances, and you
All right,
asked me.
I see you can answer straight question. So I'll let you ride with that. So black men are suppressing women because they talk junk about
You
them, I
asked
guess.
me several different
You
things,
got
but
it.
now
You got
you're
it.
trying to like
Yeah, you got it.
Can I
take me
actually
into
like
the
piggyback?
very
Because I feel like what she's
opposite.
trying to say is like
Go ahead,
not. It's
Is
not
he
that
not, he's
like
not
black.
hearing me out completely. I can literally talk for myself, but he's not hearing me out completely.
Yeah, you done. We
I'm
good
talking
though.
It's
about
not that you
I
can't.
understand you. I hear you. So you good.
no, because
Um.
no, I'm not. Because now to the people who are listening in, you're painting a picture that I did not paint. You asked me a specific question and I answered it. So again, it's
You doing
majority.
exactly what you just said the black women don't do. I just said it's over with. I said I got you. I
You
don't know
got
what else
me,
you
but not.
want me to say.
Well, okay,
I
you
said
I
might
she
got
want to
me,
mean,
talk now,
but
so let her talk.
if
Like
I didn't
yeah.
finish,
I'm gonna
I
go ahead
didn't. I
and
never finished my sentence. You kept
you
asking me
good. You
questions.
okay? You good? You gave me the answer you needed to give me.
So,
So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna
okay, so
come back to you
you don't
because
want me
you
to finish? That's fine.
go ahead and finish. Okay, go ahead and finish. Then we gonna get tired in. So go ahead and go ahead and
Okay,
finish.
so the only reason why I brought that up again was to highlight the fact that a lot of BOK men are oppressing their women when they sit there online and talk about them so badly, putting this labels in these faces on BOK women as a whole. So black women as a whole are not wearing wigs and baby mamas. It's embarrassing to us as a people because you brought why don't they like them. So that's why I brought that up. It's not to
So
drag
don't
black
that
men
weave I'm looking
or
at on your
anything.
picture. That's not weave. That's on your picture. That's your real hair.
See, now you're being condescending. It's not to
No, I'm
drag
asking you
black
because you just
men.
said you never seen a woman with weave and stuff. So
I
I'm
never
asking you the
said
one.
that. I've never said
Oh,
that. You can play this
you just
back
said
and
you
I
never.
never. I never said that. I've
I
never
asked you
said
the
that.
three things you said that they was
I
bashing them about.
said
I said, is it
no.
not true? And then you said that no, I don't. It's not. It's a little amount. And then you seem like you added to the little amount because you said they combative, which you just did recently.
I
You
don't know
proving
how
that
it's
point.
combative. I'm
You
just having
said
a conversation with you.
I'm just saying you contradicted everything you just said. So, and
you're
I
just
find it
not
funny that
giving clear
everyone that
How?
feel that
points.
way, look,
I
everyone
never
that feel that
said
way,
that
be that
black.
person. That'd be
I
funny
never
to me.
said black women don't wear weaves. I said
Okay,
not.
that's why I asked you a simple thing. That's why you should listen first, right? I asked you three things because I'm trying to have a conversation with you, so you don't just run along,
Thank
so
you,
everybody
Dudley,
get
in the
lost.
comments that said I didn't say that. Thank you.
All right, whatever.
I didn't
All
say that.
I'm
I
gonna go
never
ahead and
said
talk
that.
now.
I'm
right, cool,
tired.
cool.
I understand you're trying to break it down for me, but I appreciate it. But I never said that. He's lying on me. I try to respect people's platform, but when you lie
Cool.
on me,
You
that's
got it. You got it. I guess I'm lying.
it
I
says
guess I made it
that
up. All right.
the percentage
No, I
that
don't
do
think
that,
she's.
Sorry, I lied on her. So all right, go ahead.
He's
that
Go ahead,
not.
shouldn't be
Tyre.
the face of black women that they wear weaves and wigs and they don't hold their
I'm looking
hair.
at pink hair
No,
right
so
now.
the
Nothing
So you
wrong
got
issue.
with
pink hair in your
wearing.
profile.
It's
You
Oh
got
my.
nothing, but
you
that
got your
shouldn't
chest out. You
be.
got all
Can
that
I
stuff.
please
Everything that
talk
somebody
for a
talked about,
second? Cause
you got that. So
Why
I mean,
would
I don't
black
get how
men
they
want
lying.
to embarrass their women for wearing a weave? That shouldn't be important.
Why would you feel embarrassed
So
for
that's my
what you
point.
good with? I don't get it. How'd you feel embarrassed for what you
When
embracing?
they're talking about it derogatory, that's the point that I'm making. When they're
Got you. All right,
dragging
cool. You
women
got it.
online
You
and
okay,
making them
so
sound
the
like they're
issue.
bad people because they're wearing weaves. That shouldn't
The
even be a topic in our
that's
community. We have way more important
And
things
so that
to
means you
talk
gotta
about.
watch the areas you go to. That'll be your fault. You keep going in them areas and looking at that. How about you go
No,
to some
this is on a
pandering rooms and
grand
stuff? There's
scale
some
when you
pandering
go
rooms
to.
that sit there uplift women all day for even their bad behavior. So go to those rooms. That's
It's
your
not
fault.
about pandering either. It's the
okay.
point
I said
that
you
hold on.
can go there. That's why I say you can't listen. You talking about and you just said that you don't know the women that
I
be
don't need
combative, but
anyone to
you're
pander
not
to me
listening to
either.
anything.
I don't need no one to pander. Your suggestion was to go to
I
pander room.
never
I
said
don't.
that you needed that. You just
You
said that
just
the
said
type of
that you
room that you,
should go.
damn, you, oh my
I'm
gosh,
not
you don't
talking
listen,
about
bro.
rooms. I'm talking about social media in general. And I'm not talking
I
about
got you. I
TikTok.
told you you can select what rooms you want to go in. I don't get why
I'm
you
not
crying
talking
about
about.
something that you choose to
I'm not
go in.
crying. We're having a conversation.
All right, cool. All right, let me go to the next person, man. I'm gonna go to the next because
You
I'm
don't
gonna
have
give
to
you a
talk
break.
to me because everything I say is a
Because I
problem.
really want to
Cool.
touch on this because I feel like it's getting really like misconstrued and no. So the issue is not like are black women wearing wigs, blah blah blah. No. So the issue will be like the issue is that there's tons of like rage bait accounts, right? And those are super super loud and they're kind of taking over the majority. And so other communities are starting to notice that our men do not particularly favor us for certain things. And it's not that the thing is, it's like when you go outside, generally most black men are not gonna like sit up in there and trip about what kind of hair they girl got. It's not that deep, right? But these communities on the internet that are super loud, that have all these huge followings, like kind of are starting to influence other communities and they're starting to notice that black men don't particularly like enjoy their women for like what they are. So like yes, generalizing, I feel like generalizing black women is kind of like intense to say that, because like one thing I have noticed is like on the internet specifically, not like IRL, because that's not the same thing obviously, but on the internet, like a woman will a BLK woman, she'll be like, if you have a weave, now you're like, if you have a weave, they don't like that. If you have your natural hair, some other people don't like that. If you got locks, some people don't like that. And it's just kind of like, that's kind of like they turn it into like rage bait content. So the topic will be something stupid. It'll be like, all these black women wearing weaves, da da da, and it's like, black men actually do not care about that IRL. Like they don't particularly care about that. Like they have their preferences, yeah, sure, but they're not about to sit up in there and like drag women on the internet like for 4 days or 40 nights about how a woman just acts like a woman. Like I just think that that's exhausting to deal with on the internet, but that's why the block button exists.
Wait,
So
can I say this
All right.
too? When it comes to the
like,
wigs, don't nobody, and also when it comes to wigs, don't nobody got a problem with black women wearing wigs. It's just when black women on this app point out what other people are doing with their hair, that's when people be like, okay, well, why you got this with your hair? But they really don't care. They just trying to come with you know what I mean?
it's just
It's
rage
a
bait,
reaction to
literally.
what us black women put out sometimes. But listen, I got something to do real quick, but don't drop me. I'm like, or I can come back up if you
No,
need
you cool. You cool.
space
I'll
or
let you
whatever.
know if it run out of the
Alright.
room, then you could just request back up though. But okay, for sure.
And like the thing that she was talking about, how like another issue is that there's a very large percentage of men, of BLK men, that are in support of like far right wing politics, and that's become an issue with our community. I mean, I'm a family from, I'm like a military family, so I support your right to vote however the heck you want to, obviously. But at the end of the day, we do have to recognize that certain communities do not like us, and that certain policies are not for us. And like when you vote for those people, sometimes certain things go askew because of that. And I feel like there's like a huge percentage that is happening. Like a lot of BLK men are like really really into the whole like far right wing politic thing now, which when I was growing up that wasn't really common. So being able to see it now is kind of like, oh, I fear there's like a bunch of like disagreement within our community now than there was like maybe like 10 years ago.
All right,
Not
let
to
me
burst your bubble, but it's not
hold on
just the
real quick.
black community.
Yeah,
It's the
hold up. We're gonna
Latinos
get
as
to
well.
that.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Go
We
ahead.
gonna get to that
It's
though.
not, but that's what we're talking about.
Hold up real quick. Hold up, y'all. We not. Let me just get a couple people in because we gotta let some other people talk for a little bit. I'm gonna get Totem in because he's supposed to be next. Then we're gonna get Sonic. Then get my boy BVO in. Gotta go. I want to support, but the host got mad for whatever. All right, support. You just came up here to complain. That's all. Go ahead, Totem.
Um, I feel like the lady before me, she mentioned some very great points, and some of them I believe are fairly true. Actually, I may not necessarily want to agree with it, but I definitely do see the statistics that she's talking about. And I think this is I think we're seeing that effect at this point. The things that you're referring to, we're seeing the results, right? Something took place in the last 4 to 7 years, and again, it's the results that we've been getting. So I think during COVID, like there was a huge shift during COVID, if I'm not mistaken, where, well, let's just say a lot of people got to spend a lot of time together, and that affects human dynamics and things of that nature and so forth. Um, yeah, as it came out with that red pill thing and these platforms like TikTok and YouTube, and we got all these YouTube creators making those stigmas more massive, right? So yeah, this is the effect of it, right? So now the black men are looking for an option to where we can restore um, something in this culture, in this country. Not saying that Trump is the way, not saying that that's the best option. That's just what I can see why they're choosing that. And I still don't agree with that either, but I can see why. They're looking to restore some sort of balancement type of thing. Because we are going to a leftist community. But I really wanted to address the prompt really fast. It says, "Why do black people don't like nobody, even other black people?" I think it's.
Good
I
looks.
don't think it's black people. I think it's a poverty thing, right? And just so happen, we're under the level of poverty, right? So it's not many of us that are in the $100,000 a year bracket. Truth be told. So being that there's at a bottom, there's a different type of struggle, different type of circumstance, and different type of hunger. So it's a crab in the barrel thing. We know that exists. Even in other cultures, it's the same way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Getting somewhere, getting somewhere. All right, what you got up on me, Sonic?
What's happening with you, baby?
How you feeling, man? You all right?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I ain't gonna hold you long, but I will say this, man. I enjoy your live. I enjoy coming in here, listening to everything. But something I've been noticing for the past few years, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Masculinity, I'm gonna be honest with you, masculinity and black love has been a laughing stock of the feminism and the feminist movement for so long now. And I think us black men, now that we are coming out and saying, you know something, since y'all want to have a movement, we're gonna take our place and we're gonna take our power back because we're not letting that SHIT slide in the house no more. I think our black women don't respect it because most of our black women are in agreement with the feminist movement. And they're in agreement with the feminist movement, and they don't even see what it was really used for. It was really used to tear down the family unit. Now, if a lot of black women understand now that the feminist movement was to tear down the black family, was to tear down masculinity, now I'm gonna ask you this: if they know this, then why are they not speaking out against it? My thing is, if a black man said, you know something, I want you in your natural state, and they've been using this European beauty or these European standards and say, we're going to adopt that for ourselves and we're going to take that and make it us. Well, if the majority of black men saying, now we need our black women to look like what we supposed to look like in our culture. Granted that some people do have alopecia and some people do have skin conditions. You see what I'm saying? Or health conditions. But we're saying the majority of black women want us, and they want the entire world to accept them. And the only way that they're doing that is through the feminist movement. And they know that movement is so big right now to where anything that we say against the feminist movement, you're going to have stuff like this. They're going to start blocking your live, dropping your live, and everything. It's going to have people on your panel that report your live while they in your panel just to get you knocked off. And I've seen this too many times. So I think, man, keep doing what you're doing, bro. I'm going to keep speaking out against this feminist movement. I'm going to keep speaking up for black men because guess what? Nobody else speaking up for us. And if they don't like it, then, go, like you said, go to a panel that's pandering to you. Go to that panel that's pandering to you. But over here, we speaking up for black men. We trying to get to the root cause of the problem and change things. Y'all don't want things to change. Y'all want things to get worse for us. And that's just my take on it. I land there.
For sure, for sure. All right. Is that the what? Uh, Yeah, give me a second though on that. Let me I just gotta get a few people in for Vald 303. Then we go get Sunshine in, and then Tim, then Sunshine. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Vald.
it's Valdez.
Valdez. Okay,
As y'all
gotcha.
can see, I'm a Latino man. I'm from
Gotcha.
Mississippi. I'm 51 years old. First and foremost, the woman above me, Andrea, that's my homegirl. Love her to death.
For
I agree
sure.
with
Yeah,
everything she
I
said
met her in
before.
another live before too. Yeah, she be preaching.
But what I wanted to say, man, let me tell you something. Man, listen, I was a Latino man brought to Mississippi when I was 5 years old, introduced to nothing but black folks. You know what I mean? That's all I knew. That's all I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? And so black women was the first thing that I ever was attracted to, and I loved them. You know, that's all I dated, all from elementary all the way to high school. And then I joined the military, and I got out there in the world and started experiencing different women. I'm like, holy freak, man, these women are different. You know? And the only thing I can say is like, yes, black women are beautiful and I love them, but man, they got some attitude issues. They got
Mm,
some issues that other women in this world just ain't got. You know, that it's almost like they hate themselves. I don't know what it is, bro, but like I felt it. I felt it big time once I got into the real world. You know, and I'm dating a half black, half white woman now. And you know, she grew up in Denver, Colorado, you know, with her white mama, you know what I mean?
mm.
So she don't have a lot of them issues that I'm talking about. But yeah, man, these women down here, especially in the South, man, because I'm from Mississippi. These black women down here in the South, man, it's almost like they expect that people owe them something, like they're, you know, and I don't get it. I just don't understand where it's coming from. Does it come from slavery? I mean, but slavery's so
I think
far
it's a
out.
poverty thing. It's a poverty thing.
I don't know what it is, man. It's, you know, and I've always said, look, if you're in poverty, I
Find you
get
a
it.
black woman of high class. I'm telling you, it'd be different.
Well, the woman I got now, I promise you, she a high class. She half black, half white. But you know, hey, look, she a high class.
I
But
think
I
it
just
came from slavery.
say that again.
I think it comes from slavery.
You know what? I really do. I think so too. I think a lot of that has a lot. But how does it get past? How does it get past so many generations? Is it passed down within the generations? Like, is this woman telling her kids that, hey, look, fuck them
Because
white men, or you know, you got to be independent. You got to stand up for what you. What is going on? You know?
I feel like because as a black man, you know, and looking at the history of how we treated our women back in them days, like we didn't protect them, we didn't lay down our life for them. We allow other races of people to do what they want to do to them while we watch or just let it go. Like when you think about Emmett Till, when they went to go get him, his uncle gave him up, a black man. So I
Mm,
feel like our women are mad because we never stood up like every other race. Every other race went to war for theirs.
mm.
We the only one that laid down and allow everybody. So I feel like that comes from us, just being honest as a black man. To where we have to basically show them that we're not like that no more. We always run from our problems. Like and
It's an
I don't
interesting
think that's
concept.
necessarily true. We got gangs. This is a part of
Exactly.
the this is a part of the problem that we don't want to talk about. A lot of the gangs that are actually going to war right now, it has started from a conflict that happens within the black community. You don't see a Crip or Blood gang member go to war about something that happens with the Asians, and it's not to be rude or anything, but that's just not how it happens. These what these gang wars be about. So and that's how it takes place for us. Just so happens.
Yeah. And so what's the answer? I mean, what's the solution going to be,
So
man?
I don't want nobody to sit here and say, oh, black men haven't been taken up for our family. That's absurd to say, because I can tell you right now, the Crip and the Blood was together for a very long time until a woman got violated.
Well, you know, I'm gonna give you a little history of myself.
Valdez.
Yes, sir, yes, sir,
I just wanted to say, and I'm gonna drop y'all. The only solution to that, my brother, is
yes,
to
sir.
keep dating who you want to date. And I'm gonna tell you,
Amen.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because at some point they're gonna get tired and they're gonna say, you know something, if we really want to be with a black man, we gotta learn from a lot of these other races. I'm just keeping that thing all the way above. Date who you want to date and let them date who they want to date. Let them look at the statistics and let them see who men are really preferring. End of story.
But
oh yeah,
what I
and
will
see
Let
that
me
what I
say
say
was
let me say this too before you, because I know you say you about to drop. I think Sunshine, didn't you have something that you wanted to like? You had like something that you didn't agree with Sonic on or something? Maybe I don't know. All right, go
This
ahead.
is what I want to say, right? And it's for anybody. My thing is this: please don't put everybody. I don't put every king in a category. Please don't put every queen in a category. Everybody got their issues. And my thing is this: leave the weirder beasts out in the wilderness because that's where they at. You can't change some of them. My thing is this: at the end of the day, within this community, especially with our black men and our black women, first of all, please heal from your mama issues and your daddy issues, both sides. Number two is that everybody is not the same. I will not downgrade no black man or no black woman because in the areas that they are in, especially when we are trying to fight to really start standing together. One thing I learned in the midst of it all, instead of us trying to fight and try to down each other, let's come with some solutions as, we seeing things. And my thing is this: hey, date whoever you want to date, 100% hands down. But don't sit up here and say, oh, every black woman is angry. Understand in the midst of it all that black women, let's keep it 100. The ones that's good, because I speak for myself too, we hold a whole lot of stuff. And it's not anger from anybody. It's of the things that we have on our backs. We get talked about from other cultures. Coming, the Hispanics don't like us. Let's keep that, honey. Asians don't like us, but they follow in our tracks because why? We are trendsetters. One thing I learned is that if you cannot recognize what we are, and especially with black men, and understand that we stand together, we are more powerful together. But see, we have this thing, and what is called is social media, right? Because anybody can pretend to be something they not on this damn social media. But one thing I learned, I'm not gonna put everybody in the same bucket as the weirder beasts out there. Everybody have their different issues. Everybody have their different things. And I thank God that I have a beautiful husband because as a black king that he is, I learned how to fix myself. So everybody had to understand in this time, please just remove the ones that out there that needs to stay in the wilderness and understand that those like these good black women out here, the ones that's really good, is not that. Sometimes you got to understand, you got to see through the lining as well as black kings. They are not mad. Sometimes there's things that's been on their shoulders as well. We have to see both sides, but I will not drag no black man and I will not drag no black queen, but I will drag them wilder beasts because they're the ones that you see that's doing these things. A man got to have 50%. They got to bring a whole table. And meanwhile, they don't have no damn table. Then you got some of these men out here telling a woman that she got to have a banging body and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, you have a whole fakeness on you with that carpet on your head. So one thing I'm going to say this, and I'm going to leave this here because I'm a realist and Kev know who I am, is that in order for us to get to a place that we need to get to, please fix your damn self. Make sure you don't have no hidden agendas like your mama and your daddy issues. I'm talking about the black man and black woman. Make sure you deal with the issues within yourself, because when you understand how strong we are as a community, because we did have a city and a city that was built that was nothing but us, and how powerful we are together, we begin to start moving shit. Until then, if you don't have no damn solutions for either part, then by all means, moonwalk the hell away. Because it's so disgracing that I see this stuff and it hurts me, because as black people, we've been through so much. No excuse, hey, nothing to do with the Latinos, hey, but I'm talking about my black people, because we've been too much shit, and we allow people from different cultures to fuck us up too, on top of us. So with that being said, I love everybody unconditionally. I do. I want to see the best for us, and Cal knows that. But one thing I don't do is sit here and try to listen to just one side and this side and you go back and forth. No, let's bring solutions to what it needs to be done and how we can fix things. And if we can't fix them, then hey, do what you need to do. But don't put everybody in a category together, because everybody is not the same. People out here trying to make it as well as everybody. So let's try to come up with some solutions. And if we can't come up with some solutions, then by all means, hey, it's a dead topic to me, because ain't nobody, we all arguing and there's nothing nobody trying to really say to try to make sure that we are good with each other. So I digress on that. Thank you, Kevin, Kevin, look at me. See, you're going to beat me up, okay? Thank you for allowing me up on your platform. You really know I don't be one to talk, but thank you for a platform. And it's not coming at the Sonic. I love you, King. Nothing come after you. But what I'm seeing is that we are so upset with each other in areas because of people and their foolishness. Not everybody is the same. We have to understand, we have to separate it. Thank you.
Dang. She got tired.
So
Hey,
something that I
go
wanted to
ahead.
talk about is now I'm just being funny, but Valdez, this is very much one of those situations of being in black people business. But
Hey, you
I'm
call it
not
what
mad.
you want, baby girl, but
I'm
it's
not
America.
mad.
We all mixed up in this bitch, so it's all good.
But yeah, so my thing with Sonic is that something that drives me literally insane is that people on the internet have been pushing that black women are adopting the feminist movement and blah blah blah, and it's just a whole bunch of stuff. So what it really is one, black women are the ones that pioneered the feminist movement. It was hijacked by YT women and thus became extremely exclusive, and we just kind of was said, F it, we don't need that anymore. So what majority of, you might not particularly enjoy the women and their values, but most women, like, I am a womanist. That is a different thing. It's inclusive, and it's more so towards the idea of everybody should be able to just do their own thing for the most part. It's really not about that, like, oh, rah feminism. Like, that's really not what it is. And most black women don't really have that sort of like
I think a lot of them do.
about it.
The worst talking point that they have that comes from that is, and it seems like there's only mostly us that do it, right? Or all women, is that I'm independent and I don't need a man. That's one of the number one things that you said that, since you said they made it up and they steal it from the feminism. Now I hate that they made it up. Now, if they made it up, that'd be even worse.
No,
so
I have a question though. But one of my
do you get my point though? You got a question,
yes,
but then you get my point.
What I'm saying is that it started out as one thing and it was taken because, like, realistically,
do you think that's right?
No, just let me finish real quick because
you didn't even. Did you even address what I said? It's like that was crazy.
I'm getting there. I promise you, I'm gonna get there. I promise you. Okay, just give me a second. So sorry. Just give me a second. Listen, bro,
I gotta give you a second on what. That's crazy. Go ahead, man.
But yeah, so basically, it was created. Feminism was pioneered by black women, but when it was a thing,
that's crazy.
When it was like, but when white women took a hold of it, that's when they got the whole like, oh, I want to be able to work and I want to be able to get out of the house. Black women have been working. So it doesn't even, that's the values don't line up. So that's why I'm saying it's a different thing than what a lot of black men like perceive it to be. Like, it's not really what black women we all don't want to be working and shit. That's not true. And I just feel like,
jump in real fast?
No, hold on real quick. I gotta address this though, because I don't get why she telling me this like I care. It still don't change the fact that they are yelling. No matter how you want. Hold on real quick. What is going on? Let me just finish my point real quick. All right. Because like she deflected so dang on bad. I flat out told her what's this saying that's going on right now, and she just deflected and told me the reason why they saying. I don't care about the reason why they saying it. They still saying it. All I'm saying is we the main ones that's talking about I'm independent, strong independent, and I don't need no man, and they living that way. How's that? I don't get why we not saying that's not right. That's wrong. I mean, why we not saying that's wrong? I don't care about the root of the reasons. How is that? You think that's right?
Why do you? I don't.
Yes or no? Do you think that's right?
Your name says it all. You tired, baby.
The thing is, it's like, I understand that my whole thing is like, why do you think it? I don't think anybody should have to live just because you feel like you want to. I'm not really on team tell people how to live their life. That's what I'm saying. So you think it's wrong, that's okay, but I don't particularly.
So you think it's right? Thank you. That's all I wanted you to say, man. You making it wrong. No. So
I don't think it's necessarily wrong because I feel like if you're an adult human being, independence isn't like that's not a bad thing.
And that's the difference, right? Because other races are doing it. We the only one. We one of the main ones doing it. Talking about I don't need no man.
You know what? That's why I say she's the epitome. She's the epitome of the black woman I was talking about. Because listen what she said when she voiced my name. Oh, well, no offense, but we talking about black people shit. Baby, we all Americans.
We are talking about black people shit.
But see,
what do that mean too? Give me that too. That's why I made that.
We're actively talking about issues within the black community. Are we talking about
so what is that? Like, what do we mean by get out of black people business since we on that? Since we straight, we skip that.
I literally just
what that means is when black people are talking about an issue within the black community.
That's why we don't like y'all.
That's what that means. It doesn't. Now, I'm not saying that conversations don't need to be had with other communities. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm not about to, like, if it's a whole bunch of white people having a conversation about their people in their community, I'm not about to just insert myself. That's what I'm saying.
This is weird though, because you just said that we are not the only ones that have this issue. You said everybody else had an issue. Now we put a stamp on it and say black issues. Like, you gotta make your mind up. So is we the only ones that have the issues, or are we not?
No, I'm saying that even everybody has their
person
own unique
perspective.
issues, but there are also like everybody has like the similar issues, but there are some issues that are unique to a community. Is that not right?
So what is the black issues we have when you say get out
I
of
don't
black
know.
people
Slavery.
business?
That's one.
Huh?
That's a pretty
All right,
big one.
so okay, cool. So you say
Like,
everybody, so nobody else went through slavery but us. So that's black people issues then.
I'm saying
Right.
within America, yes. Were there other people who were slaves in America? Last time I
yes,
checked,
ma'am.
no.
There was plenty.
No, an
Someone
indentured
educated.
servant is not a slave. An indentured servant is not a slave.
Yeah, if I want to say
You wouldn't
this.
be able to take what they went through. And like, I'm gonna say this, like when they say everybody can be racist, just like white people would never experience what our ancestors went through, let's keep it a buck. It's a whole thousands and millions of black people that would never experience that either. And a lot of us spread hate in the name of using other black people trauma. And none of y'all, not none, but a lot of people that speak on these other people trauma never went through anything. It's like y'all blowing smoke.
Come on with it.
Preach.
Come on with it, Andrea.
That's the word that you don't want to unmute.
That's why you my sister, baby. That's why you my sister. I love you.
So you're basically saying that certain communities of different people don't have their own
specific you didn't experience shit is what she's saying. You didn't experience shit. What you're talking about.
Okay,
and then you say like you have like you can have passion, but other people can't have passion that never went through it. But that's like contradicting yourself because you never went through it.
Just because you don't go through something, like I'm not saying that you don't go through something.
I can't feel what my great grandma went through. I can't even feel what my grandma went through. Why would I have to feel with somebody from 400 years?
You don't have to feel it, but you don't have to feel it to know that it's there. Like that's not the same thing.
Nobody never say it's not there, but y'all talk about it like it's in your face, like it happened to our like.
Well, it wasn't that far. It wasn't that long ago.
But it's not. You wasn't probably
y'all
even
trying
born.
To make it seem like it happened.
I'm 31.
Like it happened,
you probably wasn't even born
a century ago. It really wasn't even that long ago.
Walking amongst us with the same belief system.
And honestly, I understand. Like it's just weird to assume that we can't be exclusionary. Like, why do we have to include everybody within our problems? That's why we can't get through them.
So what is that's what I'm saying. What is the problems that we have that everybody else don't have?
Wait, do you think? Wait, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna mute. Do you think if we wasn't having, and it's not even in the real world, it's only on TikTok. Do you think if pro-black people and white saviors wasn't having these topics, we would be having these topics right now? If they wasn't causing so much hate, do you think people would be making these topics right now? Because in the real world, nobody's not doing this.
Yes, because the thing is, baby, is that at the end of the day, you and your community and the people, you and whoever else on this panel,
black people would never get fired. We can say and do whatever we want. We would never get fired.
Y'all might not have the same views, but at the end of the day, the law views you differently. So I don't even know why we acting like this ain't a problem.
You not gonna tell me as a black woman what the law do? Because I've been stopped by the law plenty of times, and I'm 31. I only been booked one time. I only been booked one time, and it's a lot of thousands of black people.
If you're a black person and you're white passing, you're not getting stopped by the police for no reason.
Associate that with every black person.
That's not happening. That's not happening.
White passing. What the heck?
If you're a Hispanic person or you're a person of color, but you're white passing and you are a white person, you're not getting stopped by the police for no reason.
All right, Sunshine, appreciate you.
That's not happening.
I want to ask.
You don't know their situation. Just because white people get underlined by cops, white people get stopped by cops.
That's crazy.
Like,
people aren't getting arrested for having.
Hold on, real quick, y'all.
You an idiot. You don't even know what Hispanics go through. You don't know. You're black. I'm Hispanic. I'm Latino. You don't know.
Okay, so you can say that, but I can't say the other way around.
Hold up. So I don't want to drop another person.
In the 90s,
hold on, real quick.
Wait, so he can say that. He can say that, but I can't say it the other way around.
Go ahead, Sonic. I
just wanted to know this, and I just want to ask the women this, and just be honest, and can I get your honesty? Do you think it was the government that divided us black men and women? Do you think it was them? Do you think it was planned for us to be where we at right now? Or do you think it was black men that divided, black men or black women that divided the black culture? Who do you think it was that divided us?
Definitely the government.
The government played the part in it.
They took the young women first.
The government played the part in it, but when they you talking about taking like the black men out the house or like just black people not liking each other?
If you fast forward from 1950, 1960, when we were in the household, who do you think separated us, and why do you think we were separated? Look at us now, 70 years later.
Hey,
So,
Sonny, I got
so
a
when it
question
came
though for
down to
you.
when it came down to the welfare and all that, because my great grandma played the part in doing that for women, because they wasn't getting no rights and stuff. Let me tell yes, the government did take the men out the house to boost these women up, but let me tell you, these men were still in the house. They only had to leave for an hour inspection, and
So,
after that, they was coming right back. So the government, so at the end of the day, that was the women's decision to choose that, and also the men were still there. They just had to leave and hide their clothes when inspection came.
Now, I agree with you. You know
It's
why?
self
Because hold
accountability.
up,
It's
They
Andre,
self
also
I
couldn't get
agree
accountability.
with you.
married.
I agree
so
So
with
how
you.
was the government able to take us out the household?
Because women didn't have to choose that; they could have stayed with their men.
Exactly.
and
My
so you want
granddaddy, my
So
granddaddy, his daddy before him, they always had their own. My grandparents, them, my grandmother lived with my granddaddy. We never had to
But
depend on
listen,
no
your
government.
grandma probably went through hell too. She probably had to take a lot of stuff from that man. You feel me? Women couldn't do what they wanted to do. They was like they had to be there. They didn't. They couldn't do stuff on their own. They could work and be maids and stuff, but they really couldn't do much. So they had to depend on that man.
Andrea, I want to say this. You know the reason why the black man and welfare came about? Because they knew that if we start giving black women money and we get, taking the black man, which was welfare section 8 at the time, they knew that taking trades out of school where we can work with our hands,
Oh my
they knew that,
God.
hold up, they knew that taking away certain jobs that we couldn't get no more because we had to have this thing called a degree now to be able to get that job. I remember, listen, hold on. I remember whenever they
I
started
was
taking
born in
jobs.
'93. They ain't got nothing to do with me.
Hold up. I remember
it
when they started.
does.
Hold up. I
It
remember.
doesn't.
Hold up, Andrea. I remember when they started taking jobs out of school, but I'm going to tell you the reason why it was the government that done it. Because they knew that black people, we are more powerful when we are together. And I'm going to tell you why. When you look at all the BOM beings, I can't say that on here. When you look at all the unalivings that they did to us, they knew that anytime that they get together, they get their own doctors, their own lawyers, their own hospitals, their own stores and everything. And they did not want that. They did not want that because they felt like there was a superior race. So we started going to these schools fighting for integration, and we should have never fought for integration. We should have stayed separate.
But you
But we,
see how we say we and you didn't do not a damn thing? I don't take credit for what my ancestors or older folks during Jim Crow did. I can never do that.
So you
I
don't feel
cannot speak.
oh
connection to your
my God,
ancestors?
Yes, I feel
Yeah,
connected to my
oh my
ancestors. You're
God.
not
yeah,
listening to
but
what
if
I'm
you
saying. You're not
no, because
listening to
you
what I'm
just said
saying.
you just said that you don't
so
believe in we,
You
but
know,
at
so
the
so
end of the
look,
day,
that's
we're a
the
we
reason
community,
why
are
gon'
we
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 got
not?
gonna get back to
EBT
that because
right now.
I got
That's the
three
reason
other
why
people.
people got EBT right
I'm
now.
done. I'm done.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so we gonna get back to this though because we gonna. It's like three people that haven't said anything though. So I'm gonna get Stella. Stella, you, the random, and then we gonna get B man in. I remember I seen random in Google Room. I remember that name. Go ahead, Stella.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up? What you got for me, man?
So the first one, I don't think black people like hate each other, other black people. I think black people view other black people as as their competition. So
Mm,
black people are like constantly in competition with each other. Even like just random black people that black men that I don't know, always trying to be in competition with me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a
mm,
competitive person, especially when it comes to black people. I just feel like black people see each other other black people as their competition. So there's always like confrontation and stigma and stuff like that amongst black people. The
mm.
second one, why do we be so quick to tear successfully? But personally, I feel like the reason why we do that is because we know that the industry is not owned or controlled by black people. And when you're black and you're, in the industry, you are not in control of, the agenda that you put out there as a black person because it's not your industry. And a lot of black people who say those black people are puppets. Like I agree with those black people because I've never seen a celebrity who black people say are puppet, who didn't turn out to be a puppet. I feel
Interesting.
like, so I feel like the reason why we say that is because we know the industry is not owned by us. So if there's a black
So every
influencer,
successful person is a puppet.
no, not being a successful person, being an
Successful black
influencer.
person. That's why that's specified up there. Because it seemed like the reason why I put that one up there, even though we haven't got to this one, because you did just go right to it, but it's cool. But the reason why I put that up there, it seemed like that we cannot give each other credit for, and this is one of the biggest ones that I really wanted to talk about. We cannot give each other credit. We always got to say every time we successful, oh, YT man allowed it, and YT man, like some people actually grinded and did work to get to where they had to get to. So I don't never get why we cannot give each other a pat on the back or anything. We got to always discredit one another and say, well, he's sucking a YT man ball. And I mean, like, dang, when we going to ever uplift one another? And I think that's one of our biggest issues.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you were like talking about in terms of like the industry, if you know what I mean. But in terms of like a black person owning like a small business and being successful, no, they're not puppet. You know, they have to work hard to get where they're at. So, you know, shout out to black people who do stuff like that. But I was talking about the industry strictly because personally, I have inside sources on the industry. I've seen the contracts that most black people, like influential black people, have to sign to get where they're at in the industry, and most of them were just puppets, basically.
Okay. All right, it's cool. We just gonna do the first two though, because everybody hasn't went through that yet.
You good, bro?
Yeah, no. Random, you next, and then we're gonna get B man. Then we can do open panel again because I know a lot of people got stuff to say. Just want to make sure everybody talk.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
What's up?
Hi. So I'm gonna try to pick a couple of questions. But
You can do the first two. We just gonna do the first two.
okay, give me a second. Honestly, I can't speak for the mass majority. I can just say what I see, what I observed. I think that there's a lot of people that just have so much anger and so much. It's like the respect is not automatically given in most cases. And I think that some people take the negative experiences they had with the few people that was in their life and it's almost like they display that, they personalize that situation and make it a everybody thing. And so for some reason, even if there was a successful African-American man or, a hardworking, intelligent man, some people, not all, I don't know why it's hard for them sometimes to give the man or the one, well, it's about a man. I don't know why it's hard for them to give some men their credit. There are some people out there that have success and they don't know how to treat each other. But I think that some of those people, it's just because of their past experiences with, African-American men, when they see a man who's successful, it's like, oh, it's too good to be true. He had to do this or he had to do that. Or he did this and he turned his back on everybody to get there, and that's not the case. I think that is a lot of damage people in our community. It's a lot of, not so nice people in our community where we pass in judgment and we quick to disrespect the person and we don't know them. If you don't mind, I do want to say it's something we could definitely learn from other cultures, which is decorum and how we display ourselves. Meaning there's a lot of races that experience what we experience. However, they handle their affairs inside the home in a more respectful manner. They're not getting on the internet talking about how people are deadbeats or how they didn't take care of their child. When other people is having co-parenting issues, they're not getting on Facebook or TikTok talking about how their son didn't pick up their kid for the last 3 months. It's rare that you see that. And so I think that the problem is other cultures, because they do have problems, they're handling it in a more respectful manner. They're not getting on social media talking about how pathetic all the men is in a culture. You won't see it because it's rare. You might see one case, but you never really see it because at the end of the day, they're thinking about embarrassment, how embarrassing it is to their own culture. Yeah. They're thinking about representation, how other people will perceive them. So regardless of the co-parenting or whatever issues that they having, they still have a lot more respect to not get on the internet and just read that person for filth and tear them down. And I think that that's what we need to do better as a community, because I get on some platforms and I don't be rude and it's just like attack, attack, attack. I don't know why we do that to each other. And I think it's because we done had so many negative experiences and encounters with people that we just don't go and we instantly ready to attack somebody. And I think that once we learn how to heal and forgive each other and let go of the personal issues that we having, we will learn to respect the next black man or the black woman. It's it's some black women out here that don't have respect for black men, and it's because of what Dante and Sean and all those men did. And it's like, you have to learn to forgive the past, forgive people, whatever you've been through. And that's why a lot of men sometimes don't respect us, because it's like they're
Keyword
getting
forgive.
bashed.
Yep.
Yeah, they're getting bashed. So it's like, well, you bashing me. I'm finna talk about you and where you fall short. I'm finna talk about how under your butt cheek dirty or you ugly.
Right.
So it's like everybody is on guard. Everybody is on go. And we got to get to a point where we know how to treat each other with respect and forgive. And then for some women out there, just because the men that you experienced wasn't the best, that don't mean get on social media and drag the whole community. That don't mean you hold all men accountable for, what I'm saying, you not having the best experience. And I think that there's too many of our women that's doing it. And so now you got a lot of men getting on there. It's like, well, let's talk about the misery I went when I was with you. You get what I'm saying? So it's just getting bad. And I hope that, eventually we can get to a place where we could just respect each other. That's all.
We will. I got faith, man. We got to just bring it to awareness. People got to stop always deflecting and trying to counter things, and just we got to listen for real. That's one thing I actually took out of because I did see you in even though he was so heavy on you, but I could tell you was trying to listen though in the room. He was heavy on you, but he be like that sometimes though. But I could tell you be trying to listen. But that's one of the things we just got to
It's
hear
fine.
each
I
other
know
out.
he judged me. I got cancer, and so he didn't know a lot of my information. I didn't put it out there. So when he was just dragging me, it's like, oh well, I don't have. You're not gonna allow me to explain nothing. So it's cool. I still
It's cool.
respect him.
He a good guy, but he just there's some stuff that I don't know. I just don't. That's one of
Cool.
I kind of a little bit support him though, but he do be so heavy. He like super heavy on people though. But that's how
It's okay.
he got his name out there though. But yeah, that's one thing. Like you said, the forgiveness. I think that's one of our biggest things, and we have to really listen to one another. Because I did want to make a topic of like even within each other, like can we, have even the opposite race, right? We have a problem that we have against each other. Can we really listen to one another and take into consideration that one of these things that they might say about us may be true? Even men and women, right? We should be able to have a thing. They say, I don't like when men do this, and women can be like, a man can be like, I don't like when women do this. We should be able to just listen to one another, see what the problem is, and maybe it is one of us, and then we got to just look within ourselves and try to adjust instead of making deflection. Well, you do it and I do it. I think when a competition comes in, that be the problem. We keep trying to make competition with problems that need to be addressed. No matter what the situation, but we fighting lifestyles versus people that's trying to actually look out for the future and all that stuff, whatever. Because some people know they messed up. They feel bad about the decision they made, and they just don't want it to be pushed out in front of everybody so everybody can see it. But just like you said, I like that one part where you said that everybody probably do go through the same exact things as us, but they're scared of embarrassing their culture. I think I noticed that about us, we not scared, but when somebody else mentioned about the stupid stuff that we put out in front of each other, now we want to be mad at them because they mentioned the things that we repeated what we said about ourselves. So it's like, man, we be doing some silly things, and it's like that's the whole point. That's why we got to keep talking on this thing, because people got to wake up, man. Sometimes we be doing this stuff to ourselves. So before I go to the next person, I guess I got three more people or whatever. So I'm gonna get B Man in. I'm gonna get Naraya. I hope I said her name right. And then a Q. So before that, I'm gonna do a break because I ain't got my mods here. So real quick, if y'all can, it's 30 people in here. If y'all can keep on tapping the screen, we can get to 10K. I'm pretty sure we can do that. We're doing some free stuff. I don't be asking for cash ups and all that other stuff or whatever, But if y'all would like to gift that bad, that's the only reason why I got my cash up there. Oh, this ain't even on my back screen, but it's cool. Also, just keep hitting them likes. Like I said, to get to 10K real quick. That's the next goal. Hashtag FYPs in the comments just to keep my page going on the For You. Especially invite a lot of especially us, man. I'm trying to talk to especially us, the black people, because we got so many things, man. We be saying we want to address these issues, but it's just like then we try to run away from it and make excuses about it too. Like this is the day that we got to stop using that. Well, this came from the history and all that stuff. This is the day that we know we done did all the research in the world, and we keep saying, well, it came from history. What about now? From this point, we done did all this looking up and all this Googling and all that stuff. So now that we know, what are we gonna do about it? And that starts with self. A lot of this stuff we gotta start with self. But yeah, just keep on tapping. Even if y'all in the box, y'all can tap. I know they got that little myth that it's gonna shut it down, whatever they say. Y'all can tap too. Get the 10K. Y'all can take a break. Share. That's one of the biggest things. If y'all don't know how to share, because I see it's at 51. Hold y'all fingers on where my prompt is at. Hold it for 2 or 3 seconds. Then you'll see a list of friends pop up. Go ahead and just share it to everybody. I should see that. If y'all like the room or want to join the team, it's 1 penny. Y'all can go where it say laugh and learn at the top. Hit that orange heart, and y'all will have an orange heart near y'all name, and let it be known that you're a part of the team, and it help push me on the they call it the popular lives. I guess that's some new stuff. You see how one of my moms came in here. She's Lala, her stuff. She's sharing. She's showing the example how to do it. And then you'll see that little orange thing next to the name, like you see her 19 in the orange. So, all right. Let me get B man. What's up, man? What you got for me?
What's up, man? How y'all doing?
I'm blessed, man.
Me too. I'm blessed. Highly favor of God. Yes. I just want to know. I just want to say that. How do I say this? I think that with the first one, I'm mainly focused on the first topic, the one in the red. I
What you
think
got for me?
I think that we times get jealous of each other. That's why we sometimes we get jealous. We black people, we get jealous of one another, and I don't understand that. We hate on one another. Um, like if one person got something going on in their life and that's going good, another person said, "Well, how come I ain't got that? You got that, but I ain't got that." We don't respect each other. It's always you this, you that, you no good. You know why you got to act like that. You know what? We should just talk to each other, talk things out instead of picking up a pew pew, and that's no way to. Uh, that's not how the black community should be doing, picking up pew pews and
Can I?
unaliving people and
Can I?
unaliving. Hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
Yeah. So I don't know how to say this. If we're gonna, if I, if black people are gonna fight each other, at least use your hands. If you got a problem with a brother or sister, at least use your hands. Don't pick up a pew pew. That's a coward move. So we need to go back to that, and we need to talk things out. And if you can't talk things out, then walk away. I like to talk things out. If I got a problem with a brother or sister, I want to talk it out. I want to talk it out. You know, some people don't want to talk it out, especially the women. Women don't want to talk things out when men try to suggest a problem. They want to continue to argue with a brother. Not all women, but some black women want to do that. They want to be heard. They want to be right all the time. And a black woman can't be right all the time. You know, let us invent. Let us talk. Let us talk and say how we feel sometimes. You know, so that's why a lot of black people don't like each other because of that, and we need to stop that. For the other two, I don't really have much to say about successful, but that's where I
Okay.
stand on that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say you made me realize something because I was about to write in the comments. I don't get jealous of my people. I love my people, but something just clicked in my head, and I'm like, wait. I was raised by a single black mother that was like kind and loving, and she always took my friends in and stuff. So I get this from her, and then it's a lot of people in our community that probably had my situation but didn't have a kind and loving mother like me. So maybe they do have that. You know
Yes.
what I mean? So I was
Yes.
just trying to elaborate with you. Like, dang, I let me not be so ignorant. Like my situation is different from other people, and that's why some people probably do got so much hate, and I feel like it's so unnecessary. I'm
Right? It's
sorry. I
Yeah.
wasn't
unnecessary.
trying to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. I just that's what I was telling people. Talk things out, talk things through instead of just yelling and screaming because
Right.
that ain't gonna get the brothers and sisters nowhere. That's only gonna
Yeah.
add fuel. That's only gonna add fuel to the fire.
Mm.
What are we accomplishing by hating each other? We're not accomplishing nothing.
Yeah.
We
So
we,
let me
you,
say
we
this too, though. Let me say this real quick. Is that even with this, and I see a lot of people do that. They put themselves in it. Well, I'm not going through that and all the other stuff. The thing is, we still have. That's the point. It's not like I said. It's not a competition. It's obviously it must be some truth to it, and that's the point. Even if you're going through it or not, even if it's a race thing or not, because I seen somebody say, well, that's just not a race thing or something like that. Cool, but we're still doing it. So overall, we still have to address that problem. So unless we just think we lying, ain't nobody coming. I don't think a lot of people coming up here just lying and saying some things that they observed of
I
what's
don't think
going
they
on.
lying either. I don't
Huh?
think they lying either.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying, right? So if you haven't seen it, just listen to the people that have seen it, and they can explain to you why they went through it, and why it might be valid or not. We can't just keep writing off everybody that say that. Oh, I went through this, but some people do be lying. I ain't gonna lie, because some people just be lying about anything to get one over though. But
Uh-huh.
sometimes some people may be saying things for a reason though. So no matter if it might be a problem or not, still fix it. Either fix it or we know we're not part of it. We don't have to fix it. It's one of the two things. Because I'm not about to keep on reacting to every last time somebody say something. Men is that I'm good. I'm not one of them men, but I know it's men that's out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe it's problems that we have on both ends that we do have to address, and that's just what it is, though. So when we hear even with this topic, I don't have to put all or nothing like that. We just know it's black people that don't like other black people. You don't have to say I'm not one of the ones that don't like black people. That's cool, but we have to realize there's some people that don't like you, right? So I mean, that's the thing. So
Right.
on this project, it's just an open general thing that we have to fix, no matter what it is.
But how you not gonna like somebody, especially your own people, if you ain't did nothing to them?
Well, people like that. I think it also comes from like things that we get taught too. Like I believe hatred is taught and be the silliest stuff. But let me get a couple more people in too, and then we're gonna do an open panel. We're gonna get Naraya in and then Q, and then we open, man. Y'all we can get it going. Y'all can keep tapping in because y'all just stop tapping. We stuck at 8.2. Y'all, a lot of y'all not even talking. Y'all can at least tap. Let's get the 10K. We can then go ahead and share. If y'all fingers tired and all that stuff, go ahead and share to some more people. They can come in and help tap. I'm about to be on this thing. I'm trying to put in a little time so we can wake some people up. Just a little bit. But go ahead, Naraya. If I said your name right.
You said it right. Thank you.
Okay.
So I love the topic first and foremost, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak. So I was going to say to the first title, I think that it's not so much as we don't like each other. It's just that we don't have a united front. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that most races have, because the truth of the matter is there's crime in every race. There's all types of things that go on in every single race. So I wouldn't want to say it's just black people, because I watch a show every night. It's called Fear Thy Neighbor. And I'm telling y'all, white tea people, they off each other over nothing. Literally. Like, if you watch that show, it is full of those stories of white tea people that off each other for nothing. So I don't want to limit it to just us. However, the difference between us and the rest is that we do not have a united front. For example, we do not have an idea of what we like or what we don't like as a whole. So specifically would be how we are presented in the media. Some people are okay with Sexy Red. Some people are not. Then you have on people who are okay with the rap scene. And then there's people who are not. So one example that I give a lot of times when I bring this topic up is Miley Cyrus. When she got in the media and thought that she was going to act a fool in front of everybody, what did they do? They sat her down as a whole. They agreed, we don't want this image. And they sat her down, and next thing we knew, she was married and not acting a fool in public no more. So that's the thing that we're missing. Not everybody disagreed with what Miley Cyrus was doing, but as a whole, they agreed they didn't want that particular image. Mm-hmm. So when we have these topics, we need to discuss the solution, and it would be to have a united front to say, this is what we want as an image in the public. This is what we want, in the educational field, whatever. This is what we want, but we don't do that. We just argue all day about it and go in circles like a hamster in a wheel. And another thing, we need to stop, like you said, the competition, because there isn't one. Nobody's innocent, not black women and not black men.
Hello.
Nobody's innocent. So we need to stop with the, oh, well, you did this and the whataboutism. We need to stop that because, at the end of the day, like I said, none of us are innocent. Black women have unalived 20 million babies since 1973. And black men fill the prison systems. So what are we going to do?
Stop hurting people out here. Stop put. I used to tell people
You
stick in their
know,
chest. Stop with your stick in your chest. Out. Okay.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So we can't
Yeah.
say, well, it's them, it's them. No, it's y'all, it's y'all. No, we all got some deep, black, dark skeletons, okay? And when we say that it's not true, that's when we lie to ourselves and we become delusional. So, like I said, stop the competition thing. We all got skeletons. We all got stuff that we not proud of. And also, we need a united front.
Okay. I like that. Y'all better send her a galaxy or a dragon for that one. So no, it's not. But go ahead, Q, and then we go open panel, man. I know a lot of people got some stuff after that. It's open panel right after Q. What you got for me, Q?
Hey, what's going on? Appreciate you for bringing me up.
For sure, man.
I'm gonna answer all of these. The first one, if I can.
If you fast with it, yeah, you could do that, run through them. But yeah.
The first one, I think, is a combination. I think it's partially due to our conditioning through white supremacy, but I don't think that's the issue now. And I think it's partially. I really think we look at each other as inferior as Black people. The second question, I think that's jealousy. The third question, I think that's insecurity. You don't want to get your issues called out by other people.
Oh.
The fourth one, that's a Black person that holds themselves accountable. And the last one, I agree. We need to. I agree, and I would even go as far as to say the Black community is done for. You should probably find your own community to be with that agrees with you with the way you see things.
Oh, okay. So he done hit the fire right at the end. So what we got, man? Anything? Open panel, y'all. Nah.
Hey, can I speak real quick? I would love to piggyback on what Q said, man. Q, you hit it on the number, man. Look, like earlier, like Lady Tired. I was here earlier. I got dropped. I don't understand why, but I got dropped.
Because you keep
Tired
running your mouth when I said be quiet. That's why you got dropped.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I was gonna speak on this, man, because look, I grew up with Black folks. I'm not Black, obviously. I'm a Latino, but I know what they about. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, man, what you just said is so fucking true. You said exactly the words that I would have loved to say. And I want to speak on the last thing. We need to learn from other cultures how to get along, agree, and disagree. And I believe that is imperative for the Black community, not just the Black community, but us as Americans. Look, we all live here together. We all doing our own thing. We all come from different places. We all come from different struggles. And if we can't learn from other people, then there's no reason to really strive and try to get better, to be honest with you. I think, striving and learning from other people is one of the best things you could ever do. We all know Latinos, they always look at me like, oh man, your people is one of the hardest working people ever in the world. You know what I'm saying? And that's the stigmatism we get, right? Why not learn from that? Why not thrive from that? You know what? I took it from a man here in Mississippi. He was a Black dude, Now, typically, Black people aren't considered capitalistic people, but he's the one that taught me how to be capitalistic and get my own job, get my own company that I own now. You know what I'm saying? So we all can strive to do better if we just unite. Stop looking at color. Stop looking at people as different this and different that. Just learn from people, man. If it wasn't for that, if it wasn't for this Black dude here in Mississippi, I wouldn't have my trucking company that I got now. You know what I mean? You just got to open your eyes, man. Let your eyes be open and stop making it a black and white issue. It's not. It's really not. There's a lot of things that can, digress to that, but for the most part, it's really not. All it is look, learn how to make money, you're going to be all right. Learn the capitalistic system. If you don't learn the capitalistic system, you're going to be stuck in the background, working a 9 to 5, and complaining about fucking everything else and blaming everybody for your fucking struggles. I am a plane.
Something.
She got no right.
Did you notice in the last 6 days that Saudi Arabia and Iran and all those countries united with Russia? What people are not realizing is this country is falling, but because we're on the top of the food chain, we don't feel it. like we would if it was a third world country. Economics is not the black issue. We spend $5 trillion a year by ourselves. We don't have a spending or a economic problem. We have a spending problem. And the
100.
issue is not gonna, you give a Negro, excuse my language, you give a Negro $1 million, he gonna be a bigger Negro. You know what I'm saying? So
I
it's
wouldn't.
not gonna help to give money or anything like that. We have to get to the root of the problem, which is, drum roll, like the host said, self. It starts with self. I must just say that. It starts with self. And as a black woman, I can say I am a business owner and I've been in the industry, the beauty industry, for over 15 years. I have been through so much in this thing, trying to stay afloat and everything, but anybody can say, oh, because people don't support me. People don't support me. And I used to say that in the beginning, but now I just say it's a us problem. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have a problem with getting clients outside of my race. So what the let me just land here. What
That
I'm
was
trying to
deep.
say, what I'm trying to say is, we have got to stop seeing other successful black people as an anomaly. We have to stop seeing it as if it can't be you. You know what I mean? And like, I wanted to take my name off of my building because I knew that caused people not to want to deal with it. It's hard to explain in 5 minutes, but I've been in this for long enough to know our people need help. And you can start with yourself, and once you change self and your mindset, things will get better. But it's not an economic issue. It's not an economic issue. I promise you that it's not that. We
I
have a
like that.
self-hatred issue.
Ooh, I like her, man. I like her. She preaching. I know it burns too. Don't it burn y'all? Some of y'all that say we hate to hear
I'm
about ourselves
serious.
sometimes. That's our problem, man. We hate it.
We cannot stand. I'll open up a beauty salon, and a month later, a white tea woman opened up a beauty salon right across the street, y'all. Do y'all know that every black girl I knew that I reached out to went to work with her and did not come to work with me? And that boggled my mind. And I said, I know the Lord is having me go through this for some reason, but it bothered me. But this year, nobody is there. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is there. But not to say that it's anything about her, but that bothered me that all the black women that I knew that slayed hair, that worked their way up just like I did not want to work with me. Period. And I was like, Lord, what is this? Because I only did this for us. I only did this for us so they could come here and not have to worry. But they didn't want to do that. So that tells me it's deeper. It's deeper than rap, y'all. It's deeper than rap. It's deeper than y'all could ever imagine.
Yeah.
I
So
have
hold
one.
on real quick. Banana. I just noticed he was YT too though. But what's your issue? It seems like you haven't agreed with one thing up here, or do you just don't like when black people have some type of um progression or some type of accountability towards self? What's your
I
problem?
think that women as a whole love to tear each other down. And I don't think that it has to do with race as
You
much
don't
as
think
it
that's what you
does
were just doing?
jealousy. What? I haven't been doing anything.
You just like she was either trying to say like positive things or even things about things that we may have to work on, and you talking about tearing down. It's like you obviously you agree with not one thing. One thing. It just
Well,
seems
I
like
mean,
everything.
I recorded this whole conversation that you guys had, so I
That's
guess
cool.
I would have to go back and reflect on it. But
Please do.
to
Yeah.
me, it seems like a lot of BLK people love to purposely segregate themselves from the rest of society, especially if they're not getting the special attention that they think that they need or desire or want. So, like, if they're not getting like this special friggin', oh, yes, come into our group. Yes, you are so special. Yes, you are amazing. it seems like they intentionally are like, what the frick? I'm just not special enough to be in this group. When
Come
we're
on, Kev. You
all
know this
the
is a troll,
same,
man.
right?
This is a
We all
troll, man.
bleed.
Get rid of her.
Let
This
her
is a
talk.
troll.
Let
I'm
her
not a
talk.
troll.
Let her talk. Man.
I'm not a troll. I promise you, I'm not a troll. This is just
She's
what I
speaking her truth, so
witnessed.
let her speak her truth. What you got?
So to me, it seems like in the majority of situations, a lot of people love to put themselves in situations where they are disadvantaged. And I said that completely wrong.
You might feel that way,
Nobody,
but
I said that wrong. I said that wrong. Nobody
you might
wants to
feel
be
that
in a
way, but everybody may not
B
feel the
man,
same.
did you not hear what I
I
just
didn't
said?
say
That's
I
crazy.
feel.
Let her finish real quick.
I didn't say I feel.
I want.
I say I think. From what I have viewed, it's not about my feelings. This is what I have personally viewed in my own personal observation of what is going on with our country. We are all Americans, are we not?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do we keep
By the way,
feeding on this division between all of us? I mean, we don't necessarily have to breed together. We don't necessarily have to intertwine together, but we can be nice, we can be decent, we can have communities. Like, I think that the word community has been hijacked, especially by the alphabet mafia and like people like that. Like, we can have like just local communities where we all get along, we all have the same type of ideologies, we all have the same goals when it comes to the communities that. Do you get what I'm saying at all? Like, I'm not
Okay, look, I
trying
feel you
to
on that
be.
though, but it's like this. The point of this topic is like we don't even. A lot of us don't even get along with ourselves. What make you think we gonna get along with somebody else? Well, that's like when people
Well,
be
what?
getting into. Listen real quick, because you just did your thing. So it's like just like when people want to jump from relationship to relationship and they can't even stand themselves, but then they like, well, why you just didn't invite or come in into this? That's the problem. We keep if a lot of us is scarred and stuff or whatever, we're not even dealing things within ourselves. Why you think we're gonna invite somebody else or try to or put ourselves on somebody else when we not even right? So we gotta
I
that's the whole point of
understand
this
that.
topic is we gotta address the personal issue or whatever these things I've been saying you put in the comments. We got to address them things first, and then we spread out from that point. But
Do you think that people of
did you
other
hear anything I said?
other?
Because I
I
don't like when
did.
people keep doing question
I'm
over at the
trying
question.
to
So what did I?
respond to what you just said.
No,
So,
what
like,
did
do
you
you
get out of
think
what
that
I
just
said?
because I am a YT
What,
person, I haven't
listen,
had trauma all my life?
I'm trying to give you a chance. What I'm saying, did you hear anything I said? Because it sounds like you have a problem with always
Yes,
trying
you
to
guys
listen
are
to
all fighting
respond.
amongst each other, right?
You
In your
fighting
own
right now and you
community.
talking about us. That don't make sense though. So I'm saying, did you hear anything I'm saying?
Yes, I did.
So what did you get out of what I was saying?
That everybody is fighting amongst each other, and I've been listening and I've been hearing what you guys are saying when it comes to the pew
I would
pew
just
or
say
the
right now, at
violent.
the moment, right, instead of you voicing so much, just listen for a minute, man. You just like you said, you did a recording, you might have to re-listen to what's going on, because I feel like we're trying to get somewhere. We got some level-headed people that I've just been listening to that's trying to, address some things, and we talking about it. We trying to, because we got to talk about the issue first before we can fix it, right? So
Yes.
it's like you trying to add on to it. It's not just that. Whatever
No, I'm not. I'm not
we gotta
trying to
address
add
one
on to
thing.
anything.
We gotta address one thing at a time. We can't just say that let's throw your little 2 cents in and we gotta talk about yours
Yes,
too, then talk about that too. We gotta address one problem at a time. So right
I
now we're listing
understand.
off the problems, and I guess you listed a couple things, right? So we gotta take it step by step. And it don't
No,
work
I
the way you
understand
want it
completely.
to, right? It don't work that way. It sounds like it seems like you got problems within yourself too. From me just
Oh,
listening to
we
you,
all
and then you
do.
worried about everybody else too. But all of us, like at the end of the day, we all have things we have to work on, no matter what,
Yes.
right? So
Yep. That's what
I
I'm
think
trying
one
to
thing I would
say.
give you as an advice is that you should listen more. You just got to listen more and see, because
I
every
do
live,
listen.
every last group is not like that. Some people are willing to have conversations and talk about it. Some people, we're willing to work it out. Like today, I haven't had too many that was just, trying to go left and use their feelings only. We trying to really bring awareness to certain things so we can kind of get things squashed. Some people gonna listen to it, and some people gonna be stubborn. So it's just it's baby steps.
I understand what you're saying. I really do. I do understand what you're saying. I get it. And I'm not trying to overtalk and I'm not trying to overstep whatever. I've been in lives a lot, and usually people overtalk me or they drop me or because I am more of a controversial type of person to have up in your life, to be honest. So like, I always try to be honest, okay? That's just what I try to do. So, I understand what you are saying. I do. I get it. I'm just saying that, like, I think that there are bigger pictures when it comes to authorities that are trying to come down on us than just race. And I think that should be something that we should really be taking into consideration, because I think that ultimately a lot of us just want to see the betterment for our society as a whole. And I think that even, like you guys with your little, yeah, I'm kidding. That was a bad joke. But, I'm going to turn on my camera for a second. So, I'm like seriously trying to, I'm trying to sincerely talk about this because it is really important. And I think that it is, it's deeper than what it's been made out to be in certain situations. And I think that there are people who have been deeply affected for generations. I mean, you look at Flint, Michigan, or like there are communities that have been deeply affected by this. So I'm not oblivious. You can say I'm oblivious, but I'm not. I have a pretty good understanding of what's going on.
Now. So let me see. Since you put a few things out though, so now from this point, it's time to listen again. So what y'all have? Anybody what y'all got on this? So what should we
I don't think she understands what we go through. She's just saying stuff off the top of her fucking head. Excuse my language.
Try to keep it respected, because we ain't gonna be able to have a conversation. Even though you have a certain feel towards it, I think everybody, that's one thing we do have to learn how to do, is control our emotions. I'm pretty sure we can listen to one another without. Hold on real quick, Banana. But I'm just saying, we can, even though you feel a certain way, we still can take certain things into consideration what she may be speaking on, because I think all of us, and that's one thing, we got to be able to learn to listen to one another, because I'm pretty sure that's just like if we want women to listen to us, we got to be able to listen to them. So we got, all of us got some things. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Sometimes some people that might be a different race may see some things about us, and we got to be able to listen to it and either say that it might be correct or not. We don't have to call them out their name or nothing, because it's not making us any better than them. You know what I'm saying? We got to show that we got some type of control. So
that's why I said, excuse my language, because I know how I can get sometimes.
Yeah,
I will be honest. Not all white women, but some of these white women get under my skin because they just jump in here and don't understand what we go through. Sometimes they just run up at the mouth. They so quick to judge us, but they won't let us judge them. They're not in our shoes.
I agree, because she was in the comments with a totally different tune than what she's having right now.
A lot of people in my box. Wow. Go ahead. My bad. Oops. But yeah, besides that, like, what do y'all feel she was false at or something like this? Besides just expressing our, because I understand that we can get triggered sometimes, but what do y'all feel that she may have been wrong with, or what does she need to learn that might not be, that might not have been true about what she's saying, or so maybe because this is the time she should listen.
So I think you said it earlier. Because I actually do understand where she was coming from, and I think she was making some valid points. But I think you said it earlier. We're not there yet. She a few steps ahead of where we're at right now. We need to focus on black people have an internal issue, and we can't mend relationships with the external until we get the internal correct.
Internal, agreed.
Okay.
The only thing I would say is I think some of the stuff she said was what some people said. It was just in a different form. Like she did mention that it's not just a black race thing. She said women in general tear each other down.
Mhm.
But then I kind of got a little lost in what she was saying because it was like 9 different topics at once. But I'm not trying to be funny.
No, you're
But
true. That's true though, because I was trying to get
yeah,
it together
but
too.
I think that I think she was pointing out some of the stuff that we said already. Like she was agreeing with some of it. I think it was the delivery and then the off-topic things that kind of threw people off.
Mhm.
But she was saying is the how divided we are. She pointed that out,
Yeah.
and she was saying that it's not a battle between race. It's more so a battle between like us being divided. But then I'm not gonna lie, banana. I got a little confused because it was like 10 different topics she was touching on. But I don't think she said anything wrong or
No,
offensive.
and I really appreciate you. What I'm trying to say though, I've been listening to you guys for a while, and I was listening before I even um before I put my hand up to come
The
up
whole
here,
joke
and
thing.
before I was accepted up here. So like there's a lot of, I think that there's a lot of history that has been lied about, and I think that there is a lot of history that has
Like
been
what?
manipulated.
Like what?
I different things. I think that
You
there
gotta
are.
say it. No, you can't leave us hanging though,
Well,
because it's like,
I'm trying to think about
so you,
specifics. I mean,
what the?
you look at JFK and how he was like unalived. Like who unalived him? Or like I think that in general there is a lot of history that has been manipulated, and whoever's the winner of whatever battle usually is the one who comes up with the history books or writes the history books, okay? So, I think that I think it goes deep. And I think that unfortunately, when it comes to the black community, you guys, or like the black community, were more of like the test subjects when it came to, and I'm not saying this like I don't mean it in any way of offense. I'm saying this
As
as a
in what?
way
You
to
gotta
just,
see when you look when you say certain things, you have to explain it because you sound like you got a lot of things running through your mind, but you got
I
to
do.
explain what you mean because you're gonna leave us hanging and we're not understanding anything you're saying. So you said test
what I'm
subject, you
talking
said a
about
few
when I
things,
say
you're not
that,
giving
can
detail.
I finish? No, I get what
No,
but
no,
when
you
you
can't finish
interrupt
because you're gonna
me,
leave people lost. You're gonna leave people lost. So when you said test subject, because I'm gonna stop you
okay.
in the middle of
So
everything
what
you
about
say so we can get an
syphilis
explanation.
back
So
in
what do
like the
you mean by
1940s or
look,
whatever? The
look?
syphilis experiments that they put on black people back in like the 1940s. Our
She don't even
U.S.
know. She
government.
just saying whatever she heard y'all say in these TikTok rooms. Okay, she don't know.
That's why I told her she don't know what we go through. She just running her mouth. That's why I
Yeah,
got
yeah.
to.
From this point, it do seem like you doing that though, because every time I ask you something, you saying you're gonna, but you gotta literally, because
I've
it's
been
not a vet.
targeted
Look, this
by
not
the
a vet.
government.
Look, hold up. This not a vetting session, or I feel some way towards black people. Say it's not that. The thing
But she
is, you
started
have to,
getting.
if you have an issue, right, or whatever it is, you have to say it and
The
then explain in detail what it is. So
Tuskegee
we,
experiments,
all
right?
right, bro.
Tuskegee experiments,
What is
right?
Can I
that?
say something? Can I speak?
Go ahead, lady.
Well,
You don't
first,
know what the
hold
Tuskegee
on, Banana. Give me
experiments
one
are?
second, baby. Give me 1 second, sweetheart. First and foremost, thank you so much for allowing me to get on your platform and speak. Hello, everyone. How you guys
For sure.
doing?
How you
My name is
doing?
Lady J. Again, thank you so much. This is a very, very interesting topic. And I've been in here for maybe about 20 minutes, 20,
Hmm.
maybe a good 25 minutes. You know, I've been sharing and posting and stuff, and I am loving this forum. This is the side of TikTok that you do not see. This is the side of TikTok that does not get pushed. This is the side of TikTok that needs to actually be pushed and talked about a lot. And what I have yet to hear anything yet was about spirituality. I
Mm.
have yet to hear anyone speak on the fundamentals of how far we as individuals fell back from the origins of ourselves, from the spiritual origins of ourselves. I have yet to hear anyone speak, because it could potentially be a race thing, or it could potentially be a spiritual thing where a lot of us as individuals are not doing the shadow work and digging deep within ourselves to figure out our life's purpose. That could be a lot of it as well. I do also
Most
know,
white people just want to introduce you into their world and
banana,
treat you
baby,
the
baby.
same as everybody.
Thank
All
you.
right, that's
Thank.
it. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
done with
thank
her
you.
though.
I
All right.
appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Because I would never try to overtalk or overstep my boundary, but just give me my little time to talk, and then the mute button will be back on, and then you guys will talk. That's how a conversation rolls. Okay.
Right.
So if I'm gonna ask a question, I'm gonna be quiet, and then that person is going to answer it. And then if that person asks a question, I'm going to be, and that's how it goes. We can all sing together, you guys, but we can't all talk together. Okay. So that right there, that overstepping the boundary, the jokes about the you guys and the you people, a lot of us are built for tough of this stuff, but you have to understand, you cannot continue to kick a person when they down. We are already known as these type of people. So when you make certain statements like you guys, or well, these people, or well, this as a whole, as a group, again, we as melanated people haven't even begun to eternally work on the stuff that we got going on, let alone bring someone else into the mix as well. So I do believe, and I know I didn't answer any of these questions, but
It's cool. It's cool. We gotta
I just
talk. We gotta talk about all this anyway. So
I do believe spirituality is a main role in the human development and society. I do believe trauma, dated all the way, we can even go back to 150 years, trauma being located in the DNA strands of everyone, not just black people, white people as well. So we can look at this stuff, and we can make accurate decision on do we want to change the bloodline? Do we want to break generational curses and build generational wealth? Or do we want to continue to be comfortable in the skin that we in and not break the rules to create and generate new rules that will help? So I do believe that it's all about that warrior spirit. That I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys, grandmothers, great grandmothers, great grandmothers, and great grandfathers passed on to you guys that they were not able to fulfill, but because it's in your blood, it's in your DNA, it's in your genes, they pass it on to you. So a lot of you'll get in these circumstances, in these situations where you feel like you don't know what to do, but the power is always within you. Linking up together, uniting as one, will bring that powerful stance even more. And that's kind of all I really had to say about that. But I like to bring spirituality into a lot of things, not religious. Not I'm not saying this God, that God. I'm saying there is one God that created all of us. And it's a
amen.
lot of things
Amen.
in that is dividing it. And that's where you get religion, because each religion knows that there's a God, but it's a way that they're distributing out the information. But each religion will not tell you there is no God. So there is
Mm.
definitely a God. It's just all how different religions attempt to try to break it down so you can follow what it is that their traditions are. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So learning your roots, learning your tradition, going back 2,000-3,000 years into your generation plays a role in how you will want your purpose to be fulfilled in this life. And right there, I'm a land the plane with that.
Oh, I like that. I like that. All right. So before I go, we gonna get Jelly then Major. But real quick, I gotta do another break. It's 50 of y'all in here. Keep on tapping. The goal is gonna be 20K. The goal is 20K. Let's go ahead and keep tapping it. That's free, man. It's the free stuff. A lot of y'all really is not talking. A lot of y'all in the comments got fingers going crazy with the comments. Y'all can at least tap in, and we could take a break at 20. If y'all have not shared, what's the deal? If y'all have not shared yet or don't know how to share, go ahead and hold y'all finger where my topic is at. Hold it for like 3 seconds. Then you'll see a list of friends pop up. Then go ahead and share it to everybody, because yes, especially my black people, we gotta talk, man. We gotta really talk. Go ahead and share it to them. And also, did I say everything? Oh yeah, join the team. If y'all don't have an orange little heart near y'all name and y'all interested in this conversation or whatever, join the team. It'll help push me on a popular live.
How
So
do I do
that to
that?
join the
I'm
team,
sorry.
huh?
I want to
What's
do
up?
that. I want to do that. How do I do that?
So my name up there is my name, and then you got an orange heart right there. You just tap that orange heart, and it's like 1 penny, 1 penny, and it'll have
Okay.
you. Yeah.
All right. So
So it'll help push you on the pop. Some new stuff they added to TikTok. Because when I was on here, they ain't had it when I first started like 3 years ago.
okay.
But yeah, yeah.
So
So
just
that y'all can do that.
just press your name.
No, right near my name, you see an orange heart.
Wait a minute. My lord.
All
I'm
the way on the
so
top left where my name is at, you're gonna see an orange heart.
okay.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm back. Okay.
There you go. Somebody just did it. Somebody did it. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
There you go. Cool. Shoot, even if y'all wanted to, let me see. Let me throw that. If y'all want to subscribe, even though that costs money, but that ain't no big deal on that though. That's just to get the emotes and
I wanna do the thing next to your name. Why
yeah.
am I not doing it right, Jesus? I'm
Do
sorry.
you probably don't have nothing in you probably because you need like 1 penny. If you ain't even got a penny, it'd probably be a rep anyways. Though.
I gotta
So
you talking about for these gifts down here? I'm
yeah, you
learning how
can.
to do it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
could send gifts. I'm sending them, but I don't know
Oh,
how I
so
got
you
the
yeah.
gifts.
Yeah, so it should be a heart. It should be a heart right near my Good Looks Cafe. It should be a heart right literally next to my name. My
Okay.
stuff say 25 or something on there, but it'll show that when you click that, it automatically just put a heart on top of my head.
Got you. All right, let
Yeah,
me. I'm gonna log out and then I'm gonna come on back in because I
that's
need
probably
to
what
see
it
this
is.
right
I
now.
got you.
All right.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. Also, let's see. I think that I did the hashtag. Y'all have y'all? I haven't seen nobody share yet. Did I see somebody share yet? I ain't seen nobody share. And I don't see. Is y'all tapping? Dang, man, y'all horrible, man. Horrible support. Dang. Yeah, we can try to get, because I'm pretty sure we can get to 20K, unless some people just in here looking for the drama. I ain't worried about all that anyways. Y'all just in here, just, I guess, whatever. This ain't no drama type room or whatever. Good looks. Shay just found out the button and stuff. Um, and then I think we good now. Go ahead, Jelly.
What's up? We on any question specific or just hit all of them real quick?
If you could do it fast, we can. Yeah.
Why black people don't like nobody emails? But it's just that we, you know what I'm saying, our tolerance is low as a group of people. I don't know why. We just are like that. Why do we be so quick to tear down successful black people? Example, he or she is a puppet. Because a lot of people really do be puppets, but also we have a crabs in a barrel mentality that I'm slowly seeing us break out of. But for the most part, it's crabs in the barrel. And also it's just that we have a huge problem with people looking up to celebrities as if they about to change your life. And that's not true. What is get out of black people business? That means that stay in your culture's business. Don't question our areas of activity if you are not a part of us. If you're not a part of our group, you shouldn't be questioning our areas of activity. Anything other than that is wrong. What makes a black person a coon? What makes a black person that is, it's a few things that can make you that. If you are just overtly a black statistic to the point where you don't even care, you don't care if you can't even read well, you don't care that you live on the government system, you a coon. If you are a colonized intellectual, like y'all ever met people who, you know, they say stuff like, oh, the black woman isn't considered a woman under white supremacy, and so because of that we have to let trans women be with people who like that. You a coon because you a colonized intellectual spewing white people knowledge as if it's for you, and you're trying to use it to subdue it. So that makes you a coon. And then another thing that makes you a coon is just the original cooning, you know, Uncle Ruckusin. Those three things will automatically make you a coon. We don't need to learn nothing from other cultures except how to provide our housing, employment, education, and food. Getting along, other groups of people don't get along, but other groups of people are the reason that they are eating. Like Latino people, like Latino men be having their woman right working beside them. White people, Asian people, he be in the back cooking the Chinese food and she on the register. If we can get like that, that's the only thing we need to learn. Anything else is some extra. That's a waste of our time. Like getting along, quote unquote, that's just emotional bull crap. It's not a real thing. So that's about it.
All right, so I got a couple questions for you. So let's get to the black business one. So what? So it must be something specifically we have that nobody else got. So what is some black business that others should stay out of? That I want to know. Give me a few of them.
So no, everybody had like white business. There's like we don't need to be worried about why
I
they
asked you. I asked you what is black business. I'm not. We
black
just. You just
black
said you're not about
business
to talk
is
about no other
our
race. But what is? Yeah.
black business is us deciding that Kamala Harris is not black. That is black business. We don't
Oh
need
my gosh.
nobody to be talking about that with us. We understand who is black and who is not. It's also us questioning Obama, even though we just stood with him. Now we're questioning what did you actually do for us? That's black business.
Oh my
Because
gosh.
realistically, he was a wartime president. So anything that comes to our culture's affairs, our areas of activity, what we're going to call ourselves at the next OMB meeting, which is the people who are responsible for how you classify yourself on the census and other important government documents. That is what black business is.
Yeah. So that means we should also not mention any other race too, since we only worry about our own business. We shouldn't say anything of what goes on in any other
No,
race,
we
right?
don't. No, I never once have worried about why white tea people keep pewing up their schools. I never worry about that. And I don't think
Interesting.
nobody black need to worry about that. It ain't happening to your school. You need to let them figure out what their
Good.
problem is, and then they'll be fine.
Good. I don't think we that separated. We kind of live amongst each other, but I don't know unless you found you a black area. But I don't know. I think what they do affect us too. I mean, I don't see how we can separate that though.
I
But
don't think
whatever.
that what they do really affects us. I think we got it.
What you got, Q?
Why do you
Did
think it's
Major? Did Major go? Oh, did he go?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh dang. Let me. Yeah, I gotta let you go. Let me let you go real quick. Then I'm gonna get you in, Q. It's open panel right after that. So Q, you're gonna
I
start off
let
the open
the
panel.
lady speak her. I let the lady speak her. You know, I'm polite. You know.
What you mean? She was done already.
Well, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Your
Obviously.
voice low. What you gotta? What you talking on?
Oh, I'm on speakerphone because TikTok don't like my headphones. So
All right. Well, so what you got? What you got on the topic though?
you know, it's all right. So this is what it is. Uh, Slavery and white people were slaves too. I mean, Irish, Scottish, Welsh. I mean, we're all been slaves. I mean, it's just
Interesting.
stupid. I, I don't
What was
even.
what's
I
your
don't
point for that?
get it. I don't get it because look, I come from a poor white family. Uh, I didn't have designer jeans and shoes and all that. I mean, I was. I come from a poor family, so I don't really understand. I served in the military too. You know what? I didn't see nobody by color. I seen green. We were going to combat, and that's all I seen. I had a lot of whatever you want to call them, black, Asian, it's Puerto Ricans. I mean, I don't get it. I just really do not get it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
If you don't understand something, you don't think it's better to listen?
Agreed.
Or ask questions.
Right.
Okay,
Agreed.
Right. That's true, Q. That's true.
I'm listening.
But you also stated that you don't get it as well.
I don't understand the whole what are we doing? I mean, can you not understand that the whole world is a better place and it's a shitty place, and I don't I'm not saying it's not the greatest place, But from like 1950s to now, is it not better?
I
I'm an
don't get
80s
what you.
baby. I can't really define that question. I can't answer that question because I'm an 80s baby.
Okay.
You been drinking,
Well,
Major?
so I was born in 73. I grew up in the 70s. I was basically raised in.
I can't do it. Yeah, I'm just not no
I feel like
introduce
he
myself.
was trying
Because I'm
to.
like, what is this purpose? Somebody got to state the
I feel
man's
like I
purpose.
can't get a level-headed YT person up here. I swear, everybody. It's like every last one that come up here keep on, and cause I don't got nothing against no. I know some of us do have things against it, but I actually love everybody. But it's like I'm pretty sure I can get one of them on here that has a very that can be able to conversate instead of just venting about how they feel.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're venting and not stating the purpose or anything.
Well, I think they
Nothing.
don't want to say the wrong thing, so they struggling to get out what they actually want to say because they
That's true.
afraid
That's
the
what I was
wrong thing is
thinking.
going to come out.
Yeah,
But I
that's
do
what
want
that's
to make
exactly what I was
a statement. I want to touch bases on what Naraya was saying. I think that we got to get back to a point where we start seeing the value amongst each other, black
Hmm.
women, black men. And she spoke about businesses and things like that. I have a sister who has she's an entrepreneur and she's, trying to do her thing. And what I'm noticing, not, and I can't speak for the mass majority, but I can speak for enough. What I'm seeing is when there is an African American person who has a business or trying to do things to be an entrepreneur, I don't know if I won't say that we've been programmed, but I think that not we, sorry, I can't understand why some people struggle to see the value in other people. And I gave a good example a long time ago, and I was saying like somebody can be selling the same pair of Cartier watches, I mean Cartier glasses, legit same quality, and we will find a way to be like, oh, I might as well go buy from such and such if I'm gonna pay the full price. I never understood why we so quick to devalue each other. And Naraya talked about how she's an entrepreneur and she has a business and nobody wants to support her. And I think it stems down from something deeper. Like some people just can't see the value in other African American people. And when we see those people trying to do something great or trying to do something that we some of us like to box each other in. And so when we see other African American people trying to be something bigger than that, it's like we nitpick and find a flaw in it so that we don't have to see those people at their full value or potential. That's just like I decided to want to sell cars. Somebody, and I've dated somebody who had a whole auto mechanic shop, and they will find ways to not pay that person a full price and be like, oh, well, I can go to AutoZone, not AutoZone, I can go to Meineke, or I can go to that person up the street if I'm gonna pay that price. We find some way to devalue our own people, and I'm trying to figure out why we don't see our own people just as equal as the next race.
Mm.
And it's crazy. Like we will find a flaw in it before we give you actually what you are actually worth. But
Ooh,
Can I piggyback on that
that's
too?
deep.
you sure can.
Go ahead, lady.
I'm in total agreement with that. We will look, and sometimes I don't even think it's the
Sorry.
I don't think it's the competition. Sometimes people be in one-sided competitions. Sometimes,
Ooh.
but you made a really really good valid point. If I see a pair of glasses that looks really really great, awesome, right, and this black owner is selling it for $109. The same owner of another shop that's not black is selling those same pair. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go by because we feel that we need to keep the money in our pocket. We're not even gonna circulate it amongst ourselves. We're not gonna do that. We will take that money that we worked hard for and go and buy it at a cheaper price and put money in someone else's pockets instead of circling it around our own people. And that I'm assuming is coming from way back in the day when we had to harbor everything. We had to hold on to bits and pieces because we barely had anything to hold on to. So I do believe in bringing back Black Wall Street and shopping within ourselves so we can build our community up, not just in whatever state you're located in, but as a people, as a whole, as a generation. Learning to unite amongst each other is definitely needed because, to be honest with you, we don't have that much time as we can see what's going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can see that seriously for real, it is time for us to actually, because a lot of us are suffering from pride and ego.
Oh
A lot
my
of us
gosh,
is
she said the word.
I'm serious. A lot of us is suffering from pride and ego, and will not let it go because I feel this way and I feel that way. Well, if you take that emotion out and bring spirituality back, each person has something a part of you in some shape, form, matter. At the end of the day. So learning you and learning how to help you is learning how to help the next person. Everybody don't want to be helped. Everybody don't want it. Some people are actually comfortable and stubborn being stuck in their ways, and it's basically to hell with it. Excuse my language. But learning to reunite for a better future, that's kind of what a lot of us should be striving for.
Can I piggyback off that?
Yeah, landing the plane with that. Yeah.
I think that we also have a competition problem. Like, I agree with you. Sometimes people really do be in one-sided competition.
Yes.
But I do also think that a lot of us have been conditioned to see success for Black people only look like being an athlete, doing hair, driving trucks, being a barber, doing lashes or makeup, or being in the culinary industry. And because of that, if all of us are in 6 industries, we're only competing with each other.
Absolutely.
So so if I got to go through you for my success instead of diversifying, now it's my only competition really is Black people. Versus if we had somebody being a mechanic, somebody having the scrapyard, somebody having every piece of these things, we could work together rather than competing with each other. But until we diversify our portfolios, we're going to keep running into that problem because we are going to be the main people that we compete with.
I agree because we don't architect, we don't preach like tech all that technology stuff, it's always so simple. CNAs or like, and this, I'm not down, and please don't take me as down to nobody. Like, I'm not saying them careers are simple. I'm just saying like we can expand more. I'm not trying to down what we do in our community, if y'all understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, no, I wasn't saying that to down. I was just naming a thing.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying like what you were saying. Like, we got to start, bringing out more of those careers to and letting them know. Like when we used to be in high school, if you like 30 or something, they used to have like the career books and they show you what you get paid, how much you might be making in this field, and like all the different. It was hundreds of different jobs that we don't even see or hear about. You feel me? That's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to go back.
Well, somebody made a statement earlier in it about and it was a very good statement. We don't kind of have those textbook things anymore. If you were to go in a predominantly Black area and then go in a predominantly white area, but we all going to know how that's going to play out because it's going to be 2 different types of teaching methods. It's going to be a different environment. It's going to be a different way of an outlook, a different way of things. You also have a lot of people that tie success in with cults, and I don't mean cults like a negative. It could be. It could be a sorority. It can be a frat, a fraternity, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to surround my success around this because the only way I know how to succeed is by stepping on the neck of someone else. Well, so you have a lot of people that think, because this is how they're brought up now. People are brought up. Some folks are brought up to step on people's necks, regardless of the color of their skin, to succeed because that's what they wrap around success as. That's wrong too.
I'm from Philly, so I might see stuff a little different from people other parts around the world. But I don't like excuses and stuff. Like, as far as they teach better and that don't teach better, because I feel like when I was in, or I know it's anecdotal or whatever, but we had a Filipino girl in our school, and she had the same textbooks as us. She had the same everything as us. She got to her classes before us. She left before us. She got finished her work before us, and it all came down to discipline and what her family values was.
Absolutely. We not disciplined like that for real, for real. We circle around discipline as do what I say, not as I do. We circle discipline around basically, if you don't do what I tell you to do, it's consequences and repercussions. A lot of us not even talking to our kids like a lot of other races are. A lot of us not discipline our kids because this is how we were raised. We were raised every time we did something wrong, we got in trouble, probably got a whooping for it. So we discipline around, we discipline around physical touch. We don't discipline around anything verbal. Well, I see a lot of African American people cuss their children out all day long, calling them B's and H's, and not even realizing you're degrading your own young person right then and there. And then that particular child is gonna grow up not even realizing that they are consciously or unconsciously reliving that experience that particular guardian did to them over and over and over again. So now they growing up disrespecting now you got a whole cycle that's continuing.
Can I say something
Can I
on that?
piggyback off that?
And can I say something real quick? Because I lose my train of thought real fast. I'm sorry. I just want to go ahead, Q. I lost it already. Go ahead.
That's crazy. Nah, I was just gonna say, Lady J, yeah, you spot on with that. I think black people got a huge problem with communication. We don't know how to talk to each other. We don't know how to de-escalate. We don't know how to address issues without being aggressive. I found myself dealing with that just a little while ago. I had an issue with one of my friends, and I'm sitting there trying to figure out, how do I address this without sounding aggressive? And then it's a little voice in the back of my head like, what is you, a bitch? Be aggressive. Address it. So it's like, black people, we really grow up with a real toxic mentality around communication and confrontation.
So
Just like what you said.
Can I say it real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
We do grow up in a toxic environment, and that's why when I be telling these people on TikTok that call me coons and tap dancers, I'm like, listen, I had to uncondition myself from a lot of my Philly traits. A lot, like some stuff I keep with me, but some stuff I had to uncondition myself from. And I'm trying to elevate people, show people how to do credit, show you anecdotal girl. If you don't shut up, we don't want to. We struggling out here. Yeah, I'm doing good, but it's a lot of black people in my statistics. It gets to that, and it's just like we never gonna get nowhere. All right, I'm not gonna talk to y'all. I'm this, I'm that, I'll be that, and I'll keep living my peaceful life, and I'll keep elevating, and you can stay where you at, and that's how I feel.
I want to
let me real quick. Let me get, because I seen the what you got, Randall? What you say?
No, I'll let you go if you need to speak.
No, go ahead, Rand, because there's a few y'all I haven't heard talk. You can go ahead, and then Raya, I think she wanted. I seen her unmute a few times, and then I got to get building, and I don't think he said a word.
Gotcha. I think a lot of subjects is so many sensitive topics to people. But I think, and the minute we say something that hit a sensitive spot, Andrea, right, you're going to get attacked. And it's like, oh, you this, you that, you this. Listen, sometimes we grow up so toxic, we don't realize we're not even setting our kids up for success. And one thing I noticed in our African-American households, and I'm not going to speak for everybody, but what I've noticed is, we kicking them out at 18. It's like, you know what? I can't wait until y'all 18. I'm putting up with y'all this. I'm putting up with that. We got to hear you ain't cleaning up. I can't wait till y'all grow y'all 18. Some people wasn't taught about credit, the importance of credit, establishing a credit. There's so much stuff that some people wasn't taught, and they're getting kicked out at 18. And it's like, get out there, be a man, do this, do that, be responsible. And it's like, okay. Some of these men didn't even grow up with fathers. So for you to expect them to get out here and be the best man they can be, and they haven't even had time to register the trauma that they've been through, the trauma that they experienced. Some of these kids was responsible for making sure their siblings took a bath and making sure the house was clean. They getting yelled at because the dishes weren't done, and they only 13. So it's just like the picture is bigger. Sometimes these folks they was set up to fail. You get what I'm saying? And so they got to get out here, get a relationship with a woman, and make these mistakes. And then some women complain, these men don't know how to be a man. Of course. What do you mean? Right. Of course. What time do you have to figure this out?
And to piggyback off of that, like when I say I'm the outside looking in, I used to smoke around children, my folks' kids or my god kids or whatever. We used to drink, listen to music, talk trash, all around kids. Today, I uncondition myself from that. I can't even take myself to smoke around my kids no more. I can't even, like, I'm still a fun person. I'm still dope. Don't get me wrong, but I just move a little differently now than I used to.
Exactly. And then we talk about how, our African American men don't like to communicate. Oh, communication is bad. Think about it. Most of these young black men got yelled at because they didn't take the chicken out to let it unthaw.
Okay.
And you really think they communicate? Of course, they're going to shut down and lie about it because it's going to trigger back to them. They know the consequences to doing something wrong. You're going to get screamed at and attacked. And I'm not blaming our women, but I'm just saying we have to understand where these men and women are coming from. Not saying our parents did a bad job, but some of them didn't know they dang self you know what I'm saying, a proper way to do things. So it's like when you kicking them out at 18, forcing them to get out here and be an adult, figure this out. When they do get into their first relationship, of course they're going to mess it up. They're going to ruin it. They didn't watch a successful relationship. They didn't have a solid dynamic. They don't know nothing about credit and being responsible and stuff like that. They don't know. Do anybody remember their parents talking to them about a credit card?
Absolutely
No, because chances are their parents probably had bad credit to eat and didn't even bring up a credit card. They brought up bills. So it's just like we got to understand a bigger picture and where we go around as a community. But then we've been programmed to not see the value in each other. So when it is a black woman or a black man that's trying to exceed, we're going to find reasons to not support that person because we only see value in people outside of our race. And we got to work on that. I know people that have opened up beauty supply stores and them sold bundles or nail shops. And guess what? They got broken into and stolen, all type of stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's something going on in some of these people's mind where they do not see value in other black people. They feel like we cannot be just as superior and just as successful, and I will never understand that.
Can I ask?
So let me
where do you think that comes from?
Hold on real quick before you.
Oh, my bad.
Before you did, because a few. Let me get in the right in. Then I gotta get. Just hold y'all questions, man. I know this is going. I know it's deep though, and it can be good, but I just be want to get everybody in. So I'm gonna get in the right. I know she been trying to unmute for a minute. And then I got to get building. Then Jelly wanted to say something. Then we gonna get the new she always in. What you got in the right?
You can go ahead to the next person. I honestly forgot what I was gonna say.
I know how it be sometimes. All right, well, just let me know. Put your hands up in the comments if you remember. Go ahead. Building.
Whew. Hey everybody, and thank you for letting me on the panel.
Sure.
Okay. I just wanted to piggyback off the, us black people not.
Where my man at? I don't want to break that up, but like, dude, I got some level-headed women up here that I just noticed that everybody. I thought it was. I got Q in here. You the only one, but it's like, man, okay, all right. At least we. But go ahead. But I love it though. I love it.
You thought I wasn't? Did I disappoint you that I'm a woman?
I actually thought you was a dude. I was like, all right, let's see what this dude talk about though. Then we got so it's like at least we know a lot of women got some level headed and see what's going on for real, man. 'Cause I need some of my men to step up. Let's go ahead and say something. My boy Q on it though.
Okay, so yeah, when it comes to our people like supporting each other, like I can definitely relate to the whole business concept, with our people having a little hard time adjusting, seeing us in positions that maybe they would have wanted or they don't feel that it's valued. I do want to say this. I found that a lot of things that we do naturally, like the young lady was talking about being a nail tech, a lash tech, and things like that, because we're creative people. And because we can do those things so effortlessly, and we do look at those things, and a lot of us devalue those things because we feel like, oh, that's nothing, But I find that happens a lot in our community. We allow our people to, to put down things that they don't feel that is really relevant, but to think about it, like those things is what are pillars, in our community sometimes for people who maybe did not want to go to college and things like that, but it's still making them money and it's still allowing them to do very good for themselves. So I think that instead of saying like, oh, we only have these amounts of professions that we do, we should embrace those professions and then broaden our professions as well. Like, don't discount them. Like, oh, we got enough nail techs. No, we don't. You a nail tech, and you know how to do it, baby, and do it proudly and do it good, because the majority, we need that. If that's what you're good at, that's what you're good at, and we should be able to embrace it and continue to let our women and men know that whatever they find is very minimum that they can do, it can still get you paid. You can still be your own boss, and still be your own entrepreneur, and be proud of it. Because so many times we downplay our people, and that's where it comes. We devalue them. We don't respect them for what they do, and then we wonder like, oh, why we're not getting supported. We're not getting supported because we're devaluing each other. Because we're making it seem like it doesn't matter. Like, oh, it's many of you, it's plenty of you, you're disposable, but you're not, So I think we should just embrace each other a little bit more when it comes to that, and that'll change the perspective about what we do naturally. Because there's a lot of people too. I mean, like a lot of women I know, they don't even know that their natural gifts can, make room for them and get them money. Like, they look down on cleaning people's houses. Well, why you look down on cleaning people's houses? I come in your house every day and it's spotless. You know what I'm saying? You can make money. You can open up your own made business, and y'all cleaning people's houses. Make your own solution. The way you be putting these chemicals together, girl, I can't do it. And we don't value like small things like that. Those things is what are like vehicles in our our society, like, and it keeps us going.
Okay. Nice. I like that. Let's get Jelly, you next, and she always. Before we go again, because I see everybody done slacked up on the tap, and I see the few people that have been tapping. I appreciate y'all so much, but I'm just trying to get this going, get this flowing and going, because I'm about to be on for a good little minute. So I want to at least get this pushed out, though. If y'all have not shared, okay, somebody beat me to it. Somebody got to share. So if y'all have not shared yet, for the new people that came in here, go ahead and hold y'all finger where my ghost face is at for like 2 seconds. 2-3 seconds, you'll see a list of friends, and then just share it off. See, Jelly Bean, she already on it. See. Also, if you have not joined the team, you will see an orange heart near your name, and it lets you know you're part of the team. That'll help push me on popular lives and stuff. It's like, what be said, we see that a lot of my lives like this do not get pushed, and it's always about toxicness and cussing each other out. I try my best so we can, because that was one of my number one things on this before when I came on here, was just like, I feel like our biggest problem is the lack of emotional control. I was saying control. Everybody love that word, intelligence and stuff, but all that plays a part, because I believe we can have a conversation without having to cuss each other out and degrade each other because we think different. We're going to think differently. That's one thing. But I think we can't unite because we do think different, and we got to call each other names when we think something different. And that's one of our biggest problems. But I believe we can have a conversation, because it's going to be people that's going to say some stuff that trigger us. But that's us. We have to figure out how to go past these triggers so we can really try to understand what somebody's saying. Just like the 2 people I just had to drop earlier, because I try to at least give them a chance. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to at least and that's what I think all of us need to do. Give each other a chance. What did I just say? But basically, we got to give each other a chance so we can be able to maybe hear something that they might have a valid point on. But sometimes we can catch, like earlier, people just want to come up here and vent, and they're not saying anything. So, I got to, X people up. But it's some people that we can listen to. So if we can hear each other out, we can learn from one another and make some adjustments. And that's the solution that everybody keep asking for, is listening is one of the first things. So if we looking for solutions, we got to hear something that we might have to work on. So, and it's the pride and ego. And I love what Jay said earlier. That is one of the number one things that we have a problem with. We don't know how to humble ourselves. I don't even see how some of y'all even believe in God and don't even know what humility is. That's one of the biggest things. You got to humble your own personal self to even get it to God. You know what I'm saying? If you can't, I don't even think some of y'all is true believers to even say that act like y'all and be prideful at the same time. I never understood that. Well, it's about me and it's a way I gotta survive this. It don't work like that, man. You gotta know when you should speak and when you should listen. And we'll learn a lot. We can be able to make bigger changes. A lot of times we hurting ourselves for the most part, because we missed out on what we should have heard. That's one of our biggest things. But let me not, because I could do a pre-session, but I want to just hear everything though. But yeah, keep on sharing. Let's get to 20K. Y'all can take a rest. I asked for 20K a little earlier when we had 50 people in here, but I guess people just lazy today. That's one of our other problems. We lazy. The simplest work, we don't even want to do that. And I'm not even asking for too much. I can see give me money. I'm not even doing all that. I'm asking for the free stuff, but we can't even do that. And then y'all ask for stuff to get, some type of solution. Maybe we gonna get somebody in here that can give us more solutions and stuff. But yeah, leave that alone though. But yeah. Appreciate y'all anyways for the ones that came in here anyways, because we gonna get some stuff going, because it take all of us to help one another so we can get somewhere. And I think good though, huh?
Can I start a conversation for the first topic? Because I really want to genuinely know why, like why, maybe just this could just be my area, so I'm not generalizing, but like even getting on a bus or walking down the street or being in the market, when I find myself trying to smile at another black person, like we mean mug each other, and I like feel like I take my smile back because it's like you're not about to beat me out, and it's like we can
No.
smile at other people. I just want to know like why, like I just don't. Can, it's hard for me to
Look,
Can I
we
try
phrase
to
gonna
things.
get
answer
to
that?
that
It's
though.
hard
That's
for
a
me to
whole nother
phrase
thing though.
things.
Can
We gonna get to that
can I
though.
please can I try to answer that question? I've been waiting on this
That's
question
why I
for
didn't want no questions
3,000
because I'm
years.
like, we gonna miss out on the two people that haven't spoken yet. But go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
just
Go ahead.
just
Go ahead.
We
I'm
can
gonna
wait
go
hold
on
on
ahead.
for a
Y'all
minute.
making
somebody.
some deep stuff, man.
I
I
just
got a lot of stuff for that too. So yeah, do a quick one, and for the next people, y'all gotta keep that in mind though, because I gotta get the two other people in. Go
We
ahead,
can
Jay.
wait.
real
I
quick. I'm
remember.
so sorry. I'm
Oh,
so
go
sorry.
ahead.
But yes, that is absolutely true. I'm gonna tell you what that is. That's a spirit. That's a spirit. You could be happy as shitballs, happy as all outdoors, and you could smile at another person. And when you lock eyes with that person, and you smiling at them, and you full of radiant, and your aura is shining, your energy is up, and you smile at them, and they give you the nastiest mug in the world. Let me tell you something. You not dealing with somebody like you. You dealing with the
Yeah.
opposite source, baby. You dealing with a complete negative entity. You dealing with a negative entity that does not like your light, that does not want you to shine. So you know what you keep doing? You better keep on smiling. And you better show
Right.
how bright your light is. That's what that is. That's not a color thing. That's kind of that's kind of the work of the underground. That's what that is.
Mhm. I will
Yeah.
also say I wouldn't all the way get because a lot of people is hurt too. I gotta still show compassion for hurt people and some people just don't feel like smiling today and stuff because they have been through a lot. You know, if somebody just lost their mother and all that stuff, why would they be sitting there smiling in somebody else's face and stuff? Some people do handle I guess handle their tragedies different ways sometimes too. So that's my compassion part towards that. That's why I'm gonna be trying to be quick to, call everybody demonic or whatever the situation is. Because some people are going through some things. I mean, I can still, I can uh kind of vouch for that too. And also because I see it in my family, I see it everywhere though. So it's also a lot of hurt too. So it's hurt people out here for real. Um, but
Real quick.
let me get Jelly in and get She in, and then once them go, then we can go back to free talk again because like this getting deep though now.
Man, y'all, you know what? It's interesting to hear some of this stuff because when I get on TikTok, it's like I'm talking to people who have master's degrees, sitting up here talking about how they grew up so hard and stuff like that. They don't even strike me as people who grew up hard. Not saying that you can't overcome things, but for the most part, I think that sometimes conversations about white supremacy has caused us to view blackness as a struggle. You know, I enjoy being black. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I grew up in a regular black middle class family. Dad there. I mean, I have struggles and I have things that I'm going through, but for the most part, not only am I sort of successful to be the age that I am, so are both my siblings. And in general, I agree when it comes to the upbringing because when I used to be in school, I used to get picked on for this. Like people used to not want to come to my house because you wasn't watching TV before 6 at my house. The TV was not allowed to be on until 6 p.m. at my house. So I missed 106 in Park. I missed those things. I had to go back and watch it because I recorded it, of course. But for the most part, nah, you wasn't doing that. Also, I wasn't really allowed to listen to secular music. I'm talking about you got to turn your MP3 player in, you got to turn your iPod in, and you got to make sure that you listening to stuff that's appropriate for you. When during the summer, I used to go to DC all the time. I'm in the Carolinas, but I used to go to DC all the time because during the summer they have a little technology fest out there. And I used to go to that every single summer. And now I feel like it is a lot easier for me to think for myself. It is a lot easier for me to walk into rooms by myself and have confidence. I am very well versed in a wide variety of things. And I think that overall, I used to be embarrassed about it when I was a child, but now I am thankful for that upbringing because it helped me be where I am today. The reason that a lot of black people don't like other black people is because honestly, white supremacy has done a great job at convincing us that we're our enemy. It has done a fantastic job at convincing black people that we are a part of the problem. you're unsafe around yourself. Your businesses are not as valid as their businesses. Your intellectual property is not as good as their intellectual property. That's why every time we see black men trying to be an artist, the first thing they do is start drawing all the Dragon Ball Z characters black. You could have came up with your own character. But no, we've been
Oh
conditioned to
man, talk
believe
on that.
we've been conditioned to believe that we are not valid in ourselves. And I think it's because we surround ourselves with too many other culture things. Like you eating at Chipotle acting like you doing something different. You just eating at Chipotle. You know, I don't I think that thing has also we don't immerse ourselves in the other side of blackness. Like if I asked a room full of black people, what do you think one of the best black albums is? We would sit and talk about rap and R&B all year. Willow Smith had a fantastic album. It was a rock album, but it was fantastic. So we have to immerse ourselves in black people that aren't what we think blackness should be. Also, we have an image of what we think blackness should be. And the moment people act outside of that, we want to strip them of blackness. People don't need your approval to be black. Black is not a performance. And I think that those things right there will get us a lot further.
Okay, let me get she in because I haven't heard her say not one word yet. Then we gonna get God Justice. Then we open panel again. But I'm sorry. Whoever this name, what is it? Sloppy Top. I'm not about to let nobody name Sloppy Toppy up in the panel, man. That already sounds like some BS already. I'm good. And call me a judgmental. I will say that. I'm not about to let nobody name Sloppy Toppy in the panel. Go ahead, she.
Okay, so for clarification, like, are we answering a question or just going off with each other?
Whatever you wanted to hear, whatever you heard, you can address that, or you can start with the topic itself, the red part.
So I'll actually touch up on what Jelly Bean was saying because she said a lot, but towards the end it started to sound like jealousy. I feel like when it does come to certain black people, they believe that money, if you grow up middle class, then you grew up just okay or perfectly fine. It's almost like a jealousy is there. And understand people with money also have problems. Money doesn't solve everything, but in a way it does solve everything, given the fact it could buy the resources that you need for yourself or for your community. And with a lot of black people, they don't have all those boxes checked off because of the limited resources, because of lack of money. And my thing is, that's why I feel like a lot of specifically black Americans cannot function in the same room together because it's too much negative personality traits. So with that being said, it is important to have self-love before being able to be in rooms with other groups and other cultures, because again, we cannot look at the same problems that we have, white America has, and every other group has, but in their different version. I don't think it's fair that we beat each other up and say, oh, you dirty, but your house is a mess too. You cannot judge somebody if your shit's not together. Thanks. And even when we talk about stay out of black people's business, at first I'm like, all right, that kind of sound aggressive, but then I'm like really thinking about it. If a white person cannot come to me and tell me about my problems in my community, I'm not going to let you speak on my community. I will advocate, and the only time I will speak about the issues if you're going to give me something to bring back to my community as a resource.
Come on, girl.
So it's more like, okay, we're going to talk business with this. I need this for this. Give it to me. If you're not going to give it to me, I don't need to explain my struggles with you. I'll talk to my people because I could relate to them. I'm not talking to a stranger about my issues. But I feel like we can do better. We can, but it's going to take a lot of psychological work. It's going to take a lot of truth being told on individual basis. We do have aggressive women in the community, and we do have men who are grown but are still little boys. So we have a lot of this going on, and sometimes it does push the people who have done the work away, because it's like, y'all not listening, so what the hell am I talking for? And I feel like that's why a lot of people get money and leave the black community. And that's why the hood is still the hood and nobody ever went back to rebuild it. Y'all don't want to listen.
And I say something.
Can I say something? Because there are successful people in the hood, but it's people that uphold the stereotype that make it hard for them. Because there's some people that do get money that don't leave, but yeah, most of us do get money and do leave. I do agree with that. But it is a lot of positivity in the black community, but the small amount that make it so hard, it's just like they overshine all of that all the time. And then you got black people making excuses for them. The white man did it. The white man put them like that. These young kids don't know nothing about the white man or what happened 400 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about the system. We're talking about the education you
I know
receive.
that.
We're talking about the food that you are eating. We're talking about all of that contributes you to be in a
For everybody,
constant
not
low
just black
functioning.
people.
And what I will say is when it does come to the white man, because again, we're a studied group of people. They study everything we do. That is how they, just like Riza Ism say, you cannot be mastered if you were not studied. You're actively being studied. So when you hear someone saying the white man, it is because of the white man. But the thing is, what are you going to do about it? What's the solution? What
I
can we
don't.
do?
I don't think a lot of the things that we doing today is because of the white man, man. I think to a certain point, we got to be
It's
able to
the
take accountability
aftermath.
what we doing today, man. Ain't nobody a
Yeah,
single baby
accountability
mama and baby.
matters, but we
Hold on real
have to
quick.
also focus
What the
on
heck?
the seed. Because again, what the black community is going through is a reaction to what has been done.
I killed that flower. I did it as a weed, and I keep chopping it down.
And it'll keep
Go.
growing if you don't root out the seed, gut out the seed. And the seed is white supremacy. What are you talking
Seed
about?
is pro black people and
We
white
don't
That's
have
one in
to
the
We
chat.
gonna
Make
get
sure you
back to
say
that. Let me get
everybody in the
God
system.
justice is though, because it's a few things I just don't agree on. Because if we keep doing that, we'll never try to grow. Because we gonna keep putting on everybody else but ourselves though. And some point
And
we
if
got to
people
be
don't
able to
understand the
address
root of
things
the
within
problem,
ourselves.
they're not going to understand the reaction of the
You
problem.
know the root, but we're not about to keep staying at the root.
Right? I
It's
don't
not
get how many
about
times we gonna
staying
use
at the
that
root.
though.
It's about putting everything in one context rather than just hyper focusing on one thing. You have to focus on everything. If you can see the
Black
bigger
people,
picture,
do y'all all
then
agree
you
with
can
her?
see how to
Let
get
me
out of
know.
that.
What the heck? That's why I'm saying we got that problem with the listening. We just can't listen. We got to respond so much. But go ahead, God justice.
Oh my bad.
Where you at, Justice?
Can you hear me?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's wrong with these phones. Maybe I'm just
It was
old,
no.
man.
It's probably TikTok. I know it be doing that sometimes.
Okay, why are we so quick to tear down successful black people down for an example? He or she is a puppet for the white T man. Well, the thing is, the 48 Laws of Power speaks on this a lot about not appearing too perfect. Sometimes it could be the case, but even if it is or isn't, let's just throw that out the window for a second. My success limits your excuses. We went to the same school, ate out the same trade. Some of us even grew up in the same house with these brothers and sisters. And I rise to the top. So that limits your excuse of why can't you do it? So the thing is, it's a point of a finger thing. Oh, you're successful because it could be just because I worked hard, I grind, got myself together mentally, spiritually, physically, financially, all these different things, and you just sat back and played around. You didn't invest in yourself, which is the best investment that you could make. And so since I hold up a mirror to your BS and limit your excuses, now you got to talk down on me because I made something of myself, and the only thing you did was make excuses, and I don't want to be a part of what you're doing no more because you know why? Misery loves company. You want me to struggle with you. But the moment I actually rise and be better than what I was yesterday, making myself 1% better every single day. So by the 100th day, I'm 100 times better. You're at a situation where you're still on day zero. So and now you got a point. So it's really a deflection when somebody do that most of the time, regardless if it is a puppet or not. It's a deflection.
True.
Number two, what is get out of black people's business? Based on what black people are saying, when other people are added into a conversation, more times than not, they could be right. Because guess what? The two things can be right at the same time. Like for
Right.
example, when y'all said that, why are we in the situation we in now? It is an ingredient of white tea supremacy, white tea flight, and all the things that have happened in the past. But it's also what we're doing today that's adding on top of that. So two things can be right at the same time.
The problem when black people say that is when people who are talking about our situation have put us in this position in the first place. So who are you to talk? And which there's nothing wrong with black people saying that from time to time to other people. Get out of black folks' business when something go down. When some people bring up, and I promise I won't be long-winded too much, but when people say black on black crime, well, that's popularized, but you unalive where you live. So there's white tea on white tea crime. There's Chinese on Chinese crime. There's all these different types of crimes, but that's talked about, and the reason why that's brought to the forefront. But the reason why black people push back on that because a lot of those people are taken out of our community, and they put us in this situation in the first place. The third one, what makes a black person a coon? Honestly, and this is my subjective view that I got so much conviction behind, the biggest coon is not the person that's talking against their community. The biggest coon is the gang members that's unaliving another black man. The biggest coon is the man that talks down on a black woman intentionally. The biggest coon is the black woman talking down on a black man intentionally. If you're intentionally trying to hurt your community, that's the biggest coon. The biggest coon is the
I
one
like that.
the biggest coon is protecting the snitches and not the grandma that's giving birth to the community in the first place. That's protecting the drug dealers and all this other stuff. And number 4, we need to learn from each other's culture. How do we get along, agree or disagree? It's okay for us to get along with other people's cultures, but love starts at home first. So we can't get along with each other. How could we possibly get along with other cultures? That's like
No, I think you read that wrong. I said we need to learn from other cultures how to get along.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm kind of looking and driving at the same time.
It's cool. It's cool.
Should be doing this.
Be safe, man.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
And being
It's a
on
lot
TikTok.
that we can learn from other
about
people's
games.
cultures. It's a lot that we probably could learn from other people's cultures. But even if we do learn from other people's cultures, without doing the inside work, none of that matters. Only thing we're doing is it's kind of like the analogy of being in a house. You know what I'm saying? I can't get along with my brothers and sisters. Everything is out publicly. We're fighting in the front yard. But then I'm trying to go down the street and learn from them and get along with them. You know what I'm saying? I got to get my house in order. Got to get my family back in order. We're laughing to stop. So we got to get things internally done. Then moving on to that, then we can possibly learn from other cultures.
And I look at it this way though. The reason why I say that is because how can we learn something from ourselves if we don't even know how to get along? So that means we have to look at other examples. That's my whole point of that. Is that's how they get along. Maybe we have to fight off of what they doing because obviously our way ain't working. How we gonna, we gonna keep doing the same exact thing and it's just not working. So it's obvious we can't get it from ourselves.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Like group economics and things like that. I get it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
All right, so it's open panel, y'all. I know y'all got a lot. Let's get it. Keep on tapping, y'all. 25K the next goal. If y'all have not shared, go ahead and share it out. Get some more people up in here. I got a few hours for y'all.
Hey. I wanted to ask Ms. Random a question if I could.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, earlier you had said something about dang, what did you say? Oh, black people don't value other black people, and they don't see other black people's what we have as valuable. And I was wondering, and I guess it's a question for the whole panel, because that's actually an issue I got to work on with myself. I could be honest, when I'm looking for information, if it's a black person giving it, I'm probably not gonna believe it. So what do y'all think is how do we fix that?
Honestly, and I appreciate the question. So I'll just go back and say what I said. I said, not all people. I said some people, some of our black people struggle to find the value in other black people, meaning that when there is an African-American individual that's trying to do something, sell something, or be something, we're quick to devalue it or find the flaw in that so that we don't have to give that person what they're worth. And quick example, I won't make it long. Let's just say you're selling a car or you're selling clothing brand or something. We will find a way to, that don't even look that nice, or that outfit not even cute. But then we're trying to pay Balenciaga $500 for a shirt that just got a question mark on it. We find ways to devalue each other so that we don't have to give the next African-American person their full value. Or if somebody is selling a car, we will turn around and say, okay, if that's the case, if I'm going to pay the full price, I can pay the person up the street. I think that either I can't tell you where it stems from, but not off the rip. But we need to get back to finding the value in each other because there is African American people that's trying to be entrepreneurs and give back to the community and build this community, have their own stores, have their own brands and things like that. But we're quick to find some type of flaw in it so that we don't give them just as equal what we would give the next person. And we talk about, oh, we need to open up our own stores, we need to open up our own brands, we need to open up our own grocery stores. But you're going to find a flaw in it. You're going to find something wrong with it so that you don't have to pay the full price of whatever they're asking you for, but you would gladly go up the street and pay the same price. And that's just the point I was making.
Okay, so why do they do that?
Not too sure why. I don't have the answers for everything. That's the point of this panel.
So you're only speaking on the result rather than what caused it.
Well, I've spoken on several things. I've been on this panel for probably about an hour now.
On the effects, but not the why, because I asked you why do they do that, and you told me you don't know, but you sure did talk about the effects.
I said I don't have the answer off my dome, meaning like off the rip. I'm sure there is a solution
answer for the effects.
So that's if you have the answer, you could just say it. This doesn't have to be argued. There's a systematic issue. But it's not always systematic. There could be an internal issue. There could be just
real quick though. So
what happens for internal issues?
I guess you can't hear me. All right. So if you got that's our problem. That's why I said that's one of our issues. We cannot listen and communicate with one another. So if you have the answer, that's because it's obvious that random just asked a few questions. If you got the answer, then give the answers. How you gonna ask a person a question about a question? That don't make sense.
Why you
so just give.
Had a question first.
Why you so hostile?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That's the reason why we can't get along.
And then y'all act like white people racist when they be like, "Oh, you loud." Blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it's the truth. You hostile for what?
This is a low poverty class.
Oh, you're trying to do microaggression on me. No, this is what you're.
That's not microaggression. I'm telling you, you're probably coming from poverty. That's why you.
But
have
in a harsh way, you can say it in a better way.
I'm not coming from poverty.
Yeah, baby, I'm not coming from poverty
I don't
either.
even
You
have
definitely
children.
And I was raised by a
live in
single
the
black
best
mom that
neighborhood.
taught me love. I was raised by a single black mom. She wasn't the richest, but she
So
taught
yeah,
me love.
look, we don't have to prove none of this stuff. Like I said, give the answer, because it's obvious you got all that.
By the way you talk, that you're illiterate.
Whoa, all right.
That's
wait a minute. This is not appropriate.
How is this productive?
This is not appropriate, guys.
Because you trying to be you the one
I can show my camera and show my neighborhood.
You think Chipotle is a fancy?
Thank you, host. Thanks,
Okay, cool.
host.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
I'm
unnecessary.
gonna cut off my camera and pull out the degrees in the area I'm
you don't
living
have
in.
nothing to prove.
Right,
This
we
is
don't have to do that,
something
though.
like
I'm
that. You
not hard on
don't have to do all that for what? Like all of that extraness was for no reason. This has been a magically delicious live TikTok. Okay, for what? For what?
Man,
This is what I was trying to say earlier about spirituality.
Community.
This is what I was trying to say. Anytime something good, everybody aura up in here is magically delicious. It's bright, it's vibrant, it's shining, and it's gonna take. And this is what I was trying to tell you earlier. You could be happy all day, nothing is going wrong, but you're gonna have someone that's gonna come to you that feels the opposite for whatever reason. You're gonna rebuke that spirit and keep it moving. Simple. Spirituality plays a lot into this as well, because we all are agreeing on the same thing, but for some reason we can't all see eye to eye. It's okay to agree to disagree, but sitting up there making someone feel bad or upset or mad, throwing little bitty shade or little bitty shots at individuals is unacceptable. It's inappropriate. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you,
Lady
lady.
J, remember when I told y'all that another form of coon is the person who come up here with all that white intellectualism and then there y'all go. That is what I'm talking about. But I want to shout out to the hood bitches, because I just got my hair retwisted for a lobster tail and lamb chop plate, and she did a good job.
And my credit is over 650.
Y'all be hating on the black community, and then y'all want to be the arbiters of the black community. Y'all gotta pick a side.
Baby, this right here. Hey, host, I thank you so much for having this live today. I don't know what I would have probably did, but I probably would have kept scrolling. But I done followed a lot of y'all up in here. This is a refreshing live to actually see there are level-headed individuals out in the world besides myself that has something to say and want to do something about it. So thank you again, host, for holding this as your platform, because this needs to be discussed again.
And I'm gonna say this and I'm a mute. I'm gonna say this and I'm a mute. Even me and Jelly Bean don't agree, but like, you know what I mean? We could be cordial, like, you know. Like it was, everything was cool. I'm sorry to cut you off, Kev. I'm done. I'm not gonna say
No,
nothing.
you're fine. You didn't cut me off. I was just giving my props
Yeah, I
because,
cut
baby, let me
Kev
tell
off.
you
I'm
how long I've
sorry.
been looking for a platform like this. Okay, and trust me, it's not a lot of them out here. It's not a lot of them out here. You could get on TikTok and you'll see as many as over 100 billion views of somebody cat or somebody shaking their behind or somebody just looking in the camera or grass. But you can't get a million views of someone talking about how can we change the world, how we living in the world. We're not dwelling on the past. We're looking at the future. You're not going to get a lot of forums like that. So this is a very, very refreshing forum. And I do not like no one trying or attempting to come and destroy what this brother has created, because shit, I came in here about an hour ago and I ain't going nowhere. So this is something that I'm enjoying. This is too refreshing for me to try to let somebody come up in here like, yeah, your point of view could be your point of view and we can all agree to disagree, but do not attempt to throw shade or shots when there's no shade or shots need to be thrown. Don't look at it from the outside because you think you know what you're talking about. If you don't know what you talk about, sit back so you can understand something. Just like the brother said, you can't sit here and tell me about me more than me.
Well, here's the thing, though. When it comes to teaching and learning from each other, the disconnect come in when what we've been taught or what we learn or our knowledge is being presented with arrogance. Because if it's presented with arrogance, we're not going to receive it. You could be right as all outdoors, but if you're not, if you're delivering it with an arrogance, you're not going to be able to properly receive it no way. So, and then that's where the disconnect come in, because now we all think we know everything and we don't listen to each other. So now that's where it is right now. And then the stage get convoluted, and now here we are. Where is the white T man at on this panel? I don't see him.
And my
So
problem is when the minute we don't agree with each other, we quick to disrespect each other and assume the worst.
exactly.
And we come from poverty.
Right.
I don't even have children. I live in the best neighborhood and I have 2 degrees and can prove that. The problem is because we don't articulate words and conversations the way you want people to, you assume the worst, and that's the problem. But then also, just even if I didn't have a degree, which I do and can prove that and cut on the camera, my problem is because a person doesn't agree with you, we quick to, oh, you this, you that, you this, you probably come from the ghetto, you probably don't have money. That's your problem. That's why the community is the way it is. That's why the minute you don't agree with an African American man, you quick to. That's why you don't have a father. That's why y'all be locked up. That's why you're institutionalized. That's y'all problem.
That's the
Too
And not only
combative. Too combative. And if you know the answer to the problem, and like I said to her, if you know the answer
just say it.
to my question, just say it, babes.
You weren't
I'm not
disrespectful
arguing with
either,
your
you know.
spouse.
It wasn't a
If I
sign
And
said
of
I
something,
disrespect,
never,
nothing. If you know the answer, baby, enlighten me too. I would like to know. So
right.
tell me the answer.
But the
It shouldn't
problem
have been
is,
what it don't have to be like that. It didn't have to be like that.
I just want to say this and I'm gonna mute. The
I'm
problem
sorry.
is a lot of these people argue with their partners all day and can never get their point across. So they get on these panels and they can't wait to unleash the dragon on somebody. And they can't wait to hear the wrong thing. So they, oh, I got her. I'm about to land my plane. I'm about to do this, make my moment. That's y'all problem. Y'all too combative. If you have the answer, babes, just say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
simple.
and we get too hostile with one another, and like I'm telling you, I never been called a coon, a tap dancer, none of that by no white person. No white person ever disrespect me as much as my people do for having a different opinion on this app. And I know it's all black people in here. I'm not trying to bring white people into this. I'm just stating that is weird to me. I would never understand. I never even was associated or like even came close to this word in the real world until I got on TikTok. Like Coonesian, tap dancer, anti-black. Like what? I volunteer for my state representatives. I do a lot of stuff, and you gonna call me anti-black? Like I wasn't raised around like my mom and my dad is not black. Like why are you just educate me? If you want to educate me, educate me. But if you're gonna be disrespectful to me, I'm not gonna listen to you. It's gonna sound like your voice is a chalk going across a board. I don't want to hear nothing you gotta say.
That's almost like being passive aggressive. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you're doing good, but you could be doing better. Well, if it's a better way, show it to me. Don't be that way to the point where you feel that I am doing it in the incorrect manner or however the situation goes. If you know the answer, if you know another way, if you know another solution, share it with me. Don't be so passive aggressive to the point where you're attempting to throw shots or attempt to make someone feel some type of way. That's what that is.
But you know what though, y'all? And it took me a minute to kind of come to this. I think that it is time that we stop trying to dismantle white supremacy. And what I mean when I say that is you are not about to get rid of somebody else's 400-year-old survival plan.
Amen.
You're not. The thing that, I mean, y'all, be for real. If we look at, I don't really know what y'all degrees are. I don't know y'all scope of intellect. I don't know. But if you have any understanding of world history since before Jesus existed, because remember, Jesus was unalive by the Roman government. They confirmed that.
This is true.
They have never been world leaders for more than 500 years, except this time right here. You're not going to dismantle somebody's 500-year plan like that. What is the best for you to do is worry about your own survival plan and figure out how can we plan like that. What is the best for you to do is worry about your own survival plan and figure out how can we
What the heck just happened? I thought this thing was gonna let me refresh without doing a whole live like that. Everybody request back up. I thought it was gonna refresh. I thought this thing ain't refreshed like it was supposed to. And my stuff was everybody. Y'all can come back up. I just try to refresh my stuff real quick. All right, everybody. I remember all the names. I know you think you ain't about to come back, you can stay down there. You one of the biggest reasons why we what I'm talking about this topic, like we can't get along. You go.
I was about to yell in the screen like, no.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I try to refresh it because my screen turned black. 2 people missing. I don't know, but if y'all come in, go ahead.
Somebody was.
It's
that girl name.
And
Andrea.
Yeah, Andrea, she's missing.
Oh yeah, she here. We all here. We here.
Okay.
Right.
My bad, y'all.
My
To just
bad.
end it, I was just gonna say we need to focus on housing, employing, educating, and feeding ourselves because those are the ways that you like. If I feed you, I control what you think. If we feed each other, we can control what we think. Right now, our enemy feeds us, and so our enemy controls what we think.
I'm gonna add to that as well. Don't forget healthcare. Don't forget your health is one of the biggest things that is being controlled by the people as well. If you get sick, a lot of us don't know how to care for ourselves. So because we get sick, we go where to the hospital or to the doctor. We see our PCP. They prescribe us a lot of synthesized medication that is not going to be good for the melanated people, no way. So learning how to, like you said, feed yourself, learning how to care for yourself, learning how to treat yourself without man-made drugs, without man-made artificial things would be sufficient because we will live longer lives as well. So I do believe that not eating healthy, because that's hard to find. A lot of that stuff is hard to find, but taking care of your health. Health is the biggest important thing because without your health, you're not here to do anything.
That's true. That's true. Let me let me put a little order real quick because there's 3 people that haven't talked yet. So I think Jasmine I let up first, and then T you next, and then Puddles, and then we can go back to open panel.
Hey, so I just wanted to talk about I think where we all stated the problems that we have within the Black communities or whatnot, but it's like, what can we do to combat it? And I feel like it's all systemic. And we need to start re-educating our people. And I don't know who was just talking, but she was saying something about we need to basically perform our own health care. So I'm married to an Indian, right? He's from he's actually not Native American. He don't take medicine. Like he has all his herbs and stuff. His mom sends him herbs from other countries and stuff. Like he said he refused to take anything or go to the hospital and get seen for anything here in America or whatnot. He don't eat our food. All of his stuff that he eats is fresh, And I feel like I said, and that's just to cover that healthcare part when she was talking about, because I totally agree with that or whatnot. But back to the systemic part of how we got here as Black people, We gotta stop separating ourselves from men and the women. We need to stop separating ourselves because it's so much of that going on in our communities. Black women are blaming black men blaming black women for all the things they've been through in the past and even now. And we need to, that's how they broke us down. They started with the husband and the wife.
Amen.
That's how they broke our families down. And we are so uneducated we can't see it. So we need to start there with the black family. We need to start building our black families up or whatnot. And we need to start understanding that it's not the black men's fault that they don't know how to be fathers. It's not the women's fault. It's not nobody's fault. It was all part of a plan. And we need to figure out how can we get back to that strong family dynamic.
Ooh, I like that. Man, I like that. T Williams, then punters, then we'll open panel after that. Just gotta make sure I get everybody through. It's getting more and more interested. I know everybody. Go ahead, T Williams. Keep tapping, y'all. I see y'all slacked up. 30K next.
As far as I feel like what Jelly Bean was saying about we need to kind of focus on individually, like ourselves. I feel like, whatever birth year you were born, you were fighting YT supremacy because they didn't want us here in the first place.
Amen.
But I understand doing it individually, but I mean, that's part of fighting YT supremacy. Because if you do it individually, if you do your part as an individual, you're still collectively doing it as a whole anyway. So like, the other thing I wanted to mention too was like, Malcolm X said it best. Media is one of our biggest enemies. Like even when we're winning in certain situations or we're getting better, we would really never know. You know what I'm saying? Like social media helps in a way, because it'll show you like different things that's going on, or it shares a lot of information. But a lot of our achievements, a lot of the landmarks, like they just won't ever admit to it. You know what I'm saying? Even when we have like leading birth rates or graduation rates or successful marriages, they always come with the opposite information, or you'll see something like love and hip hop being promoted. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like it's not as bad as they make it seem all the time, because media just will always show us in a negative light.
Oh my God, T. Williams, you hit it on the head because they think that we're fatherless. And a lot of us grew up in two-parent households. A lot of us have two-parent households. You have black marriages that are thriving, but like you said, you'll never see it. You have black people, you got black lawyers, you have black doctors and stuff like that, but you'll never see it because how do you divide people? How do you divide black people? Or whatnot, you just like we're gonna constantly talk about slavery. We're gonna constantly talk about all the negative things that's happening, but we don't put no positive on it. It's like, yeah, okay, we did this as people, we did that, we did this, but what have we done that was good? You can see keep being a dead horse, but hey, what are we talking about that's good in the news? And like you said, we're seeing so much negativity in our communities or whatnot. Oh, why women aren't being submissive? Why this? Why men this? Why? I mean, come on now. We got a long way to go before we get there.
Yes.
Like we have to get back to the unity. You see what I'm saying? Because you are big in numbers.
This the thing though, like, are people on social media being paid that much of money, or are they making that much of money to where they wake up every day and they talking about this stuff? Like, is it really a means of them making money like that?
It could actually be paid propaganda. They could receive some type of stipend to say, hey, I want you to promote this type of negativity for the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, whatever kind of contract that they would like to get into for X amount of dollars. What they're going to do is be funded with everything they need to promote that negative message. And guess what's going to get pushed out? That negative message. Not forget the fact that whatever community you live in, hey, you might have community activists fighting so hard each and every day on the battlefield to undo what this is being done.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pundle. Yeah, Puddles, if you can squeeze in, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where I'll come in at because y'all are making some really solid points there. Um, I'm in the music industry. I've written for people. I'm just part of this lifestyle, and so is my husband. But like literally, what you said, we have celebrities that are getting paid, that are being endorsed by people that we don't even see. You know what I'm saying? They're paid to push a certain message out there to keep liberals emotional, to keep Democrats emotional, to keep the world emotional. And when things pop off, say in the black community, say like one of us get unalived by a white T man, whatever the case may be. Should things like that happen? No, but they know they can count on us to go into our own communities, burn our own communities down, get really emotional,
Yeah.
make it a big old thing. You know what I'm saying? They will place bricks in our community so we can break our own windows, loot from our own stores, black owned businesses, and it just keeps us in this emotional state. And they do it for a reason.
Yeah.
They especially do it around election time, to be exact. But just understand that there's a lot of race baiters out there. We got the Joy Reeves, I'm sorry, Obama. We got a whole bunch of people out there that are pretty much preying on our emotions. So I say there are some great authors out there and historians that are black that I advise our black people to look into, such as Thomas Sowell. He has books like Wealth, Poverty, and Politics, Social Justice Fallacies. There's like so many ways that we can educate ourselves to know what's actually going on out here. The less emotional you are, the more you're able to see what's going on. So I just
I like
advise people just to read. And
Yeah.
if you need links to certain things, hit me up. But oppression is an illusion. You're only oppressed as you think that you are. It's a mind state. No white man's foot is on our
Ooh, I
neck.
like her.
I'm a black woman. I'm black and I'm a woman, and I'm able to do and move around how I want to because I educated myself and I'm around people that also don't think that they are oppressed, and they stay in that state of mind to where they're a victim. We are victors. Be a victor, not a
Ooh.
victim. Just like Morgan Freeman said, stop talking about it.
Be about it.
Let me say this
Talk
though,
about
man.
racism, stay in the past. The more we bring it
Oh,
up,
I thought she was done. Oh.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I thought she was done. I thought there's a pause or something happened. But I do want to.
Oh no, I got one more. I'm gonna end it
Go
off.
ahead, go ahead. Do
Go
your
ahead, go
thought.
ahead.
This you going, you going, you going. Yeah, get it.
It's literally that. It's just like, just I lost my train of thought. I'm gonna let you
Dang,
go.
I know how that feels. That's why I wanted, because I be doing the same. That's why I be trying to get my
You're
stuff.
good.
Just
You're
let me
good.
know. Just let me know, man, when you think about. But I do want to touch on that. The emotion. That's why y'all see what I was just talking about there earlier, though. I think that's one of our biggest things. That's why we can't hear each other, man. We let our emotions override. That's why this is one of my first things I came on here on this app preaching about was emotional control, because I realized that's one of our biggest problems. We cannot, especially when somebody disagree with one another. We, hey, what you mean you're this, and then we demonize each other. We do all type of stuff real quick, call each other names, which just happened a few minutes ago, which you just seen. And that is one of the biggest things. What she said, they play on our emotions, and I 100% agree with that one. That's the reason why I'm trying to make sure we at least get our emotions in check, because that's the problem. We make dumb decisions. Let me watch out what I say on here, because I know I be. We make silly decisions and all type of stuff, all based off our emotions. They get paid, whoever the day is, because I know everybody. What's the day? They get paid off our emotions. If you ever realize that, we start eating more off our emotions. We start unaliving each other off emotions. Like, it's not saying that emotions is a bad thing, but you got to know it's a time and place where to use it. Like, and this one of my things. I'm gonna make this as a post on, because I'll be trying to keep my stuff. I keep posts every day, and not every day, but at least during the week. Is that I realize how serious how anger is. Like, if you go from anger and it starts turning to wrath, you make silly decisions. To this day, I know y'all gonna probably laugh at me. To this day, I'm good with like handling people now, right? I know how to try to control my mouth or whatever. Some people do irritate me, but it's that video game. I ain't gonna lie. I realize when I get pushed to a max, especially on the fighting games, I'll be breaking stuff. I ain't gonna lie. And I know y'all about to laugh though, but it's just like I realize how serious anger can get. That junk can get you to black out and make stupid stuff. And I don't have money. You know what I'm saying? I don't have money, but I black out so bad that if something stupid happened, I'll be like, dog, what the whatever. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I realize it's like, dog, that's one of our biggest things. It's like our emotions, we say silly things. We hurt people's feelings. We even our own, right? And we just and that's why I'm big on forgiveness. Like we need to learn that. That's one of our biggest things. When we talk about all these things I'm talking about, when everybody keeps saying the same thing, what's the solution? What's the solution? That's the solution. Is that we have to learn how to we got to learn how to control that. From that point, the next solution, listen to one another. The next one, learn how to agree to disagree sometimes. Forgiveness. Yes, I'm going to say that 14 times. Forgiveness, because sometimes we are going to step on each other and say something or might even hurt each other because we might have lost our emotions. Realize that sometimes this is their way of how they want to express themselves, even though I'm not saying let it slide, but just let it know like, hey, you know what? I forgive you. This is the way you want to handle it, but can you please try to handle yourself a little bit more? Because we need to hear each other. If we love each other and all this stuff and say we want to unite and all this other stuff, we got to realize that sometimes we're going to think different. So we do have to learn forgiveness is one of the biggest things because it's not going to always go. But yes, I love what she said about the emotions because that's one of our biggest things. Y'all can ride again. I just had to get that out. And keep on tapping, yo. We almost at 30K. Let's get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I remember what I was going to say. I'm gonna be really quick with it.
Okay.
So realize how they expect you to act and do the exact opposite. There's power in that. There's power in proving people wrong. If they expect you to be emotional when you hear certain things, or if they call you a name, like me, I'm more so progressive. I'm like conservative, and I get called coons. I get called all kinds of stuff. It rolls off, and I don't get hype about it. Yeah, I don't get hype. I just let them. Okay, that's your energy. You have that. I'm still gonna state the facts. I'm not gonna get emotional. I'm not gonna call you names. I'm gonna just state facts. That's it.
I just want to say something. Let me call my camera too, because we love to act like I think it's echoing, which I'll walk away. Call my camera.
That's Khalid. Mute up. Hold up, I got you. This background going crazy. My goodness.
Sorry. So let me call my camera and just show y'all something. We love to talk about what we doing, okay? And I vowed any African American man that I walk into or come in contact with, I launch, is it a safe place? And it focus, and I pass these packets out, and I'm willing to give them out because that one lady was up here and she feel like people be talking out their butt. This is proof that I have a business, a transportation business. Trying to start another business.
We don't see nothing. You got your camera right
hold on. Let me pick the paper back up that I dropped. Hold on. It fell on the floor.
Well, you got to turn your camera on. We don't see no camera. Your camera ain't on.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
You got to hit save. Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. Sorry. Hold on. Okay, I hit save. All right. Can you see it?
Yeah, we see it now. Yep.
Let me pull up this is the packet I hand out to people, okay? And it focuses on the mental health of men. And I sat back and let me pull up my iPad and I dissected every obstacle that a black man endures, okay? I don't know if I can zoom it in, but it talks about finances, grief, anger, pain, insecurities, mental health, forgiveness, honesty, confrontation, trust, privacy, addiction, abuse, temptation, lust. I pass these packets out because I vow any man that I run into, I'm going to get this to him because I can't keep bashing men and talking about what they need to do right and don't have a solution. That lady was up here talking about poverty. This is a letter from the IRS. I just started a transportation company and also started another company to help men with mental health. And I'm giving a program to a man because I feel like I'm a woman and a woman can't tell a man how to deal with grief and pain. This talks about all type of stuff. We want to sit up here and argue and talk about what could be done better, but we don't have a solution. That woman wanted to sit there and ask me, well, what did it stem from? Right now, it doesn't matter what it stemmed from. Do you have the solution? We're talking about now. We can talk about what slavery and what the system did to us, but what are you doing now to repair the African American community? Because I know what I'm doing.
Come on, sis. Come on.
Y'all complain about these black men and what they could do better. Did you sit down and take the time to dissect every obstacle that an African American man goes through and
Come
take
on,
the
Sid.
time? Because I have packets. It's questions. It's asking why. What are signs of grief and pain? Have you ever experienced it? Why is it hard to overcome grief? I typed up a diagram. I don't just be up here talking. I talk about confidence, and I talk about self-esteem. How when a African American man doesn't have money, and how it impacts his self-esteem, and how it impacts how he behaves in a relationship. Why? Because I had a failed relationship. I dealt with a troubled man before. So it's like, I'm not up here just talking out my ASS to try to argue and be viral and make a point. I
Come on,
actually
Sid.
came up with a solution for our black men. So to the young lady who was up here, what planogram did you type up? Because any man I encounter, I say, hey, can I give you one of these packets that I type up? Some say no, some say yes. My favorite is forgiveness. Our community is the way it is because we don't know how to forgive. We went through what we went through with our baby daddies and our parents and our mamas, and we keep pushing that trauma on other people and then triggering it. Oh, it goes back to the system, the white T man.
Y'all
No,
better gift this lady.
Come on, for real.
no. What are you doing? That's why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover and be like, oh, you're talking from a place of poverty. I'm not in poverty, babe. I'm not. And that's besides the point. People get up here to argue and don't actually have a solution for nothing. What have you done to fix the problem that you're complaining about? And I'll land my plane there.
Laugh and learn.
Amen. Amen.
I want to know how can I get one of those packets from you, because you just really spoke some real stuff.
Email it. I just
Yes,
emailed it to
please,
another
same here.
man.
Yeah, I would really
emailed it
love
to
that to
another man
pass.
on the panel, and I emailed it to any panel. I tried to email it to another artist. I ain't gonna say his name. And I say all the time to people, I inbox them and say, hey, you have a large platform. You don't have to say it came from me. Take all this material and help black men heal. I inbox any man panel that I get on, and I was gonna inbox this live creator. Once I got done, like, hey, I feel like you should, help me in your own time. You can call it your own business, create your own safe space for African American men. I give that to all people, but the problem is we judge people by the looks, and we quick to disrespect people and feel like that's the problem. Every black woman or every black man is not the interaction, the last person you're interacting with. Just because your baby daddy gave you a hard time or your baby mama gave you a hard time, there's people out there that have a solution, but y'all talking to argue, and that's the problem.
Amen.
I'll land my plane.
Let me before somebody go. You made me think about that. And that's why I'm still gonna keep on. You're gonna hear that repeatedly times about that forgiveness thing, right? So here go a golden one that everybody like using all the time, right? Or what they quick to call people a narcissist, right? So okay, let's rock with that, right? If everybody that hurt and break your heart and whatever and that's selfish, they just a narcissist. So if that's true, right? That should be more of a reason why you should forgive, or you just must have missed the signs of a narcissist or whatever. That should be more of a reason, because that's something that they can't control. Then, if they really a narcissist, right? That's something that they can't control. That's like talking about a disabled person and then just shunning them and talking down on them. You know what I'm saying? So if they are officially a narcissist, why get mad at them? You know what I'm saying? You the one that got with a person that that can't control something that they did. So you can't get mad at something, especially if you say they diagnosed them, unless y'all did the self-diagnostic thing or whatever and say, well, my feelings got hurt, and then that's what you are. Otherwise, that's not right. You know what I'm saying? If they really a narcissist, and that's what I'm talking about with the forgiveness thing. It's like, shoot, either own up and said you messed up and missed the signs, or either, you know what, I learned something about this situation and some people I may have to avoid, and then on to the next. Like, some people, I don't know, but y'all can go.
How about you just forgive the narcissist and keep it moving?
And go no contact.
Amen.
And go no contact. Forgive. You don't have to forget the experience, but you can go no contact and learn from it.
Forgiveness is for ourselves. It's not
Amen.
for the other person. Forgiveness is for me. Like, if you do me
Yes,
wrong,
exactly.
me choosing forgiveness, that's for my mental health. I can forgive you and not talk to you forever. Like, literally.
Yeah, that's my point. You could look, if someone do you something, I'm not saying let them do you something. If someone do you something, you forgive them for yourself, for your mental clarity, for your mental health. So you could continue on and you take that as a learning experience, a lesson. and you move on about your business.
Right. When you said forgive in that aspect though, like how did you mean it? Like because like she said no
What?
contact. She like Lady J said no contact. I don't have to come up to you and be like, I'm sorry. I can simply
That's
say
not
I forgive
forgiveness,
this
though. That's
person.
why I say you got to know what forgiveness is. That has nothing to do with forgiveness. You don't have to say I'm
Well,
sorry. It's not for their validation of you forgive. That's something within you, how you treat treat that person and stuff. How long
So
you let that
Gotcha.
person hold on
so
to whatever thing that happened to you.
I
So that
know.
has nothing to do with them. You don't have to tell somebody I'm sorry, or you even have to hear them to say they don't have to say I apologize. They don't have to. They don't have to say nothing. It's all within you. That's what forgiveness is.
Yeah,
But we
and
got to
I
know what
totally.
forgiveness is first, though. The thing is, I think a lot of people, and I'm glad you said it, a lot of people don't know what it is for real. They think it is like, oh, let me wait till somebody say I'm sorry or apologize. That has nothing to do with that.
Can you give a scenario?
right.
Well, I got a
Yeah,
I got a
I'm
scenario.
gonna
scenario.
go ahead and
I
I
got
drop
got
one.
one.
down. I
Go ahead.
appreciate you
So,
for bringing me up,
For sure.
and I
For
appreciate
sure,
the
man. I
panel too.
appreciate it.
Y'all all doing a good job.
yeah,
Yeah, appreciate you, brother.
so I got a scenario basically. So I have a situation where I didn't grow up with my father. My father was never around, and that caused a lot of hurt and pain over the years. Even as a 30-some-year-old woman, it caused a lot. But the reason how I knew I haven't forgiven my father is because I still let the past bother me. That's how I knew. And I got to the point where forgiving someone, that doesn't mean that you have to deal with that person or whatnot. So I'm not even gonna lie, I chose not to deal with my father even after he reached out. But I told him, I said, I don't want the past to bother me anymore, because it was eating at me, and it was going over into my kids and my marriage. And I chose to just, hey, look, I'm gonna seek therapy because I had triggers. And it wasn't just my dad, it was also my ex-husband, also with dealing with him. I stopped blaming him for everything that happened in our marriage. I stopped blaming him because guess what? I realized he grew up fatherless also. He grew up with a mother that was alcoholic. So I was like, he didn't grow up in love. And I had to stop blaming him for the way that he acted when we were in a marriage, because I was like, he didn't grow up the way I grew up with the mother. He didn't have his mother or his father. So I had to go at it with like understanding the background and the foundation of where all your hurt and pain,
It's called sympathy and
came
compassion.
from. Yeah. And it's like, and that's what we have to get to as people, because when you're going out here and you want to try to heal our black men and you want to try to heal our black women, you have to get down to the nitty gritty. Hey, where did this stem from? Yeah, we can go to the solution, but when you go to therapy, they're gonna break it down. They're gonna be like, hold on, I want to know where you got it from. You see what I'm saying? And where this all came from. So we have to go at people like that, because you never know a person's past. Because I know all y'all done heard about hurt people. And that's a very true statement or whatnot. I don't look at my black men no more and be like, okay, all y'all just dogs and stuff like that, and y'all can't take care of y'all household. There's a reason why. It's all systemic. We all dealt with trauma, and no one's dealing with it, because I came from the Bible Belt. I don't know where a lot of you all are from, but I'm from the Bible Belt. And in the black community, we love just telling our kids, hey, just pray about it. We don't believe in therapy. We believe that, hey, if you're hurting, your pain, we think pain is weakness. You know what I'm saying? And we don't go get ourselves help. We are a traumatized group of people, and we need to seek help. And that's why I want to leave y'all with that.
I wanted to say this because I have another scenario. I just talked to my mom for the first time in 2 years. Okay.
Amen.
Literally,
Good
I've had,
job. Proud of you.
yeah. So I had to cut her off because she did some foul things when it came to my husband. Before we even became husband and wife, she just did some terrible things that I just couldn't tolerate in my life. So in order to relieve myself of the hurt of that, I got into the Bible more. I prayed about it, prayed for her, prayed that she heals, prayed that I would finally heal, and I just forgave. And I forgave for me so I can go through life and do what I got to do. without getting emotional about things that she's done. So now she's sick, right? And I guess she realized, hey, I'm not going to be here for long. I'm living without my daughter. I did wrong things, so let me make it up to her. So she reached out, and I'm just like, you know what? I forgive you, and I forgave you for myself. I pray that you heal within the time that I separated myself from you, but understand that, trust is still messed up over here. And these ain't going to be roses, but I will give you an opportunity. I don't need to know why you did what you did, but I do need to know that you are accountable for what you did. And she told me she's accountable and she's sorry. That's literally all I needed within them 2
Amen.
years. You know what I'm saying? That's all I needed. It could have went
Yep.
by so fast.
And I
But
feel it. Even with that too, though. Even with that, we should not always and I feel it too. A lot of us can need that too to make it like confirmation or whatever, what they call it, closure. Um, but sometimes we gotta, because some people are not gonna give us the closure that we want, and sometimes we gotta find the closure within ourselves. And how I do it it's like I was talking about earlier, the empathizing with people and having compassion. So sometimes I may put myself in other people's shoes and be like, you know what? If I did grow up that way, I might have been the same exact way. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I also be looking like, this might be the way that they had to express themselves. This might be the way. So they didn't have all the tools that I have now, right, to be able to find more about themselves. So I just be that, and that's just giving grace, giving grace and just, like I said, the key word compassion. Everybody like saying empathy and all this other stuff and don't really know what that is. Sometimes they only want empathy when it got to do with them. Have empathy for me, but I won't have it for anybody else. But I just want you to have empathy for me. But that's how people be nowadays, though. But yeah, that's another thing. I didn't see Khalil. I don't think he said anything. Kaylee Success. What you got for me, my brother? And then we can go back to open panel. Success.
Oh, my brother, I'm sitting here listening to you guys, man. You know what I'm saying? I got my little thing that be giving you a whole bunch of likes and stuff, man. I'm loving the live, man. Man,
Appreciate you,
keep it
bro.
up, man. I'm cleaning up right now, so
Okay. Just let
I'm
me know
listening to
whenever
you
you want to
guys.
chime in. Just let me know, man.
Got you, my brother.
I
Yeah.
really quick. I wanted to piggyback off what I think what Puddle said about hurt people. I think that was her when she said hurt people, and that's a true. No, I think it was Jasmine. Someone said it, but I do believe there's a twist to that. There's a twist to that because we can say hurt people, but a true person that's been hurt will not spew off that negative energy again because they know how it feels to be in that position. So I believe that if a person has that type of, and again, yes, this community hides behind religion and spirituality, and we should embrace it because a lot of us been told as young, hey, having emotions is weak, or don't cry, suck it up, buttercup, things like that, or just pray about it instead of actually going to get help, to get mental clarity, to get mental help. A lot of us don't do that. Remember, a lot of trauma is still in our DNAs that we're carrying from way back when our grannies or grandparents and ancestors were still here. So we haven't even cleared up that part of the trauma, and we have trauma on top of more trauma that we haven't even attempted to address yet.
Can I piggyback off of it? Can I piggyback off of that? I want to make a statement and then chase the dog. All right. I'm sorry. I was gonna say that. Oh, go ahead, Jasmine. I'm sorry because I lost my train of thought. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, so when she was speaking about, hurt people, and if you're hurt, then you wouldn't want to, treat anyone else like that. But when I said about hurt people is like not being intentional, because sometimes like with my mom, she did wonders breaking generational curses or whatnot. But she said that her dad and her mom, they raised them how they were raised, you know? And she told me, she said they thought that they did the best that they could, but they didn't understand how much bad they did in raising their kids. And it doesn't mean that they did it out of love. Well, I'm saying it doesn't mean that they didn't love them or nothing. They just did the best that they could, but we pass down we tend to pass down a lot of trauma to our kids, and then our kids get into their marriages and they have kids, and we keep passing that trauma down from generation to generation. That's what I meant by when I say hurt people or whatnot. Not it being intentional, because like I said, in my with my ex-husband, I honestly didn't think that my ex-husband did things deliberately because he just wanted to be an asshole, and I wouldn't even call him a narcissist. But the thing is, I tried to get him help, and one thing about dealing with people is they have to want the help, and it gets to the point where if they don't want it, and then it's like it's nothing that I can do for you. That's exactly why our marriage ended, is because I realized that he was content being the way that he was, and I was like, you don't understand that you're ruining a whole family, and I'm not gonna let that pass down to my kids and they pass it down to theirs, because we're raising the next generation. And what are we teaching our sons? I'm teaching my boys it's okay to cry, it's okay to have feelings, it's okay to be emotional, whatnot, because we took that away from our men, and they keep all of that bottled up inside.
Yep.
So that's why I like randoms. I don't know what your real name is, but that's why I like the little pamphlets and stuff that you have, because I do want to give back to my community, because I'm like you said, it's time to stop talking about it and let's be about it. We need to start re-educating our people. And hey, I'm gonna leave it.
All right, so I just wanted to say, my mom passed in, like somebody was saying about like moms passing and hurt people and stuff. And my mom passed in 2018, and like being as though she was like not a toxic mother, like she and my grandmothers and her and all them taught me how to handle myself and how to handle my emotions. When she passed away, like the day or two after, I went to my sister's house and we was all smoking and chilling or whatever, and like I was just chilling. I was just vibing, like in my own head or whatever. And somebody said something, and my sister was like, "Oh, her mom just passed." And the girl was like, "What? And you not upset? You not angry? I want to fight. I would want to fight right now. I would want to do this." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, but like the way my mind's set up, I'm just like, that's just not. I can't project and do all that. Like that's not where I'm at right now with that. That's not how I handle my situations." And I was just shining that light to say, like to pick that on with the two ladies was saying about hurt people. And basically I'm stating that you can go through something and still not hurt somebody and still be a good person. It's no excuse for you to be it's no excuse for you to be hurt people. But people gonna do that. We can't stop racist people or hateful people. It's always gonna be out here.
Agreed.
I want to say that I agree with that. Like, I just really think that accountability is so important, and holding your friends accountable when they're like doing some messed up things or they're having bad patterns, and you peep and you want what's best for them. Even when I see Black women, when I go on these TikTok apps and I see like Black women being toxic and saying they don't need men and they hate men and this, that, and the third, it's like somebody really, really hurt you. You know what I'm saying? And you're going through a cycle of like, that a victim mentality. Really, that's what it is.
Amen.
And anyone that goes against that, now I hate women. Now I have misogynistic tendencies. Now I'm not a girl's girl, when really I'm just calling out the BS in our community, men as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm a pick me, but it's like, damn, like I can't even hold other women accountable in my community. I can't say that it's not okay to have 5 different baby fathers and mad kids running around here. Like I can't say that your picking of men is terrible and you should probably, I wouldn't say it like that, but really that's what it is. Like I can't say that.
You better preach, girl, because sometimes we don't hold each other accountable at all. If I'm supposed to be your friend and you kind of got some bad taste in something, seriously, as your friend, I'm supposed to let you know, hey friend, that is We done went down this road about 17,000 times already. Don't you think you need to stop? So holding each other accountable the correct way, not pointing out a flaw, not trying to do, actually uplifting each other is something that we lack as women, as humans, period. We don't even pick each other up no more. We'll kick each other down because I want to be better than you, or this is this, or this is that, or whatever the situation is, or whatever the newest trend is happening at that particular point in time. We would rather see another woman asked out then, or talk about her, than say, hey sis, come here, let me put a good little positive note in your head, let me help you readjust your crown real quick. You see what I'm saying? We won't even do that.
And when I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, go. But we'll judge all day long. Oh, she has her ass out. I'm sorry. Oh, she has this out. She has that out. I be forgetting I can't say certain things on this. So she has all of this going on with her, but we won't take the high road and say, hey, come here, sis, let me tell you something real quick. You know, that all of that's appealing, but that's only should be appealing for one person, or for you, or how you walking down the street with your children. That isn't okay. You know, we won't do that, but we'll talk so bad about that person and whisper.
They'll want to fight you on the street
to the point, for no reason. And I don't understand that. I don't understand why we cannot come together. And again, we know what the problem is. So just like random, that is so beautiful. Again, I'm gonna say it now. Please inbox that to me. Because I'm from Chicago and I'm a community activist in the South Shore area and Jeffrey Manor area. And let me tell you something, that right there will impact a lot of these young brothers that's walking around here aimlessly because they have nothing and they have nothing to do and no one to really believe in them. You see what I'm saying? You can look up to the drug dealers. You can look up to there is not a lot going on in these areas. So that right there, that information would be so beneficial to these young boys.
I will shoot it to anybody email. Just inbox me and I will email it. You don't have to put my name on it. I literally don't care. And you can screen record this. If you have to delete my name off the PowerPoint, because it is a visual PowerPoint, and put your name on it, I do not care.
No, because that's kind of taking the rights from you. I wouldn't do that. Let me tell you what, that's creativity, okay, honey?
No.
That's creativity.
But no, we trying to push black business, so chill, random. I don't care.
Right.
We don't care. You don't care.
Listen, you could delete my name and put your name, because maybe they don't want to listen to me. Maybe they will listen to you, and I don't care about that.
No, well, I run things a little different over here where I'm at. So we're going to keep that name on there. And because guess what? That's creativity. Another one of my sisters did this. I didn't do that. So why would I take the credit for your work? See, that's another thing right there. I'm not going to take the credit for nobody else's work. So no ma'am, no ham, no turkey. This was your credit. This was something that you thought of. This was something that you did. So your name going to remain right there. You impacted somebody in another state. I'm grateful I'm even on this live, and I'm grateful that that I had the privilege to even talk to you about this type of information. I'm not sure where you from, but once you send that information, I could clearly say, hey, this person in another state we got great ideas. This is gonna happen. This is gonna change, because it's not just here in Chicago, it's everywhere.
I will most definitely. Everybody just DM me your email address and I'll shoot it to you.
No problem. I wanna actually how you do the follow thing, but see, it won't. I don't know how to follow you.
No, if you just click her, it's gonna follow. Oh. But she just gotta accept it because her stuff private.
Oh yeah, that's what it say. It say I can't follow her.
Yeah, she's gotta accept it. She accepted though.
Yeah, I accept it.
Okay, cool. But yeah, thank you so much. That's what I'm talking about. Again, I keep saying how refreshing this is to actually have a conversation with some like-minded people that have common sense, that have a common goal and mind. This don't get pushed, y'all.
It's very refreshing, to be honest.
This don't get pushed at all. And some things like this don't get. I've been on here since 2:00. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't budged. I ain't moved. I done ate me some, had me a drink, smoked me a little. Well, I can't say all of that, but I done enjoyed this.
Well, you know what,
until we seen some stuff in 4K and what, but I be just, I let some of that stuff rise just so we can have proof of what our issues be, man. Because, and then like I said, I try to give a chance, right? I said instead of, because I didn't want y'all going back and forth and all that stuff. I was like, you know what? Let's get the feelings out. We're gonna see what is her solution. If she seems like she just keep on trying to just add and insults and all that other stuff, it was pointless. Now that's when I had to drop her.
It
Just
was
like the two
shots.
YT people, I try to give them a chance, but it just sounds like all they want to do is just project and say how they felt. They wasn't giving us anything to freaking to see if we bring some awareness to anything. You know what I'm saying? Instead of I just feel this way and y'all shouldn't separate. And okay, what the heck? I don't know.
Well,
Y'all,
you know what I think? I think their view was important too, just
Y'all
to see
say that,
how the world.
I like what she's saying,
Yeah,
actually.
to see how the world is actually moving, where we're moving in these times. Like it's important to actually see it in real time and see the mind state of these people. You know,
Yes,
it just makes the message even more clear that I gotta say
Absolutely.
something.
Because
that's good.
basically,
Man, I see why. Cause I actually seen you. I be seeing you in my boy Otis room though. I seen you a few times. I see you be preaching. Okay, I'm about to steal one of his friends. Like,
I
but
just
yeah.
but they
I
don't.
totally agree. I totally agree with her. I got to follow you too. I got to.
I
Y'all
This
don't
follow.
right here is beautiful,
understand.
child. Like I don't know. I
Yeah,
just
y'all
don't
done
know
made
where else
me
to
follow.
go.
I usually be stingy with my followers. Y'all done made me all follow down there. Oh,
But
This
but
is
you
this
know,
is
amongst the white tea people, I really do believe that they think the way they think. I really do believe that they think what they're thinking is, the right way to
okay.
think. It's
Yeah.
like I searched and searched and searched trying to find a live to get on, and everything that I was seeing was basically dividing the black women and the black man. It was like, hey, what do y'all think about this and that and that? This being women not being submissive, when women want to, be out here in the street. I'm like, I'm tired of those type of lives or whatnot. We need to talk about the issue at hand, and we need to unite as black people, because that's where a lot of our problems are, is in the black communities. Yeah, I got on a TikTok. I got on TikTok the other day, and I seen this case, this court case where this YT girl was on the live by her boyfriend, and it was showing that her mom was basically reacting to the guy in court, and it showed a black guy. But y'all, I knew this case from years ago, and her boyfriend was not a black guy; he was a YT guy, right? So I was like, these people are really race baiting,
Oh yeah.
and we're not,
Absolutely.
and we can't even see y'all. AI and Photoshop is scary
As
because
hell.
now when you're watching it, you don't even know what's real or what's fake or whatnot. And I'm scared for what the future holds. I don't know if any of y'all are, because like I said, you don't know what's real, what's fake. You got people that can Photoshop things on old photos. It's crazy out here. And I just remember that one video and I was like, hold up, but that dude wasn't a black guy. That dude was a YT guy. And it was just something to divide us. And people would fall
Yeah.
victim to it every time.
I swear to
Because it's the
God.
power of discernment. A lot of people don't have discernment. A lot of people, and it is scary. You got these things out here, computers where you can edit, play back, record, and they'll show you exactly what they want to show you to instill fear. And once they instill fear, that's an emotion right there. And then once they do that, they know they got you. And
My
they're gonna
advice, my advice really quick is to question everything.
absolutely.
Question everything. Don't believe everything you see. You know, even these media companies, you got the Shade Room, you got Hollywood Unlocked, they're all paid to push a certain agenda. And you'll see, like, they never post, the good things that Trump does. I know a lot of people don't like Trump. It's okay, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, you'll notice, even like, it's hard to not notice anymore. The propaganda, the narrative, the clips, they'll leave out the whole thing and they'll only show you like a snippet of like 5 seconds of someone saying this. Or you got the John Legends. You know what I'm saying? I would say don't even trust John Legend, to be honest. I mess with his music, but that man is like extreme with his leftistness. And I don't know if everybody's conservative here. I respect you if you're not, but my thing is just open your eyes. You're gonna see some stuff, and once you see it, you can't unsee it.
You sure
That's all
can.
I'm
It's
saying.
gonna be what it is. It's gonna
And
be
the thing with
cannot
and the
unsee it.
thing with Trump, what a lot of people don't realize is that I don't care what a politician believes in or whatnot, but you got to think about the people that are, I guess, the people that are sponsoring these campaigns. You think whatever they want, they're going to push their agenda. Like, hey, I'll donate $1 million to your campaign if you push my agenda. you know, and that's how politics work. We sit around here and we thinking, oh, these people got to be out their freaking mind. Because I just be looking at Trump, but you got to think about how many of these, you know, I don't know what the right word to use on TikTok, but if you want to think about how many of these people that are out there that believe in the things that they believe, these are the ones that's pushing their agendas on these politicians. Because how you think all these campaigns and stuff are getting funded, that's how. These people are, you got all of these billionaires. They're like, well, shoot, I want you to do this. I want you to do that. I'm finna give you all this money and you need to push this agenda right here, or I'm pulling my money from your campaign. And
Yeah.
and that's what it is. And that's exactly how it sums up what's going on with the Trump campaign, with Kamala Harris. That's how everything is. That's how everything is going on in this country right now. And even, like I said, even with the systematic, you know, racism and everything in this country, from blacks to whites, why black people are where they are in this world right now. I'm not gonna say world, but in this country right now, it's all politics. And that's what people don't understand. It all stems from politics.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't believe in white supremacy. I just don't. You know,
Me either.
I
I
believe
mean, I'm
that,
not.
that God made us all in his image. You
Amen.
know, there's some white people that I really like and love. There are black people that I really like and love. People from all races. I see everyone as equal. And it's preposterous to me that people are voting for someone based on their skin color and their smecks. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not, I'm smarter than that. And you can't convince me otherwise. Obama can't convince me to vote for her because she's in my best interest and she knows what it's like to be. That woman grew up in an Indian household. I'm sorry. She lived in Canada on one of the richest towns. You know what I'm saying? Where she was at. Middle class, upper class. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't share the same black experience, and I just want people to realize that, you know, everything's an illusion. What they're telling you is like an illusion. And I'm not saying you gotta love Trump or like what he said, but the proof is in the pudding. I'm sorry. I don't mean to go on a tangent.
So why do you equate blackness with poverty? The fact that she grew up in a affluent area, why does that make her any less black?
Because Obama literally just said to a bunch of black men that, you know, she's of your best interest. She knows where you come from. She lived the same life and experiences. Most black people haven't lived upper class. Like we see the poverty, and they're speaking to the people in impoverished areas. They're speaking to the ones that don't want to vote, don't really know too much about politics, but they know they dislike Trump, or they want to race bait and tell you that because of her skin color, you should be voting for her. Because she's a woman, you have internalized misogyny and you just don't want to see a woman win, which isn't the truth. People just don't align. Black men, black women, some of them just don't align with the same policies.
So do you think that a billionaire white man has more insight onto what
my thing is, you know what the thing is?
Grew up in a better neighborhood.
He doesn't claim, the thing is about Trump, he doesn't claim that. He doesn't claim to know what the struggle is like for us. In fact, he just lives in his truth. He's a businessman. His parents had money. He boasts about it all the time. My father gave me a set amount of money and I did this with it and I was able to, you know, scale. What I did see that he did for black people, he definitely gave to Jesse Jackson's campaign twice when he tried to run for president. There's a list of things that Trump has done even while he was in office, before he was in office. I can't tell you what Kamala's done for black people at all.
So it is the fact that you can't tell what Kamala has done for black people because you've not looked it up or researched it, or you don't care to do so?
What I have researched and what I have seen, I've seen that she was DA. I've seen that she did arrest people. Black people
how does a DA arrest? Wait, hold on. How does a DA arrest anyone? How does a DA?
Not arrest, but she prosecuted.
That's her job.
And she also, okay, of course, but she also withheld evidence.
She didn't withhold.
That could have released someone.
Withhold evidence. I think what's going on is I think that you probably got into this kind of spiral of misinformation, and maybe just don't have the energy to track things down.
Well, if I don't know anything, can you tell me what Kamala's done for the Black community?
Wait, can
Yeah,
I make one statement though before y'all go on about the Black community? I feel like it's not the president's job to only do for the Black community. It's the president's job to do for America.
I agree with that.
For sure. That's why I believe that Trump is America first, unlike Kamala.
But how
She's
how is
letting,
how is
and I'll
Trump?
tell you why. I'll tell you why. She's letting illegals into the country at a high rate. These people aren't being vetted. She created an app with Joe Biden to make it easier for these illegals to get on this app and apply for housing and to get stipends or all kinds of stuff that'll help them. Mind you, people in Florida are only getting $750 if they get access to those funds. If they don't get denied.
Puddles, can you just say one thing at a time, because I want to be able to respond to you? But I want to start by saying, do you understand what different parts of the government are responsible for?
So FEMA, the money comes from FEMA.
Okay, where does FEMA get the money?
We do know. You could tell me.
From Congress. So Congress is actually the purse of the government, the House specifically. What happens is they decide on bills, and then once they both agree between the House and the Senate, they send that bill to the president to sign.
True.
So if they're not, Biden isn't just making up things and just signing them and they become law. They have to go through a process.
I do know that, of course.
Okay.
But understand that, okay, let's talk about one thing. Inflation. Why it is, how it is. There was a bill that came into question that Joe Biden wanted and that Kamala Harris was a tie-breaking vote on. This bill was supposed to make inflation, decrease, and for Americans to live better as far as shopping and, just the prices, grocery prices, things like that. It has done the absolute opposite, and we see it in real time. This is a bill that she was a tie-breaking vote on. It didn't help Americans at all.
What was
It
the
didn't
name of
help
the bill?
Black people. It was it the America's First? Was it the Rescue Plan? I have it in my notes.
So, and what's inflation right now? What is it at? What number?
I can tell you. I can pull it up.
So I can tell you. So it's 2.4. So that's pre-pandemic level inflation. The idea that inflation is going to go to zero is never going to happen. What we went through was a pandemic.
I don't think that.
I mean, no, because what'll happen is, that'll cause its own set of issues if we don't have it in a balanced level, right? What we went through was a pandemic, and across the globe, everyone suffered. Everyone had inflation. There was issues with getting things into the country because of COVID and restrictions and things like that. So, we went through something that, and I assume by hearing your voice, you're about the same age as I, or around my age. So we've never seen this before, right? And understanding how the chains of supply happen and how the world works, I think we really need to understand how government works before we have really strong opinions on stuff like this. And I'm not saying that I know everything, because I don't, but I'm willing to.
I don't think anyone knows everything, but I can see in real time the difference between Trump being in office and the 4 years that Kamala and Joe Biden had. I mean, it's clear as day that inflation is higher. It was less under Trump. Even housing, people were more the low to get a house was about $75,000. Now it's at $125,000. It's harder to get a house for young people. So many things
what is Trump going to do about young people not being able to get houses?
My thing is the proof is in the pudding. He's already.
No, I'm saying we're looking at we're moving forward now. So what are his plans to help young people get houses?
I can pull it up for you, but I will tell you this: that when he was in office, the proof was there. It was a lot cheaper to own a home as a young person.
But see, Trump came in. Trump came into. He came in on an already thriving economy. So that wasn't an economy that he created. That was already there once he became president. And then you have to think about with Joe Biden. Joe Biden, he inherited Trump's economy. You see what I'm saying? That's how that works. So it's not like he did all of these things or whatnot. He didn't have anything to come in and fix, you know?
So can I ask you
And
something? Is the economy better now or 4 years ago?
I would say 4 years ago.
Okay, that's my point.
Yeah, but you have to be able to
So
point to something that Trump did to make it a better economy 4 years ago. Like you have to look at what he actually did
exactly
versus what
because
he went into.
he inherited that income.
I got you.
So with inflation, the reason why inflation is where it is because the American people are able to keep up with the inflation or whatnot. We're the ones driving it or whatnot. So you have all these houses that people can't, like the middle class, I have a hard time affording housing right now. But guess what? That doesn't stop
You're
my
breaking
how
up.
growth
Jasmine, you're breaking
it does
Can I ask you something? Because you're breaking up a
stop
little
it.
bit.
Like, yeah, inflation is
Yeah,
high up
Jasmine, you
here.
breaking up real bad. You got one bar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, real bad,
Is there
Jazz.
anything that you can pinpoint that Kamala and
Oh, yeah,
Biden
I need
did
to.
for the economy, or for the American people?
So Kamala's a vice president, so it's not much that she's done
So understand that she is the
outside of
type.
breaking ties, right? So like them
Right. That's crucial.
things like that. So
That's
I
crucial.
can't point to things that bills that she signed because she's not the president. She can't sign it. She's not in Congress for the point of proposing bills, so I can't point to that either because she's a vice president. But if we look at maybe before she got into that role, what she was advocating for, and Black maternity health, the fact that Black women are X amount of times more at risk of passing through childbirth. She signed some bills about that. To help people who have been in jail to not go back. She also was a big proponent of that as well before.
Okay. Well, I could tell you what Trump did. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So America gained 7 million new jobs, more than 3 times government experts' projection, right? The middle class family income increased nearly 6,000, more than 5 times the gains during the entire previous administration. That's Obama's administration, right? The unemployment rate reached 3.5%, and that's the lowest in half a century under Trump. No new wars at all. No new wars. We've had 3 wars so far under Kamala and Biden. That's huge, to me. That's like a big climb in what it was. There was no wars. Trump definitely kept the peace. He was able to shake the hands of Putin, gain their respect, and keep the troops out of certain areas and out of harm's way. That's big. More Americans reported being employed than ever before, nearly 160 million. I can go on and on about it, and I can actually pull up Kamala's stuff too if you like.
Yeah. So as far as the unemployment under Trump during his last year, it reached the highest level since like the Great Depression. So while he may have came in and had some really good progress because of Obama's economy, if we look at his whole 4 years, and that's including the time when we talk about like COVID, he literally had the highest unemployment since the Great Depression. As far as like the growth, a lot of his taxes really benefited the over 400,000, the corporate. During Obama, we had a 30% corporate tax rate. He cut that. I think it's at 21 now, and he wants to cut it again. With the idea of trickle down economics working in our favor. That's not going to happen. His tariffs are going to raise the cost of everything. Think about it like this, like right now, if we're getting goods from places like China, whatever, to keep prices low, imagine having to pay American workers $15 an hour to get these same things. The price is going to go up, especially with his I guess, I don't know if it's allegiance or his thing with Elon, who's building worker robots. What's happening, I work in tech. So what's happening now is a lot of companies are asking us to figure out how they can automate processes, use AI in different processes. So I don't think that he's actually, really trying to help
I believe in those tariffs. To be honest, I think
Why?
because I'm America first, so I believe in building America's industries and you know, companies, and if we got to sacrifice a couple dollars, you know, out of our paychecks to make America
It's not,
strong,
but
to
the
make
thing is, it's not
companies
a
strong,
couple
to produce our own things, I think that's great in my
So
opinion.
my thing is, I hear a lot of people who are voting for him. They talk about how much things were, how much groceries were, how much homes are, how much everything is costing now. But then to say on the other side that what I'll be willing through my lifetime to pay for maybe 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100% extra in order to maybe encourage American companies to start building these things in the state that we're not currently in. I don't want to make it seem like I'm against all tariffs. If there's an industry that we are trying to, kind of move the needle forward with us, I understand tariffs there. But the idea of a universal tariff on everything that we don't have all of the manufacturing. We don't produce all of the raw materials that we need. A universal tariff means even things that we have no interest whatsoever in creating, we're going to tax that. So it's going to impact not only consumers. If you have a business that you're buying something overseas and you're trying to sell it for a profit, it's going to impact you because you got to charge more because they're going to charge you more. The cost really gets past us. And like I said, I don't mind targeted tariffs, but a universal tariff is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I can honestly say I'm gonna look more into that, but I don't know. I believe that having an America first, putting us first, that's really my standpoint and my base. Um, I don't believe in really how immigration is going, how it's not really being taken seriously. She was border czar, but we have extreme highs on border crossings and anyone just coming over here. Crime rates have went up. A lot of crime rates in different areas have went up tremendously. I think it's unfair to be giving people that didn't work hard. I think honestly, let me say this. I think it's a slap in the face to migrants that came over here and really did the work, took the test, and waited their time in line to be over here legally, than to have all these illegal immigrants coming over, reaping the benefits of these people that don't even get the chance to come over here yet because they did the right thing. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's unfair. They're getting all this money. They're getting asylums. They're getting these apps to help them, tread on American soil. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think it's fair. And I think it ultimately affects impoverished areas the most, in my opinion.
Have you heard recently, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, that Trump said that he wants to use the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 and what that means? Have you heard about that?
I didn't see that yesterday. No. You said it was yesterday?
It may have been yesterday or 2 days ago. So
no, I didn't see that.
Essentially, what it's saying is that, even for those who have come over here legally, like those immigrants who come over here legally, done their paperwork, that it gives them the ability to do mass deportation on them as well. So, like, if you have family,
no. See, that's where it gets misconstrued. Trump is for migrants that
but
work.
Puddles. I'm like, I want you, because you said you haven't heard about this. I want you to just listen to what I'm saying and then go do your own research.
What's the name of this?
So it's the Alien Enemies of 1798 Act. And it was probably a day ago or 2 days ago where he said he's going, in order to do the mass deportation, that he's going to enact that, right? So that's the ability to say, if he declares certain countries and enemies for whatever purposes. So he could say, for example, Mexico, Venezuela, because there's a bunch of people come over, Haitians, because there's a lot of people coming over, and it's causing this havoc in our community. They're eating cats and dogs or whatever he decides to, right? Because he have the power to do that. He said that these countries with these Black and brown people are enemies because they're doing XYZ crimes. They're raping little girls and they're eating cats and dogs and they're doing this type of stuff. And what happens is then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that as a reason to label these countries as enemies. And then he can actually use that and therefore deport people, even if they were here legally. So it goes beyond
It
the
sounds like
illegal.
propaganda to me. Just
So
see
then
the
what you could do?
basis
No,
of
no,
it.
no.
But I'm
Puddles,
reading it. And it says nothing about migrants that already did the work to come here getting deported.
I think you need to spend. I think you need to spend a little bit more
I'm,
time.
I'm literally reading the act.
I don't understand how you're
And it
listening
says nothing
to
about
me.
migrants. It says aliens. And these are like,
Yes,
what
what
are
do you
we,
think
so what
aliens
my thing
are?
is, what are aliens though?
I
So
mean, that's what they call
we
people who are
define aliens
naturally
as
born here.
illegal immigrants that come
Maybe
over
you should.
here
Maybe you should
unlawfully,
do a
not
vocabulary
migrants
chart.
that paid, that took the test to come
Just
over here.
listen. Just all I'm saying is just
That's
do the research.
different.
I'm not going to speak more about it because apparently you're defensive about it for some reason. Do your own
No,
research.
it just sounds like
If
propaganda.
you feel
I
it's
have a
not
no
propaganda.
nonsense.
It's literally not propaganda. If you read the act, you'll see it's not propaganda.
Oh, I'm reading it right now, and it
You
says
took
nothing
5 minutes
about
to read something that you
legal
had no
migrants.
idea about before I even told you about it.
Yeah, it says nothing about legal
How can
migrants,
you read a
but
whole? How can you read?
aliens. I'm
How many
literally
pages is
reading
the
it as
act?
I can
How many
multitask.
pages is the act, Puddles?
I can
Okay, wait, excuse
multitask.
me, ladies, real quick. Did you just say it was called the Act of 17? Say it one more time for me, because I kind of want to look it up too.
So it's the Alien Enemies Act of 1798.
The Alien Enemy Act of 1798. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to be right on back. Okay. The Alien Act.
Yeah, after we get this down, I'm gonna get back to the topic as soon as we get
I'll let it
finished.
go. I'll let it go.
Yeah, because I'm gonna refresh the live too though, because it done died down. I'm gonna get back on this topic.
The propaganda. The propaganda is crazy. I get it though. You know, you spend too much time on CNN. That's what happened.
I think the only thing, the main problem that people have with Trump is just the energy that he brings about, and it's a lot of negative energy behind him, even with the Trump supporters, because we all know who the mass majority of his supporters are, and I think that's what scares a lot of the American people. Well, I would say the Black community and the brown community is just thinking about how just all the people that come behind him, and how they are willing to overlook so many things with him and do and say so many things, and it's just like we're all just normalizing it, like, oh well, we'll still rather.
I'll ask you. So, what did he say that you think is racist, or And I'll say this one thing really quick: the triple K. We all know what that is, right? It just so happens that they are American first. They're American first. They believe in white power, American people, America, America, America. So it only makes sense that they align with a president that is America first and puts America first. Do I myself think that he's a racist? No, I don't. But if you have any things that he said that you can contribute to him being a racist, I would like to hear it.
But it's not. I don't sit here. I don't think I don't think it's more of just the things that because I'm not really just speaking on him. I'm just speaking on like his followers, and I think that's what gets a lot of the American people, and the fact that with the whole January 6th situation. It was basically like how he was able to uproar so many people to do such a heinous act and not even physically be there to do it, and I think that's what bothers people. It's like,
but the thing is with that he said peacefully protest during his speech of him saying that. He said peacefully protest. There are Barack Obama even said fight for America, fight for this, fight for that. It's easy to misconstrue what someone says when you're only seeing a 1 minute clip. But during that same thing, he said peacefully protest.
But it does.
So my thing is this: if I have family members that are schmurderers and things like that, does that make me a schmurderer? Like, because people support me and love me and they do these heinous things, does that make me a part of what they got? No, it doesn't. I'm my own personal person, and my thing is just because you have weird people that follow Trump and have all this violence within them, it doesn't mean that he's that person. He literally said peacefully protest. So if someone took that and misconstrued it, is clearly a mental illness that they're
we're
going through.
not we're not living amongst Trump. We're living amongst his supporters. And if that's what type of people that you bring, people that refuse to see things for what they really are, if that's what you're bringing along with you, like I said, it's not so much as him, it's the negative energy. Because like I told you, like there are people who sponsor his campaigns and they're pushing their agenda onto him. And I think that's what scares people, is that money is not about white supremacy and black and white. It's all about who has the most money, and these people are pushing their agendas on this. So it's not Trump that a lot of people have a problem with. Even some diehard Republicans said the same thing. They're not afraid of, it's not Trump that they have a problem with, it's Trump supporters. And we
You know
know
what's
who
crazy
are the
though?
ones who are supporting him.
I'm scared. I'm kind of scared of Democratic supporters because I've got threatened. I've never gotten threatened by a MAGA supporter. I've never gotten threatened by one, but I've gotten threatened on these TikTok lives by people in my family, even because I voted. I want to vote for Trump. You know what I'm saying? People literally wish me harm because I believe in a certain thing. People wish harm upon me and call me names and try to look up my past and try to do things to physically harm me and my well-being. I only see that from the Democratic Party.
You know what I
And you
find?
got the Black Lives Matter as well during these riots and things down. I see evil on both sides.
And that's not Black Lives. Okay, let's clear that up. That's not Black Lives Matter. There's people who take advantage of certain things. So they
Exactly
if
what Trump
they
supporters,
see
and that's exactly what those extreme. Wait,
yeah,
that's
they're seeing
exactly
an
what those extreme Trump
opportunity.
supporters do. So there's extremists on both sides. Is my point.
That's what I was about to
There's
get
bad
to.
people on both sides.
But yeah, 'cause I was about to say that too. Everybody got their reason why they pick each side, and just like you looked at dirt for people that believed in Kamala, I mean they can do the same thing. I think y'all both sides actually low key. I be believing they doing the same thing on both ends. So at the end of the day, people just picking whoever they picking for whatever reason. Everybody got their reason. Some people got businesses and stuff and say I want to go with that. Some people like I feel like whatever. So I just think whatever. Everybody just pick who they gonna pick, whatever their reason is. We don't know. I don't know everybody's lifestyle or why they picking what they picking, and I don't know. So that's why I don't even really be talking about this though, low key. That's why I be avoiding every time I see
It's
every
a
time I
real
see a
touchy
live talking about this,
subject.
I just
It
dodge it.
gets deep.
It's real touchy.
It's
I find
pointless
it
though. Like I just
interesting.
don't get it. Like either way, shoot. If you don't believe in God or something beyond that, you think another man gonna save us or one of them gonna save us. At the end of the day, the world gonna do what it's gonna do, no matter who in
Absolutely.
office. So it's just so we can't stop it. Both of them could be manipulative. We think I'm not trusting neither one of them just because I pick one. I'm pretty sure they both got something up their sleeve. So I'm not trusting no other man. But I just say, shoot, pick who you pick, whatever you. And if it counters and stuff don't happen the way you want it to, either you can't get mad if you ain't vote at all, and get mad get mad because you pick wrong or something like that, or just be like, dang, I messed up or whatever. So that's how I look at it. So
I
Very
just find it
true.
interesting that this topic is very, very touchy. Like when you get into the topic of spirituality, and then when you get into the topic of politics, and I just
yeah,
find it really, really interesting that
there's division between them though.
it is. Those two topics are extremely. I'm talking about so touchy, so touchy that you kind of people without you even trying, emotions will be involved. So
True.
it's I'm gonna stay back from politics.
Yeah, I don't really try to talk
That's
about that on my live because I
Yeah,
know
for me,
everybody got that.
it's less about Trump, it's less about Kamala. It's like, what do I believe in? I don't believe in this. I don't believe in that. I don't align with this party, so I'm gonna vote the other side. I think people can agree to disagree on a lot of things. I mean, we're just not going to see eye to eye on most things.
and we
And
can
that's
agree
what
to
it is.
Regardless
disagree.
of the
You know,
politics, it's
Like I
not
said,
going to
I do
change what's
believe
going
both
on in the
sides have a
community.
valid point. Like we be acting like that whoever we vote for is more trustable than the next. That's one thing I just don't believe in. I would just say, shoot, because like I said, as much as we find dirt on one side, the other one can do the same exact thing. And me myself, I'm not gonna act like I know and I'm in somebody's mind of what they gonna do. Because anybody can put on the act on both ends. Everybody gonna say what they gonna say too. They gonna say what they say to defend. But like I said, it's a real reason why everybody picks something. It's something reason why somebody pick somebody else, pick who they pick or whatever. So
Honestly, I just
Not to
like debating.
mention,
To be
I'm
honest, I'm
sorry.
toxic. I just like to debate. So that's why I be going on and on. It's fun to me.
I
yeah,
mean, regardless of when it's all said and done, and regardless if it ends up Democrat or Republican, which we done had one or the other at one point, what are we going to do to make things better in the African American community? Because
right. Which is what we about to go back to as soon as I reset this live.
exactly, when it's all said and done,
let's
I
do
mean, let's
it.
get to the African American community.
Yeah. So give me a second. I'll be right back.
Uh huh.
All right.